European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Championship week of the Champions League got underway yesterday and we had a few surprises. There'll be a few more in store because over the next 4 days we've narrowed it down to 7. Ultimately, we'll narrow it down to 1 European champion. So settle in for 5 more matches of T10 action. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket League Championship week and it starts right now. Buenos dias y bienvenidos. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day 2 of our 5-day championship week. Thousands of clubs from all around Europe narrowed down to 35 for this ECL and only the 7 group winners are back here for week 4. So we're heading into day 2 and a pretty interesting clash first up between the Jersey boys, Old Victorians. They're taking on the Italian champions, Gina Brescia. A little bit earlier, Ian Ramage had the 2 captains out in the middle. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Old Victorians, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Gina, the away team, you will call. There you go. It's been called Andalucía. It's come to Andalucía, so you've won the toss. Okay, toss won by Gina, who will bowl first.
So the toss has been won by the Italians and rookie Ahmed, the Gina Brescia skipper, has elected to send in the Old Victorians. Bit of a risk, I got to say, because Old Victorians look pretty good up the top yesterday, but I suppose you got to face them sometime. Of course, Julius Sumaré coming in for the Jersey side is a big in. I think he's already made a big impact with the bat and the ball. Very professional guy. I've seen him play a lot of international cricket on the network. But Jonty Jenner, he's the one I think to watch as well at the top. Missed out, went for a golden yesterday. Let's see if he can make the most of it today. And also, you know, you throw some of these emerging players in for Old Victorians. I think that they're kind of an underrated team this week, and we saw that with a big win over the European champions, reigning European champions, yesterday. Let's talk Gina Brescia, and of course they had a very mixed day yesterday. Couldn't even get a point out of their first game. Comprehensive win in the second, so they'll be hoping to put the foot down. Remember, each team only gets 6 matches to make their mark here in Championship Week before we've got to make the cut, and 3 teams won't even survive to the Final 4 on Finals Friday. Let's talk weather. I can tell you, just getting warmer and warmer. We're loving it here, expecting a maximum temperature of 26 degrees currently, a very pleasant 22 to get us going. Rico Full standing by in the commentary box, looking forward to this one. It's the OVs against the JBs. Let's go over to RP, Rico Full. He'll take you to the first ball. With the news from the toss that Gina Brescia, the Italians, they've sent in Old Victorians first up.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu. Yes, it's feeling hot, hot, hot. And it's going to be hot out there in the middle as well. This is a big match, as you heard Vinny say. Teams will play 6 matches. Gina Brescia playing their 3rd. So kind of halfway point for them. They've lost 1 and won 1. When they lost, I've got to say they lost pretty badly to Hornchurch. Not just that they lost, but they weren't able to pick up a point at all. It wasn't a disciplined performance from them. But they came back well against Forfeiture when they put 150 on the board and won by 37 runs. Old Victorians, they've had a run out there. They chased well and they beat Drew, the reigning champions, so they're in good form as well. And well, because of that form, 64% to 36 in favour of a victory here. So let's see how this one goes. I must say, looking very dashing, both the teams. Nice contrasting colours, the yellow and the black and the red. The yellow, of course, is the Old Victorians. And a name that doesn't ring a bell comes into the lineup there, Robbie Forrest. Let's see how he fares. And I know that one man who made a great impact yesterday was Julius Sumaré. He was absolutely superb when he went out there with the bat. It looked like he'd been smashing the ball around for a while. So looking forward to him. The first delivery, it's a bit of a loosener, it has to be said, from Mohammed Imran, who always tends to open the bowling, but he's pretty consistent, keeps it there or thereabout. Of course, he's got a great bowling attack, though. Just watch out for Hassan Ali and Bilal Khan, Billy the Kid. See if they're in form today. Very good morning to everybody in the chat. A lot of discussion, not just about this European Cricket network, but also about some other cricket happening around the globe. Goes for it down the ground, doesn't get it out the middle, but gets enough of it to send it to the boundary. Julius Somarura gets the first boundary of day 2 of Championship Week. Nice shot, like he's reaching for it a little bit, but with the field set the way it is, he backs himself. If he gets enough on this, it will go to the boundary, and it does. Nice shot. Hello to Maya, who's in the chat, and Rakib as well. Monica, hello to you. And Mr. J. Grant, Jeffrey Mobbs. Good comeback by Imran there. And to get the feeling it's going to be a lovely day, but also, as Vinny said there, lovely hot day. Andrew Batchelor is in there as well. And Simon Walsh says hello everyone as well. Hello to you, Simon. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. The temperatures will get up to around about 25 degrees. We'll feel even hotter under the sun. So players will hope there's a bit of a breeze. This one is going to be a wide. Good movement, and Imran doesn't like it, but I think that's a good call. It's from one of our umpires there. That's Suleiman Saeed. He's joined by the Sheriff, Charles Croucher, at square. And Nirmal Singh is the third umpire. Umpires, of course, led by the man we see at the coin toss in Rummage. And Imran. And that's flicked away nicely. And this is a really good shot because he knows what's coming, Julius Somarura. He knows this ball is going to be swinging away from him, so he gets himself in an early position and he's ready to flick it away. A bit of footwork trouble there from the bowler as well. Just ends up slipping. Sometimes it's, you see he slips quite badly. Sometimes there's a little bit of dew first thing in the morning. Yeah, liking the detail on the shirts. Remind me a bit of a honeycomb, you know. It's got that detail about it. Whereas Ginebrescia, it's like a jigsaw puzzle that you're never going to complete. Plays it nicely. No run there. Hey, we're in Spain, 19th of March. It is Father's Day in Spain. Feliz Dia de Padre. So I want to wish a happy Father's Day to everybody around the globe from Spain, where I know the kids will be sending their fathers lots of messages and treating them to breakfast in bed and all sorts of things. So, Feliz Dia de Padre. Yeah, and, just gets called here. He doesn't like it, Imran. I think the first one definitely was. Let's have another look at this and just see. And Nisar, I think they're indicating he thinks the batter does move. No, he does move a little bit. So I can understand why he's disappointed. There is that little movement from Julius Somarura. He always does. If you watch him here, his trigger movement, just watch where he is. Look where he steps there. So, and he gets lucky here. As I think he gets lucky with the wide before, so this ball has to be bowled again, and he makes it count. Ay, suerte, suerte, mucha suerte ay por Somarura, as he picks up another boundary. And that's the end of the over. And you can see him run. He is protesting still with the umpire. I think he's got a good argument there. But the thing is, if the umpire says it's a wide, it's a wide. You've got to accept it. This is the sort of run rates that we've seen. It'd be interesting to see the run rates for the all the groups as well. But at the moment, currently going about 12.8. Maximum chart 11.1. We know Ginebrescia are the team that hit the most sixes. And there you go. So you can see we were a little bit below par yesterday. But you'd expect that Championship Week when teams are sort of wrestling against each other. But you can see Group E was pretty high as well as Group F. And of course, that was when we saw the 200 mark being hit. Forfeiture hit 206 against Stary Grad. And then also, well, in that Group F, it was the Italian Stallions. What about them when they scored 221 without loss? Remember, an old record set in 2019 by BSC Rotterdam. Probably should have gone down that day, but, well, the two batters were trying to get another record, and that was both batters that were in trying to get a century. One of them did, and that was Ghulam Abbas Butt, but one didn't. This one doesn't quite go to the boundary, and wants to take on the fielder, and we'll get there. Good running this time from Jonty Jenner. And the double teapots here, I think you can see them both looking at the captain saying, hey, that's a couple that are going straight down here. Maybe we should elect to have two men straight. Hassan Ali, not a bad call actually, because Hassan he will be getting that Yorker in, be bowling pretty full. So I'd imagine that you could probably get the angle he bowls, maybe long on up, long off, and maybe even the man cover to go back, because that's the area you'd expect the ball to go. So that one just gets flicked away. See, that's what I mean. If you get the long one up there, there's no single. So just something that Rukhsar Ahmed, the captain, could think about. Hello to Bajendra Yadav. He's saying hello to everybody, including Monica, Helix as well. And Ardesh Yadav is saying, where was I born? I was actually born in the UK, in Hillingdon, if you know the UK well, in Middlesex. That's where I was born. Spent half of my life in the UK before moving to Spain, in the Torrevieja, Alicante area. And the fielder thinks he's in with a shout there. There's Asad Tanvir, but no chance. This one flies over him, and once again, just the power of the man. Well, Julius Sumria, he slashes hard, and with the pace that's coming off the bowling of Hassan, that's going to fly away, and that's exactly what happens here. And goes for it, doesn't hold back. It's the false shot, but with the pace of the bowler and the swing, goes to the boundary. 24 without loss. Gets a bit of battle to it. Once again, you see, I just don't think he got this field right, you know. Look at the angle that Hassan will be bowling. So even if the batters do get a bit of battle onto it, trying to attack on the yon side, the power isn't there. That's two singles for me that could have been avoided. I think you're more likely that the batter, if they get one out the slot because of the wide bowling here, arms, okay, they've got the third who's pretty wide. I don't mind that. But I really think that the cover boundary is the one you protect. So a little switch, long on up, and maybe somebody on the offside going back extra coverish. But anyway, let's see. Hassan, once again, into the pads this time. And somebody from somewhere having a appeal. Not out. Here's the call. Hassan, a few people saying he has a bit of pace. It's, well, even the rooster. Puck Norris is saying good morning to everyone, and gone. That's the ball, that's the delivery, and Jonty Jenner goes, and it finally gets it on the sort of radar of outside the off, and he comes back in and knocks the stumps over. That's where he needs to be, being a little bit leg side-ish, but it's his pace, genuine pace. He's a class act, is this guy, Hassan Ali. And this is another beautiful delivery. Jonty Jenner wanted to be aggressive, but CC stumps knocked over. Just watch this. And that's a really good delivery. Gets it to come back in. And Jonty looking to elevate it over there on the leg side. And misses the shot. The stumps get shattered. He's on his way. And it's a good wicket to get early. You know that Jonty, he's a dangerous player. He's a man who has scored a ton on the European Cricket League here this time round. So nicely done by Hassan. Yeah, Jonty Jenner, 101, not out in 28 balls against the Gamblers. And that was a partnership worth 173 with Charlie Brennan, who unfortunately is not with the squad this time round. But the man who's out there, Julius Sumria, it's a good replacement for him. 25 for 1 at the end of 2. Uppish, but in the gap and agonisingly close to one of those two men. He gets applauded by Hassan Ali there, and also his captain saying, that's okay, it's a bit of a false shot. You know he's going to play his shot to the Sumria. We saw him do this yesterday. He's not going to stop. He's going to try hitting. And this time in the air, it's a little bit, getting a lot of movement. Here's Imran. I wonder if he can start just a little bit closer to the pegs. And just like that, that's well bowled, and we've got the slip in position as well. It's a bit of an appeal there from the keeper and also from the slip. Imran continues to have a few issues with the little bit of dew that is where his front foot is landing, and well, the big feet of Hassan tries to stop that. Hassan, well, his shoes have arrived as well, which is good. Yesterday, he was the only man in the Gina Brescia side with the white pumps on, but his nice contrasting oranges and lemons have appeared, and he's wearing them. That's a nice looking shot. Work to be done by the fielder, won't get there. Good use of the feet from Samarora. Just goes a little bit straight at Imran. Goes for the wicket-to-wicket delivery, but it's almost like Samarora is waiting for it. Plays away really nicely. Top shot. Super fan saying Club Norris on supplementary commentary. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it is the morning, but he carries on all day. We've got to find that rooster. We've got to find him. We've got to have a little bit of a chicken run about us as well. Find the rooster. Well bowled. Just be a single. This would be Hassan Ahmed, who has yet to find his form with the bat. He's a very good and powerful left-hander, but hasn't really got going yet in this European Cricket League at all. Even in the group stages, he's the one batter that has to find his form. Into the deck. And once the run does Watling. Batted well yesterday. He put 60 on the board, or 20 deliveries, helping all Victorians to that victory over Drua. And he was supported well by Julius Samarora, who made 29 of 8. Playing the match performance, though, from Julius, because he also took 3 for 9. So a bit of an all-rounder. Right, Imran looking to finish well. And it's got to be stopped and will be stopped. They'll just get the single. Samarora a little bit disappointed. He's not able to find the gap. And that brings us to the end of the power play. And I suppose at the moment here is very much a 50-50 for me. And the power play scores, I think teams are looking to be in the, around about the 40 to 50 mark. So they've kept them down, 36 for 1. Have taken the wicket of Jonty as well. And I wonder what the change is here. So it's going to be the captain himself, Rukhsar Ahmed, who's going to just come in with some of his variations. A lot of people here probably would argue with the likes of Bilal Khan still in the side, you could probably just go back to Hassan, because I think you got to believe that if you can get these two batters out, then you really are through most of the key batters for the old Victorian lineup. I know that the captain can put in the good shift as well. James Duckett, he batted pretty well yesterday, but these two are key. So I would be looking to really go for him. So I probably would have Hassan bowling well, picked up that wicket, getting his length right. I would have gone to Hassan one more time. But Rukhsar Ahmed, the captain, is a cunning bowler. And as he starts with a dot, well, I say dot. Let's have a look what the umpire gives here. Is it off the bat or is it by? Yeah, off the bat. So you've got to say, though difficult, this is probably a bit of a chance for Nisar Ahmed as we see this again. I wonder what the thoughts are of Vinny Sandhu, who joins me in the box.
Yeah, well, that's the negative of keeping up, because it's a significant deflection, and that's why Nisa can't hold on if he's back. It's a simple one. There's pros and cons to that strategy. He's a good keeper, though. You see it there. He's got very good hands, good reflexes, but that's one that you just kind of got to swallow. If that's his strategy, go up to the stumps, and sometimes they're going to stick, sometimes they're not. And it was a pretty healthy edge. But good morning, everyone. Good morning to you, Rico, and all of our viewers all around the world. Oh, it's great to be here. Club Norris making a presence felt already as well.
Short, goes for it up in the air. He's going to get lucky, you know. It's a bit of the Bermuda Triangle about this. They'll just take the single. So, Samarora, a bit of a couple of miscues from him at the moment. And he hasn't really capitalised. He's now 30 of 13. Watling also, you saw that one, mistimes that. Perhaps gets a little bit lucky. I think Samarora, though, Vinny is looking to lash out here. He won't want to get them to be buckled down, and he plays or goes for the reverse Malachi. Let's see, well, a bit of a misfield. Shouldn't have been. It was right at him, really.
He's got a little bottom edge into the ground that time. But it's actually a pretty good tactic, because even it can put off the keeper. With keeper up, it's completely different. If you can get a little deflection, okay, that time didn't really go that far, but you can even get bides that way, because it's such a distraction for the keeper for you to switch your stance like that. Anyway, back to Watling. He's been really impressive in this series, hasn't he?
Called wide. Yeah, I think that's a fair call. I mean, Watling is very different to someone who doesn't really have that initial movement. So It's an easier call for the umpire. Let's have a look at this. Feet stay still. And yeah, good call.
Ball has to be completely inside that tram line when it passes the popping crease. That one certainly wasn't. Still not a bad spot to miss.
And this one is taken. Good catch. Nicely done. That's Bilal Khan out there. Well, watch out for Billy the Kid when he comes on to bowl. They usually go a little bit later. He could come in any time from now, or from more likely to come and bowl over number 8 and 10 if things are going smoothly for him. But that's a good wicket to get. And they get the likes of Watling before he gets going. So 2 of the key batters sent back here. So it's that heavy delivery outside the off. Rukhsar bowls that time in, time out, and he gets the reward this time.
And this is real well taken by Bilal. Look how he actually breaks his fall with the hand that's not holding the ball in the end. So some people say, you know, these ones where the guy's rubbing the ball on the ground and just creates a few issues. You've got to reward the guy that takes the catch cleanly, and that's what Bilal does there. Watling, a bit unfortunate for him, probably hits it too well there, doesn't he? And carries all the way to Bilal Khan out on the offside boundary. He goes for 2, and it's 41 for 2. Brings James Duckett, the captain, to the crease.
Yeah, he had a good knock yesterday, Duckett, and came out there to basically more or less seal the victory for his side against Drew yesterday. And nice delivery again. Nicely played, though. Nice stroke, but Bilal Khan does the stop. And a very good over from Rukhsar. It looks like he's got a ball to go here. 1 for 6, 1 ball to come.
Yeah, just have a look at the percentages. Really tightening up with that wicket. Samarez real key now. On 31 out of the 42. Last ball for Rookie in the over.
And he goes short, and that's a bad choice. And because he's going to get dispatched. It's a humongous one. It's the first one that goes over Grizzly Hill, the other side of the ground, and that's the first ball that we lose today. So Rukhsar, it was going well, and then, well, the score of the over doubles with that one big hit. 12 come off it, but he does take the wicket. 4 overs in, it's 48 for 2. Now look, I know that you're a father, so I want to say from one father to another, Feliz Dia de Padre.
Ah, yes, to everyone. There's so many Father's Days around the world. I found it curious this one appears on a Tuesday, but it's always a good day to celebrate fathers.
They always stick
to
the same date. It's always March the 19th, so yeah, Father's Day here, and I think I'll take the opportunity to say hello to Sonia, who's at uni at the moment in the UK. Hello, Sonia, my doodle bug. Thinking of you, and I miss you, and looking forward to seeing you too soon.
Yeah, it's certainly something to celebrate, isn't it? And I hope that everyone has a lovely day. Now it looks like we've got Janika Vass, who's going to bowl this one. Hasn't bowled yet this morning. Normally gets big in swing. Let's have a look. He's over number 5.
They take this slight hesitation there from Duckett himself, and now they're going to get the overthrow. So Duckett was reluctant to go. He's probably glad he did, because 1 becomes 2.
Well, good running, because it was a slow throw, and to be honest, the 2 outfielders on there, they needed to be hustling in. These are the little things.
Yeah,
right?
Weiss, I think, is another bowler that seems to have gone over on his ankle here. As soon as that ball, watch him go down here. He's feeding that ankle, and he sort of hobbles back. So there obviously is a little bit of a moist patch over there on where the bowlers are landing on their front foot.
Interesting, because
Imran and now Vass had that trouble.
Didn't pick up anything like that when I was out there, but anyway, let's see if Vass can recover here. Duckett gets back on strike.
No, this time is the call.
That previous one, probably run out chance if he picked it up cleanly as well.
Yeah.
But these are the little things. For example, something that Hornchurch, for example, yesterday really did all those little things in the field that make the big difference.
Their fielding performance yesterday it was probably the best that I've seen over a period of 2 matches from the side. It was really clinical. And out of reach of the fielder, and that would be a boundary. They need these boundaries to get going again. That one gets past Mohammed Rizwan, who they haven't gone to yet. Normally at this point they'd go to Rizwan. He was a bit expensive yesterday, but this man was only given the 1 over yesterday in their second match, and he bowled beautifully. So I'm not surprised that they're looking to give him both his overs. It's the slower delivery. It's not a bad ball at all, actually, and you can see it's a bit of a false hit. It is uppish, but fortunately, it doesn't go to the hands of Rizwan.
That's just probably a good shot selection from Duckett. Knows that's not a very well protected area in the outfield. Now they do put back the deep backward point. But Vast, and when he's at his best, he's really getting the ball to swing a ridiculous amount. He's getting a hint of it here, but nothing really too troubling at the moment for these two.
With the field pushed back, we'll take the single. I don't mind this field. I think this is where Ginebrecha is saying, right, the way things are here at the moment, we don't mind giving singles away because we're keeping it nice and tight. The score expected around about that 120. They'll take that. Ginebrecha, a team that made 150 when they batted first yesterday. I must admit, I was a little bit surprised with the decision to field first.
Yeah,
I think when you saw the two matches yesterday, when they batted first, they didn't bat well, and they lost the match. And batting first, they put that 150 on the board and got a win. So, yeah, it was a little bit surprised. Nice day as well.
OVs were good on the chase. I suppose maybe you take that away from them. You could say that.
Pitches it up, but fielder is there, and catch has been taken. That has been swallowed up by Hassan Ahmed. So the first time the ball gets pitched up, the batter's eyes light up. The Samarora says, right, I finally get one pitched up. Goes for the shot, hits it pretty well, but straight at Hassan Ahmed, who makes no mistake.
Yeah, Julius will be very, very disappointed to get out this way. His eyes kind of, I wouldn't say light up, but it's an instinctive drive. And you're never really that incentivized to keep the ball on the ground here. So, you know, just kind of goes through with the shot, doesn't get under it, doesn't really have enough length to get under it, to be honest. And Hassan Ahmed takes the flat catch without too much of a drama. So Sumaret goes for 37 off 16. I feel like it's a big moment in this innings. Almost at the halfway mark now. It's 55 for 3 as Zach Wilson comes out to replace him.
Yeah, it's a good wicket to get, isn't it? And coming up with the ball to go at the halfway point, you've got the key batter out. I mean, they've got batters that will make contributions, but really, I think they're coming out there now to try and find at least a couple of boundaries. Well, I suppose it is, well, it's gone 11.
Happy Father's Day, lads.
Happy Father's
Old
Day.
11:20 in the morning, Victoria surveys.
Nice.
Traditional in the region. Last ball, the 5th. And they'll hit and they'll run, they'll get the one. So, West goes for 8 in the over. Not too bad at all. Picks up that big wicket of Julius Sumarat, and it's 56 for 3 after 5 as we welcome you into the commentary box for the first time today. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo for EC, and all of our international broadcast partners. Got Rico full with me, looking a little bit golden today. It's been a while since we've had a golden ball. We're about to bring up the half century, you know.
Yeah, it has been a while. We have had two. It'd be great to have another one, especially in Championship Week.
Yeah, and happy Father's Day to all of those out there that are celebrating it today. There's about as many Father's Days as countries, to be honest. But, yeah, hopefully you have a wonderful day. Maybe you'd like to spend it in front of the television. ECN with some big clashes today. Got a rematch of Drew versus Forfarshire, which was the Group D match that Drew basically came of age, knocking the Scots out of the competition. And we've got the big grudge match between the English and the Irish later on in the day. And then we'll finish with Paco Care Badalona versus Drew. And this is the French cut's going to just dribble into the rope. So, yeah, they've certainly hit a crossroads here for me, Old Victorians. I wonder what they're being predicted here, probably around the 115, 120. But a good partnership could certainly see that rise. A few quick wickets could see it dive.
Yeah, and a bit of luck and good fortune like this can also help you as well. As Zach Wilson, gets a boundary to his name, courtesy of that French cut. Looks very full and straight here. So, once again, similarly to Janica Weiss, is inviting the batter to go down the ground. Thing is here is, the other thing here, Vinny, is Ginebrecha, they've still got an over from Hassan Ali and 2 from Bilal. So it's not going to get any easier for Old Victorians.
Yeah, that's true.
This is a teaser. Now it will run away from the fielder who does well. Nicely done. Good bit of team fielding. Janica Weiss chases it, and a beautiful flick back to the fielder.
I love a little good slap pass. He got that one just right. Knew exactly what he was trying to do there, Janica Weiss. Hello to Obiad Khalil Jabir. Hello to Wayne as well. Good to have you. And hello to Duff, asking any Australians in the comment section. And I said, yep, I'm right here. Well, I am not in Australia right now. I am in the Cartama Oval commentary box as this middle stump is tilted back and Wilson's got to go. A rookie drives through the gates and OVs lose a 4th. Now we're going to see what the middle order's made of, Rico. 62 for 4.
Yeah, that's well bowled. You can see Rooksa, he sensed that Wilson was going to go across the line and was going to maybe leave his stumps exposed. And that's why he kept plugging away at the straighter delivery. Full and straight, people. Full and straight. That's the job. Rooksa gets a second. Well bowled from the captain. And yeah, you're right. 62 now here for 4. And with good bowling still to come, Gina Brescia are certainly in the driving seat. Wouldn't it be brilliant for either one of these teams? It's the ideal day for them today. Go out there, play your first match, get a win, then go back to the Sunset Beach Club and just chill out for the rest of the day. They've only got these matches here today. They only got the one match each, so it could be a brilliant day for them. They can pick up a win here and go back.
And it's funny because it's actually kind of more traditional cricket to have one chance and that's it, even though it's an abbreviated game. And for example, for a batter, I think of like Nabi yesterday, 7-ball duck, for example. And this is played down for a single. This is Rob Duckett off the mark, the old Duckett combination. But yeah, it makes me think of more like traditional cricket where you get your one chance. Nabi misses out yesterday, he has time to think about it.
Yeah.
A whole day. I mean, it used to be like a week when I played grade cricket if you missed out, or 2 weeks.
Yeah, and I saw him in the fan zone. He certainly was thinking about it.
Yeah.
He had things
doesn't
on
get the
his
chance
mind.
to make amends. I'll play twice today. Same with someone like John T. Jenner. Just gets the one knock yesterday, gets 1 ball. So it's kind of strange for us, but it's probably more traditional cricket to miss your opportunity than have to spend a lot of time thinking about it before you get another hit. Anyway, right now, at the end of 6 overs, Old Victorians are 64 for 4.
Yeah, wonderful spell of bowling for Rukhsar Ahmed. 2 for 20, really well bowled. He's kept his team very much on top here. So Old Victorians, they need somebody to come out there and play a real good innings. They've used the old long handle. And maybe this is where it seems like Old Victorians, you know, that's what they're missing here. They're missing somebody who can go out there and in 10 balls can change the content of the game. They haven't really got that big out-and-out brutal hitter.
It's the middle order come in and whack boundaries straight away.
Yeah.
It's a different role to middle order, even in T20 cricket, I think.
So even like that one, short chance of a run out. Well, it's a bat plug, genuine bat plug. This would have been out.
Yeah, another bat plug victim. Is it just me or are they on the rise this week?
They're big time.
Because normally when it's a bit wetter, you get more of these. The famous Cartama Oval or infamous bat plug. You're taught to slide your bat. You're not taught this might happen. Just jams into the surface. You might say, why does that happen? Well, on the artificial pitch, come back to that in a second, as this one's a single. So on the artificial pitch, it's actually surrounded by normal grass, like the rest of the outfield. Whereas in a turf wicket situation, we have all these turf wickets. You have the other turf wickets aren't being used, but they're a lot harder. So that just wouldn't happen normally. Yeah. And that's normally, it's pretty safe to do that. But when you try and get the bat down into normal grass, yeah, sometimes it doesn't slide. It just gets plugged in. As this one is going to plug into the jungle, Maximo. As the captain puts down his foot, saying, well, I'm here, I can hit big. And he gets 6 runs.
Yeah, this is what they need from the captain. A little bit too short this time, Wass. Look without his pitching about halfway down the pitch. So he rocks back, gets into position, puts it away. Been a long time coming since they've had a boundary, but they need a flurry of them now.
Jersey flag sitting proudly. Let's have a few spectators filling up the fan zone as well.
This one's a slightly slower delivery. When he ends up on both, I've seen a batter go down on one knee, but never on 2 knees. It's like mercy, mercy. He misses it. Well, this was, if he executed this shot, it would have been quite amazing. Never seen a batter. There he goes, down on 2 knees. He says, maybe I'm better off down here. And that's clipped away nicely as well. That's going to be 4 more. That's a nicer shot. This time he waits for it, doesn't rush it, doesn't try and hit it too hard. Clips it away off the pads. So another boundary. So keeping his team moving along, keeping that scoreboard ticket is the captain.
Nice shot. It's the cross seamer, I think, from Janika Vas, who's kind of put away the in-swinger for now. I think with him bowling big innings like he normally does, I think need to protect that deep square leg. It was unattended, and James Duckett cashed in.
Well bowled, good change up, gets it a lot fuller. And they'll take just the single. So Janika Vas himself, it's been a fine spell of bowling from him. He, like his captain, just 1 more than him, picks up a wicket. I think so far, the plan for Rooks Ahmed has worked beautifully well with the bowlers. As you take a look at how the teams in this championship week got here, they were the group winners of their respective groups.
And so 4 have been to a championship week before. 2 have actually won it before. So Pakai won it in 22, Drew won it in 23, and also Hornchurch were here last year, and CIYMS were here last year. But Ginebrescia, playing their first DCL, have made it through. Likewise, Old Victorians, although we did see, we have seen Italian and Jersey sides in the championship week before, just not those clubs. And that leaves Forfarshire from Scotland, their first time to the big dance. So 7 overs down, walking stick 77 for 4. 112 looks a bit light on. OVs kind of as build, get the top 3. In the middle order, certainly they can bat. There's no doubt about that. But like I said, it's different skill set required for the 4, 5, 6, I think, or even 7. In T20 cricket, you can just kind of get one, hand it back to the set player, whereas here you're wanting them to be able to go on the attack and hit boundaries from the get-go. Anyway, here's Bilal. Took a good catch earlier. He's going to bowl over 8 and probably 10 if it goes to plan.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. I'm going to run a ball here. What, takes them to 95? But they want to be getting double that. But have they got the batting to give them that power? And you see, that's a great ball. Look at this go after it gets past the stumps. That is vicious movement from Bilal. And this is what I was saying, with Bilal to bowl 2, if this one goes well, it's a great start from him. What's that?
Swing after the stumps.
Great take.
This is what people don't realise. Like, if he fumbled this, everyone would go, what a you-know-what. But, yeah, well, it swings so much, it's actually too dangerous for us to show it. Yeah. But it is
censored.
Prodigious.
All right, here we go. Once again, this time shorter, but he's going to get through the fielder. And that's going to be 6 runs. And I don't know whether it was a need to bang that one in from Bilal. I think when you get the first one doing what that did, you're probably better off going for the same again. So that's a real luxury for James Duckett. He has a swing. I think he does get lucky. Does this go over that fielder? Or does it go
I think this goes straight through the hands.
Yeah, straight through the
me.
hands.
He wasn't really set with his feet. This one, I think that haven't gone to him either in this innings.
No, he was expensive yesterday. That's why. So that's a big let off. That's Rizwan. Dropping the captain in 21.
You've got to love him at his worst if you're going to love him at his best, though, Rizwan. Remember when they went all pace first up, didn't really work for them. And Rizwan was a big reason that they actually win that group. So I just think if he has 1 or 2 bad games, you've still got to trust him. Look at Bilal getting some good lift there. I wouldn't be stepping back outside leg stump to Bilal. I just don't think that's the play. Duckett, though, knows what he's doing. James on 27 or 14. Quarter of this innings still to be played.
Slow ball or ball, taking it on. In comes the throw. And a bit of oohs about this one. But they do get there, so James Duckett is quite happy to hand the strike over to Rob as well.
Yeah, they go straight away there.
Two, I take it they are related.
Yeah, I believe they're brothers. But maybe I'll get some of the Jersey guys in the comment section to clarify their relation.
Strikes it well, but to the fielder.
Just eating the one there.
Yeah, so I was started saying the way that Rooks Ahmed has used the ball has been really impressive, and they've all done the job for him. And if it goes to plan, if Bilal bowls a good one here, Hassan the next, and Bilal to finish off, then it should be a good finish for Ginebrescia. Things have worked well for him so far this morning. One again should just be a single. It will be. Janikawas does his job well out there.
And the over, so only 9 come off that. And isn't it interesting how the bowlers have stepped up here in Championship Week so far, and they're backed up with some pretty good fielding across the board. The score's not quite as high as you might have expected. 86 for 4 after 8. I've got a comment in here from Annie saying that if they're right, Billy played for the Italian club Roma Campanelli in last year's ECS. You're exactly right. That's who he was playing for last year. But I know that he's playing for Ginebrescia as a wild card here in the ECL. Remember that each side gets a wild card, or 2 wild cards actually, in the ECL for various reasons. And I know he's still not 100% locked down about where he might play this season. He's an in-demand prospect. Remember previously he played international cricket in Malta, now in Italy, around the Rome area.
I think they'll
see a
They're
sniffing
normally
around.
pretty keen to have him.
Yeah.
He's a good player.
See why.
He's a good addition, so yeah.
Hey, time for wildcard chat. Rumours are today that Drew might have a wild card. I don't want to give it away just yet, but have a look at their squad on EuropeanCricket.com.
Big addition, if it's
Yep.
true. Different areas, different plans. Is Hassan? He did this yesterday as well. He bowled one over where he came over the wicket and then he went around the wicket, left arm round, and he was just as impressive with around the wicket as he was over. He just changes the angle slightly. We saw him take the leg stump clean out of the ground, so dangerous. Oh, well, that's a wide. That one comes out all wrong. You see it. As soon as it leaves his hand, it doesn't, everything about it doesn't look good. He doesn't get the follow through right. The body's very upright and the hand just never comes down. So they'll take whatever they can, whatever extras. They would love to push on, get a couple of big boundaries in here and start once again talking about a 120 score.
Yeah, it all happens in the ninth, as we like to say. Will happen for OVs.
This is going to be 4 because I don't think the Buda has a chance. So he over pitches again, ends up on the floor. Now, if he's finding it difficult that end, he needs to go back to coming over the wicket because that's a couple of deliveries that he hasn't looked comfortable with. I wonder if he will. His captain.
Isn't it strange? I mean, it's dry. So I'm trying to work out why everyone keeps slipping at that end.
It's because these batch of pumps that they've got, these oranges and lemons that they're wearing on their feet, maybe they're made for the super dry tarmac weather. Maybe they need the all-weather ones. Maybe they need a change of rubber.
Sometimes it's necessary.
That's a lovely shot. That's a beautiful shot. Lovely shot there from the captain. Goes down on one knee and he caresses it through the cover boundary. What a delightful shot that is.
Yeah, really good shot. Bit of width off it, and really James Duckett's playing a very, very good hand here at the moment. Well, Oscar has just confirmed, and I thought they were. I was just second guessing myself. Yeah, the Ducketts, they are brothers, and Oscar saying they're the best family going in Jersey.
Well, that's it. It is that sort of weather. Get the old fan out. Yeah, it's Elsa there.
Get one of those up here.
Goes for it again and executes it beautifully. So starting to get into his own here and into his rhythm is James Duckett, the captain. 2 boundaries back to back. I must admit, I'm very surprised Hassan Ali is sticking to around the wicket because look, that's where he's putting it. And that's where Duckett likes it. He likes to play the cut shot. Now, unless he tries to go straight and get this ball to angle into him, it'll be probably the same shot attempted again from Duckett. James, that is. And he does go straighter. It gets worked out onto the leg side. A single will get taken. And that will be the end of the over. So a pretty productive one there with those 3 boundaries. And get 16 of that one. Also bring the 100 up. So 102 for 4 at the end of the over. So with 1 to go, again, they'll be really looking to get that 15 to 20. They'd love to get a magical over here.
Yeah, they would. 102, serviceable. I've seen kind of 120 more defendable than you'd think. All the bowlers doing a really good job here.
Yeah.
All kind of winning the battle with 30. Bilal coming back to bowl the last over. Got to say that James Duckett's kept his team in a little bit.
Okay, here comes Bilal. He too will change his approach. Interesting. Okay, that's nicely played. I think that's all about saying, right, if I can't get the boundary away, I'm quite happy to change the strike there, so they do so. So trying for Rob to see what he can do. He's played the ball well, but hasn't been able to find the boundary as yet, and most of his shots he's played has been outside the off. What's your thinking on this? Both the left armers, the first over left arm over, the second one.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed to work from the first overs. I don't think I would have changed it, but he knows what he's doing. But it doesn't really work for him, does it? Because it's just drilled over the infielder in 4 runs. I mean, whatever angle you're going, I think length is important. I think you just don't want to give this length at the moment. I'd be getting up there, I'd be getting it in the block hole.
Yeah.
It allows him to swing the arms, and Rob Duckett gets 4.
Yeah, when you're bowling left arm round, you're giving the batters the opportunity to see it better and then know that it's going to be there about in the off stump. You can play the cut. Both the Duckett brothers have shown they can play that cut. So I'm puzzled why you're not coming over the wicket. That's your element of surprise to the left armour. Fuller delivery, gets a bit of bat on this, I believe. And that's exactly what the sheriff says. So one more to Rob.
Quick wildcard chat. Each team's allowed 2 wildcards. What's a wildcard? It's a player that hasn't played for your club in the last 12 months. Okay, so can be allowed more wildcards in extraordinary circumstances. The other question was, can you change your squad once the week starts? Not normally, but if there's extraordinary circumstances, such as like a family issue or a personal issue or something like that, then you could. And I'll just get a single here. But what we're talking about with the Dreher situation, they actually did name this player in the squad, just didn't travel with the squad, so they thought this might be a possibility. And now, due to circumstance, think they're going to use him. So the question also from Ian, if Billy Gordon's out for the week, could you get a replacement? Well, theoretically, yes, but you'd have to cover the expense of the travel, obviously.
And there's another one that's gone. That's good bowling. Fuller. And he does exactly what I was saying, that if you're going to bowl this way, go wider, angle it in, get it coming into the batter rather than giving the width. So good adjustment. The ball before was a good one as well, just a single. And this one is on the money. So Billy the Kid, he does it again, and he gets the wicket of Rob Duckett after Rob played a nice shot before.
Great take, by the way, by Nisa. Always love taking those off the stumps. But this is kind of, I suppose, what Bill was hoping for. And you do see it used a lot by left armers going round the wicket, trying to cramp later on when they're not really getting that natural left to right swing. But still, handy Duckett partnership there. Gets them somewhere. 47 they put on for the 5th wicket. With the ball remaining, 109 for 5.
Yeah, big ball this as well. Can you get past the 110 mark? The new batter comes in. They want to clobber this away. Looks like it's Matthew Webb, I believe. That's come out for the last ball. Let's see.
Be a hero.
And he hits this very well. He is going to get a boundary. So that could be very important. Gets past the 110 mark. They'll finish on 113. So they go beyond what the expected score was. So nicely done. Good hit. I like that when the expected score, the way it changes its mind when the score is already sorted.
Yeah,
you're not that good expected score. We saw you. We clocked it. Nice finish, though. 113. Hey, they've got the runs on the board, and if they can start well with their bowling, and don't forget, Julius Somarora yesterday was in fantastic form, and Zach Wilson could be another dangerous man. So, Ginebresha, they'll feel confident they can get these runs. They won the toss, and they've done exactly what they would have liked to by restricting the old Victorians, but they're still going to go out there and get the runs. Lovely to see the Cricket School program running well, and more kids from the Cartama area here at the ground to greet the players, and they were greeted with some good hitting early on.
Yeah, to be honest, a few people getting golden ball vibes about this. But to do that, OVs are going to have to bowl and field very, very well. Ginna, we saw their batting kind of fall away against Hornchurch yesterday. Yeah. Can Old Victorians replicate that kind of pressure? But some decent fielding there from Ginebresha as well. It was a good catch by Bilal low down. I think ultimately they do get that top 3 before they can do too much damage. 2 of them very cheaply. Some rare for 37. Duckett battles hard, 45 off 23, gives his team a shot. 113 on the board, first innings of the day.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the fielding performance. I think it was a very good performance. Only the one error that I picked up, and that was when James Duckett was, you'd have to say, dropped by Rizwan on the boundary. But other than that, I think this is it here coming up, is it? No, that's the one that goes over and Waz flicked back. That's the bit of the stronger together team fielding. Yeah, so only that one error. Otherwise, a good performance. And I think, like I say, Rukhsar Ahmed, he really did use the bowlers very well. He had a plan in mind. And the good thing about it is you always, as a captain, have a plan in mind. But sometimes, well, it was getting hot all around the ground, even hot in the middle. But that was a nice, juicy shot. That's the first time I think we saw Rob Duckett get a boundary. But then after getting that boundary, he was done by this one that came into it from Bilal, who just changed the angle slightly. But then right at the end, a valuable boundary from Webster. And that could certainly make things interesting. It wasn't Webster, beg your pardon. It was Scott Simpson that came out to face the last ball. So Scott Simpson, watch out for him with the ball as well, gets a boundary, an important 4, which takes the score to 113. But yeah, two big innings there. Julius Amarora, 37 of 16, batted well. He's a good attacking batter. Still looking though for that big score that could make a big difference to the end result on the scorecard. And James Duckett, the captain, stuck around, didn't get going straight away, but then towards the end played some important shots. 45 not out from him. But yeah, going back to the bowling figures, I think the captain, you always have a plan, but sometimes somewhere along the line you have to change that plan because one of your bowlers gets taken apart. But it wasn't the case for Rukhsar Ahmed here. The plan went according to plan. It was perfection. And if you have a look at the economy rates there, forget the wickets. I mean, 2 wickets for Rukhsar, of course, 1 apiece for all the others apart from Imran. But if you have a look at the runs from the bowlers, all in the 20s, and I think you'll be very, very happy with that if you're a captain. And like I say, only the 1 error in the field to report. So well done to Gingerbread, but they're not there yet. Old Victorians, they're a side, a plucky side. They know how and where to be bowling to Gingerbread, and if they can execute their plans the same way that Gingerbread did, then maybe we could be talking about a golden ball. We're going to leave you with that thought. Rico Full here with Vinny Sandhu. We'll be back in about 10 minutes time to talk you through the conclusion of the first match of Championship Week on day 2, match number 6. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the beautiful part of Andalusia here in Spain. And we're in Malaga. This is the Cartama Oval in the Cartama area, an area well known for its agriculture and also for those beautiful mountains in the background, the Sierra de Cartama. And of course, we are bringing you the European Cricket League, the Champions League of cricket, from this is known as the Field of Dreams for European cricketers. One thing we need to make you aware of first up is the bonus point equation, 79. Now look, this is definitely a realistic task here for the batting side, Ginebrecia. If they can get this score in 7 overs or less, they can pick up all the points from this match. That'll be 4 points. So the first thing really, I suppose, the Old Victorians are trying to do here is get those wickets early. They're trying to win the game, of course they are, with a low score of 113, but they want to make sure that they can take it past the 7th over. So the least they will take away a point from this fixture, which is very important considering they have got 3 points on the board from a win yesterday. Short and played away, so they're not hanging around, Nisra Ahmed. And that was the one thing, if I was in the camp for Ginebrecia, if I was their coach, I'm saying to them, hey guys, put that 113 out of your head. Put it out of your head, and I'm telling you that you're going out there and you're chasing 150. So bat like you're chasing 150, because we know what happens when teams start thinking of a lower score. They start changing the way they play, and they don't need to do that. That's a good comeback, good delivery. And I think they're just doing a little bit too much. Maybe that one definitely going over the stumps. So Scott Simpson just faced the one ball, remember, and he hit that one for 4. And that could be, well, an important 4 runs in the context of this match. Low scoring one. It's the lowest score that we've seen scored so far after that the 107 that Pakaikia got yesterday against Hornchurch. So we know that, look, when you've got the best of the best out there, best batters and best bowlers, they're not always going to be big scores. There's going to be battles like this, and that's a good delivery as that one has Nawaz on the back foot. And that's a great shot. That's a beautiful pickup. Just a little bit too short, and Nawaz, well, he says, I'm going to go, boom, shaka, lagya, 6 runs, bolle, kinna sona, shaka, lagya. He's got this one sweet out of the middle. It's quite an amazing shot. It wasn't as short as I initially thought, but he was ready for it, and he whips it away. There's Nawaz. He was in good form for them in Championship week. Slightly slow delivery, could come back. We're trying to encourage the bowler as much as you can, and it's going to be a hard task for the bowlers, but it's one of those, I think, where everything has to go your way. You've got to take those catches, and the chances of run-outs. Nawaz over 280 runs in the series so far. They think about the run, but very quickly decides Nawaz that is not on, and sends Nisar back. It is the end of the over, and 11 will come from it. 11 without loss. And well, they stay at 11s. It won't quite be enough. So they still will be looking for that 1 over to really break away. That's the way it is here now, I think. When you look at the way this goes, I think the likes of Gina Brescia, they'll just keep looking to go at this sort of rate. But at the same time, they'll be thinking, all right, we need 1 over that can go big, and that puts us in sort of prime position to go on and win the match. Whereas I think Old Victorians, they'll be saying they need 1 really good over, you know, something like a 2-wicket maiden or something, which will put them in a good position. So it's going to be too wide. Nice use of the feet there by the wicket keeper. So the leading wicket taker is Scott Simpson, but this guy who played his first match yesterday coming into Championship week, Julius Sombrera, he was good. 3 wickets to his name. And that's a genuine edge, and that's going to be 4 runs with a third so wide. And I get the feeling that he probably just plays for this, Nisar Ahmed. I'm going to give him credit for this shot. So it's a little bit closer, but let's just have a look at this. Yeah, he definitely plays for that. That's a nice shot. They're keeping the third wide, though. They're not making any adjustments for that 1 shot at the moment. Samarora. Oh, this guy now goes short, but this is going to be, looks like it's been called a wide by the square leg. He's saying it's over the head, so Charles Croucher, I would say rather reluctantly goes with it. And I think you can see he's trying to say, I think that was the shoulder. Let's have a look at this again, see what we can pick up here. I mean, he's not the tallest, Nisar. And let's see. I think if he's upright, then I can see why the bowler is thinking otherwise. He wasn't quite upright, and I get the feeling that umpire's call, I'll say that's umpire's call at square. He's got to make a decision. It was there or thereabout, so it was called wide. With that ball in, as Nisar gets beaten this time outside the off. Come on, Jules. Come on, Jules. Well, he could be the jewel in the crown if they can pick up the wicket here. That movement away as well, and a little bit late movement. And what makes this harder for the batter is that he's sneaking it just in by that wide line. The ball's moving away, so you can see here now Nawaz we're just having a bit of a chat here to Nisar. Nisar's got a lot of experience behind him. And Nawaz is probably just making aware of the fact that we don't want to lose or chew up too many dot balls. So get something on it. He does get something on it. So you see another bowler that goes down. Rather awkwardly here as well, does Summerall. I think he just might have just landed just off the pitch there where the ground is a little bit softer. It seems to have avoided any injury, which is good. Summerall. Short and gets clocked a little. Wicketkeeper dives, can't stop it, and the fielder does brilliantly well. And well, for a moment, I thought we were going to have another viral clip here. And that was Theo Pullman. Theo I noticed Theo, he banked on the keeper getting here, so he sort of stopped. And then he had to get going again. But fortunately for him, he gets a good dive in, makes a save. And they might just be waiting to see this bit here, whether there's any issues. I don't think there's none at all. So well done to Pullman. And it could have gone all wrong there. But yeah, nice save. I think the umpires are just waiting for clarification. They'll get that now. It is the end of the over, and it's 19 without loss after 2. So despite one boundary and a couple of wides in that over, it's not a bad one at all from Summerall. As we can have a look at the tables there. Early days. Goes up and over, and we'll get a boundary. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Cuatro carreras for Nawaz, who I just sensed was getting a little bit frustrated the way things were going in that over, but that will take a little bit of tension off here from those tables. You saw that Hornchurch. Well, certainly played some horny cricket yesterday, didn't they? That's a nickname that they're picking up, Horny Church. They're sitting at the top with 2 wins out of win. They also picked up a 4-pointer. That's not the best of deliveries, and it's not probably the most tidies of wicket keeping as well. Get the feeling that this is going to be a couple of wides. And yeah, there's the single from Suleiman Saeed. And Old Victorian started the day in second. I mean, there's 3 teams with 3 points, but because of net run rate, because of the way they beat Drew with 14 balls to go. But, well, today things could change massively. The team in second, under the cosh at the moment. As this one is going to be caught. Really good catch, and that's what Jonty Jenner does. He makes difficult things look easy. Running to his left, has to pick it, runs to his left, gets down, gets low, gets dirty, takes a catch. And it's a good wicket to get. That's what you got to do, pick up those wickets. As I said, it's got to be a perfect fielding display from them. And that is the end of Nisar, who was just having a few issues, wasn't he, Nisar? He never really got too comfortable. There was some dot balls there as well, but I think he's playing this one and thinking it's a safe shot to play. But Jonty, oh, well, there you go. He's shaking the booty here. Look at that. Yeah, Dadin Butch from Jonty Jenner. Yeah, shaking it. Well, I'm liking that. Wiggle it just a little bit. Jonty Jenner, Nisar Ahmed, well, he wiggles himself back up into the shed as he goes for 10 off 9 deliveries. And, well, we'll save that one for the highlights later. Jonty Jenner doing his own little dance moves there. And now, well, he might have hurt his back doing that. He's just giving it a bit of a rub there. Well, the wiggle master, Jonty Jenner. Okay, so left-hander in, hence the change in the field. Young man, that's a Robbie Forrest. Goes from one side to the other. Hasn't yet clicked as Hassan. You know he's a powerful player. Will this be a chance for him to go? Not a big score, so you can pace yourself here. Nice start, full and straight from Zach Wilson. Yeah, really are supporting each other well. That's what they've got to do. Got to believe. Got to try and get inside the head of the opponents as well. Short, and where's it really? And that's where you can tell if a batter's in good nick or not. Being a left-hander, you sort of dream to have balls here. And they're the ones you put away. He's very late on it. He ends up wearing that high up on the thigh. So another dot. Gets bat onto ball and says no, turns down the run, and it's a good ball because it's quickly picked up by Summerall, and you don't want to be taking him on. So it's another dot. What a good over this has been so far. Remember, it started with a boundary, and then after that, after the 2 wides, he's come back strong. A wicket and 3 dots on the spin. Can he finish it well as well and really put the pressure on? They're looking to win the power play, and they will win the power play. Only 25 come from it, and you'll get a chance to have a look at the difference in the 2 power plays. So Victorians had made 36 for 1, and Ginebrescia 25. So just have a look at that in a moment. Old Victorians, would you believe it, have just put their noses in front just by a fraction. 51 to 49%. I think it's probably a little bit too early to have to really believe the win percentage by that much, but they've given themselves the right to believe here with that very good over. But they're going to keep trying different things. Matthew Webb is going to come on. So they're basically saying, right, we're going to try different bowlers until it goes wrong, and then we can go back to the ones that have done well already, and they've all done well. Scott Simpson went for just 11. We saw Summerall went for 8. And that one from Wilson was a fantastic over. Only going for just the 6 runs. Flicked away. Oh, gets a hand to it. It was 2 go to the boundary. Oh, that could have been an incredible catch. That's young Theo Pullman there. And, well, if they lost Nawaz here, then you'd say they were in a bit of trouble. Could have been in hot water. So he just flicks it away. He thinks he's got enough of it, but gets the hand of Pullman, who does ever so well to reach that. But it's going to be 4. And now the Yorker, well bowled, and Nawaz quite happy just to block this out. It's a bit of a tug of war, isn't it? As I said, Ginebrescia want to be dealing with going out there thinking they need more than the 114. They want to be going for big shots, but they haven't really been allowed to. And all Victorians are keeping themselves in this and keeping themselves ahead as well. As I'm joined back in the box by Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, look at the percentages. OV's just creep ahead. For the first time in a while. Hassan Ahmed, a bit like Nabi Light here, isn't he? Just needs to get going.
Once again, you see that's 2 balls that are in a zone where left-handers just lap it up, and he's missed both.
And I know it's quite funny that we're calling Hassan Ahmed light. He's a pretty big unit. He actually came out, hit the ball quite crisply yesterday, then ran himself out in a way.
Yeah.
Brilliant piece of fielding from Jalpesh Vijay of Hornchurch. Man, he had to go pretty quickly.
Yeah, well struck. Yeah, really, just a single.
Feels like a big crossroads game. It kind of is this way for most of this first half of the week, but Ginebrescia missed out on all the points their first game. They did get a win the second. They don't want to go 1 and 2. 2 and 1 feels a lot different to 1 and 2. All Victorians love to get the jump, love to go 2 and 0 rather than 1 and 1. This game is right in the balance.
Okay, now this time there's no fielder out there. He's gone more mid-wicket, no square back. So whereas Wilson had his man back for that catching position, you see Matthew Webb hasn't, so that one has been put away. So Sharuk Nawaz certainly is holding the key. Hasn't had it all his own way, but at least he is getting the ball away most of the time. So another boundary for Nawaz. Back to the drawing board for Webb. Can he get a good finish in here? Gone for 10, but that's okay at the moment.
1 boundary can handle. Just too short to Nawaz that time.
All right, false shot, catching opportunity. and can't get there. Now, when I'm looking at this again, I would like to know why the man on the boundary is not calling this and wanting it. That's an interesting one for me. I reckon that this one probably should be the fielder on the boundary who I think it looks like is that Simpson out there.
I'll tell you why. They just didn't think it was going to carry this far. To be honest, Zach Wilson sees it. He's pretty confident. And even just look at where he sets up. It's right off the end of the bat. Chases a wide. It would have been a wide. So he feels he's got it pretty comfortably. But it just kept on going.
Yeah.
So I just think, honestly, to me, even live, I thought that's the infielder's catch. But it just kept creeping and creeping and creeping. And in the end, it is going to be the end of the fourth over, 36 for 1.
Yeah, you've got to say that's got to be a bit of a chance there. It's one that you want to take because that's the set batter who now moves on to 20. He gets alive, 36 for 1. I suppose one thing that all Victorians would have been concerned about is maybe missing the opportunity to get anything out of this match. It looks like they will get something, bar being a terrible over that comes up here because they're still needing 78. And to get those 78 of the next 18 seems unlikely. So they will get something, but they're still thinking about the win. And the win predictor is thinking that they might go on and get this win as well. Few people said golden ball. Well, maybe. As Theo Pullman comes into the attack. Gonna go a little bit too wide here to the left-hander.
Yeah, fascinating game. Love these group winners going against each other. Hassan Ahmed, though, 1 off 6. He'll be hoping that he can catch up. And if he doesn't, he'll just be worried he's back into the kind of, gets got a quarter slump that has plagued him during this ECL.
Well, that's one way to get out of it. Hit a big ball and hit it hard, and he does. That's 6 runs. Manos arriba, arbitro. 6 carreras.
Yeah, and look, he's only 2 shots away from being well ahead in this innings, and there's one of them. That's very Hassan. It was a comfortable kind of ball for him to hit as well, kind of in the slot. And it's hard to believe, but I do believe it, and I've seen it before. Hassan Ahmed, remember on this ground, he was tearing apart the English 11 bowling when he was playing for Switzerland, where he resides these days. Gets his innings going there.
This one gets dragged away, so they have to settle for just a single. So good come back there by Pullman. I think he just slows this one down slightly. So still winning the battle in terms of the way this over is going. He's got 3 balls to get through here, but now he's bowling to Nawaz. They haven't elected to get square to go back. He's still in the circle, so Nawaz will be looking to flick this in that area again. He will when he gets a dirty ball like that. Now this one, you might have to look at the height on this. Well, first of all, how far does it go? Well, they're signaling 4 straight away. I'd still like to look at the height on it. I think this is potentially pretty high. Let's see.
Yeah,
how high
kind
is
of
it?
borderline for me. Oh, I suppose he's half a step out. What's the trajectory doing? Probably just okay for standing at the crease, but certainly worth a second look.
Yeah, you see from that angle, it looks pretty high, but it is on the way down because it's the slower delivery. But that's a win-win. Well, that's a good save there, COYMS. Doing a bit of practicing, and that one, if it touches, must have caught something on the way through. Well, the batter can't believe it's not being called wide. And the Suleiman is...
proper teapot job coming up.
Yeah, both the batters feel that that one should have been called. Wonder if we can pick anything up on here. I don't see anything whatsoever. I reckon if that hits the pad, yeah, must have caught a little bit of something. Short, can't bowl there, that'll disappear. And young Pullman is the bowler that they go after. So that will go for 6. Shaba, Kinna Sona. And the over goes for 19. The first real win in and over from the old Victorians. So this will be 6 runs. It goes all the way. And that means that the score, they do move into the 50s here now. Well, this is going to be a real close contest. Yeah. And at the moment, well, even Stevens, I don't mind that, though, from the old Victorians. While they're up front, they've used a new bowler for every over. So 5 bowlers being used. Now the captain can say, right, OK, who do I go to here now? Yeah. So it's not a bad ploy.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's a very fascinating contest at the moment. And I'm still quite enjoying the balance between bat and ball that we're getting back. And it just shows you People say bowlers are powerless. Well, they're not powerless. They just got to get better. That was my actual challenge in 2024 is bowlers, get better, get more consistent, hit your spot, develop your skills. The batters have done it in European cricket. I think we're seeing the bowlers and the fielders stepping up to the plate. We're seeing scores actually coming down a bit.
Yeah, well, fielding we know has been sensational. From when we started to see where fielding has come, it's been breathtaking. Some of the stuff we've seen yesterday was a great example, especially from Hornchurch. Or are we supposed to say Horny Church? Because they were pretty horny yesterday. Depends on really good, sexy cricket. But yeah, fielding's come along. Batting we've seen has evolved in this format. But bowlers have to get there as well. And, well, it's another new bowler has a little bit of spin, and it's going to be a dot. So I don't mind this at all. It's a brave move because you've had some bowlers that have put a good performance in with the ball. But you can see that the captain Duckett saying, nah, I'm going to try some spin. And so far, 2 balls, 2 dots. He's just keeping it nice at foot. You can see what he's doing. He's saying to Hassan Ahmed, if you want it, come and get it. Use your feet to me. And that's exactly what he does, and he's going to play a nice shot. That's a good shot. A little bit wider. He does draw him out of the crease. That's what he's trying to do. So he sort of wins the battle a little bit. That's James Duckett, but so does the batter by placing this beautifully for 4 runs.
Yeah. Hassan's kind of like dangerous chemicals being stored disturbingly close to each other. He could just explode at any time. Ticking at the moment.
Gives himself some room, and this one, fortunately for him, ends up hitting the bat, and I think it's right on the edge. If this one hits him on the pads, he's a goner.
Yeah, it hits the back of the bat. And that, again, when he's in, this is probably not landed yet. It's probably going miles over the fan zone. Hassan, in a way, gets a bit lucky.
I think he's still there. All right, he's going just above runnable, but maybe this is what he needs. Just a bit of time out there, and sooner or later he'll click. Nawaz, he has clicked. Goes down the ground. That's well stopped, and it was a matter of a couple of inches. But Zach Wilson stays well away from the rope. Just a single, so I think James Duckett would like the idea of having another go at Hassan Ahmed, the left-hander. And a couple of bounces before Zach does the fielding. It's another single, and it's a great over, isn't it? I mean, to have the confidence when an over just goes, the last over from young Theo went from 19, so it was the first win, like I said, for Ginebrescia in the over per over. And I thought maybe the captain thinks, right, I'll go back to one of my spearheads. No, he goes with another different bowler himself, and it's a great over, only 7 from it.
Yeah, off spinner to a left-hander, generally considered a good matchup, works out okay. 62 for 1 off 6, they need 13 and over. That's pretty much what I think is a par run rate. So whoever wins these 4 overs wins the game. I think it's about as simple as that.
All right, so here we are. We are now going back to a bowl. So after 6 different bowlers have been used, we now go back to Zach. And Zach Wilson bowled that over number 3, which only went for 6 runs. So they've got to get a win in this over for me, Ginebrescia. This has to be an over where they go past that 13. They need to be looking at 15. I reckon you're looking at 15s from here to bring that rate down going into towards the end of this contest. They need a big one. Wilson to bowl. Good full length delivery. And it'll just be a single. All right, Nawaz holds the key maybe.
Here, well,
a little bit of homework. What have you sent him some homework?
Yeah. You actually made him right. You know, you say, I will watch my mouth, and you have to write it out like 100 times. That's what he's doing at the moment.
Oh, nice.
Actually, you've got to be careful. If you keep using the Hornchurch variation, I might need to set you some lines. Here's Nawaz facing up.
And good change up. Gets a shorter one in dot ball.
Considering they've only lost 1 wicket, you'd imagine they'd be going better than 10s, which is what they're going at the moment. Yeah, very, very good defence this so far from Old Victorians, but also you've got to say the Ginebrescians haven't clicked often enough.
If they take this to 15 after this one required per over, well, they really put themselves in a good position. Well, that's his go-to shot. I have to say that even though this has been a very, very good performance from Old Victorians, and I know that they don't want to be following the ball, I understand that, But if you have a look at Nawaz, I reckon that the boundaries that he's hit, what's he hit now? I'm going to have a quick look at the boundaries he's hit, Nawaz. So he's hit now 4 fours. I reckon he's hit all of them in that area. So I'm surprised that they haven't put even the 45 or square leg back when he's out there and maybe just brought the man on the offside end. Because look, once again, going for it. This could be gone. Full, straight, gone. You see what I mean? Now, that's his shot to go for. Maybe that's smartness, though, from Old Victorians. Maybe they're thinking we want to leave it open so he does go across the line. Well, either way, here they get the wicket. That is a huge wicket, Vinny. Sharut Nawaz, LBW to Zach Wilson, plays round the straight ball. 36 he makes, and I don't think there's any doubt about this at all.
Yeah, it's just so full, isn't it? Let's have a look.
Gone.
Yeah, I just don't think that's missing the leg stump. I think it's getting a piece of it. And Suleiman Saeed agrees. So, jubilation for Zach Wilson as the batter was hitting it better out of the two of them. Nawaz has to go for 36 off 17, and the wickets column ticks over from 1 to 2. It's 67 for 2.
Janik Awas is the batter that they send in here now. We know the guy can hit it. And they've got a number of I mean, look, that's not shy away from the fact that a number of players that they have. Ghulam Fareed could have come out there. You could have even gone for a pinch hitter like Hassan Ali or even Bilal Khan, but they're not panicking just yet. Was needs to get going straight away. And they're asking the question why it is called. And I reckon that one is an appeal just to try and distract the umpire from doing his duty. But Suleiman Saeed, yeah, doesn't get sucked into it. Maybe disappointed with that delivery though, Zach. Just a new batter comes in to bowl it down the leg side. Janika Was sees the first ball go past him, so still it's no legal delivery for him yet. This one gets played away out of the hands of Pullman, and it's going to be saved, so they'll get two. So probably the second one that sort of Pullman's had a few issues with. It was a difficult catching opportunity, but a good save there.
Yeah, how important is saving these 2 runs? Okay, I suppose in a sense you give away a run with the misfield, but Watling, very athletic, pulls it back. Give away 1, save a couple.
Full, goes for it, doesn't get it out in the middle. Catch, beautifully taken, beautiful taken. That is absolutely brilliant. They want to check the height here maybe, I think. That's what I can see the signal from Suleiman Saeed say, let's check the height on it before we give the decision. They'll ask the batter just to stay there for a minute. I don't think there's any issue with the height. I reckon it's a slower delivery. Janik Awas has come out to this. He's hit this well. Watch this. You can't give that on height. He's come down the track. No issues there for me. But the catch, sensational. And he has to deal with the rope. Look, he has to pull the handbrake. He stops it. Nicely done. Good catch. Jonty Jenner takes his second. He's just a gun in the field.
Yeah, and you're right, because he does charge. I think you can see that's probably just below waist when he hits it anyway. But what a good catch that is by Jenner. Well, maybe it's time to shake the tush a little bit more for JJ as they're defending a pretty good score at the moment. This ain't over yet because anyone could come out and just probably pulverise the game into oblivion. But Janik Awas only makes the 2 in this one, and it's 70 for 3 after 7.
One man who can is Rizwan. I'm actually surprised Rizwan, they held him back. It's the end of the over. They're going to stay with a bit of spin. We'll go back to that maybe a bit later. Some of the places he's going to go to because this is big. Well, that is big. It goes all the way. Well, he won the battle in the first over against the left-hander Hassan Ahmed. Well, if there's ever a time for Hassan Ahmed to come good, now it is it as the captain gets hit for a Maximo first up. It's a bit of a full toss and he gets walloped.
Yeah, what a good shot. Hassan. He's just lurking. He's still there. Powerful. Can't hit 2 in a row though, can he? Can't hit 2 well in a row.
James Duckett really believing in himself, going with the spin again. That rate, oh, it's hovering around about that 13.5. All right, here we go. Rizwan. He has done some amazing things. We saw him bat really well in the group stages. He's a good player.
Rizwan can hit boundary straight away. Oh, swing and a miss. Just off a bit here, aren't they, Dinner Brescia?
No foot movement. Just swing across the line. Yeah, we're talking about a batter that has scored 227 in the 9 innings that he's had. Okay, goes for it, but he could be on his way as well. That is as easy as they come from Jonty Jenner. Come on, shake it, shake it. I want to see that. I want to see the old celebration again from Jonty Jenner. And takes the catch. That's his third. It's a wicket for James Duckett as well. And, well, would you believe it? Jenner Brescia, they're making a little mess of this run chase, aren't they? As Rizwan will go for a 2-ball duck. You're going to see the first Derek, and there we go. That's one way to do it.
You know what that is? That's Australian football. That's the goal signal. So Jenner just slipping one through for a major. Little shout out, maybe trying to win over some of the Australian viewers down there. But Rizwan has a 2-ball Derek for company as he walks off at walking stick 77 for 4. And Old Victorians just won't go quietly here. They've actually pushed the rate up to about 16 and over required.
Well, that's it. How quickly that can change.
And I've shown you
13 and a half, and it just changes like a big time with those couple of dot balls. Okay, James Duckett, the captain. It could be another, could it? Oh, yeah! Oh, well, I want to have a look at this. We're going to have to have a look at this. We're going to have to have a look at it. First of all, how close is he here? I reckon his foot touches a rope. And Jonty Jenner, that is so sporting as well. They're saying, yeah, it's definitely 6. Look, the problem is here is if he took it clean in his hands, he'll run away from the rope. But he's concentrating. It wobbles out of his hands. He's then concentrating trying to keep it a hold of it. If he released it early, but he wasn't able to get hold of it, and in the meantime, he just touches the rope there, and the right signal's given. It's given 6.
Yeah, it's a great effort. And he just...
What a moment that is.
It's one of the nasty things about having wide feet. I can relate to it. But anyway, could that be a big moment in the game?
Tanvir gets a life, gets a 6 there. Yeah, could that be a big moment?
He handed it over, but the damage was done, wasn't it? Yeah, just flicks the rope. And yeah, very sporting as we've got to say. Even on the replay, you didn't actually see the rope move, but did appear that he just grazed the rope, end of the over, 84 for 4. Got to finish on here, 30 required off the last 2 overs.
Tingle, tingle, tingle. Who's tingling here now? I tell you what, it's that sort of score. You've got to go at 15s. This becomes a huge over, and they are going to go to Scott Simpson to bowl it. Scott bowled the first. It went for 11. And I just think here, I mean, I can understand Duckett bowling because I think the batters probably want a bit of pace on. They can swing inside edge, the top edge, could fly away to the boundary. So this is the risk here, I suppose, now when you go back to pace. So Simpson's got to be full and straight. He's got to have the field well set. He's got the third back. And just have a quick look at this field. So third is back at the moment, mid-wicket back on the boundary. Square leg, they're keeping the square leg up. 2 men will go straight. And a sweeper going out there on the offside. So what a finish we're going to have here, folks. Here we go. Here comes Simpson. Full. It's out in that area, and it's going to go all the way. It's not a good start. It's a gundy ball. It's a full toss. It gets clobbered away, so Tanvir gets another maximo. Remember, he was lucky still to be there when Zach has stepped on the rope to give him 6. So, well, there's the height on that one as well. And I think they've decided that it's just okay. Wow. First ball goes for 6 from Scott Simpson. That takes a bit of pressure off Gina Brescia. What a match here, everybody. What a match to start.
Simpson's got to deliver, and he does. It's pretty well bowled. It's in the block hole. They'll only get a single. Watch those percentages. They'll be topsy-turvy. Every ball matters at the moment.
Oh, wow. So Gina Brescia just go. Well, that's a couple of 6s there for Tanvir. Puts them back in front only by a smidgen. Simpson now has to deal with a left-hander. Hassan Ahmed, he stuck around, 16 balls for 22. He could be the man who gets Gina Brescia the 3 points here. Swings, misses, dot ball. Gold dust in this format of the game. Still needing 23. 23 off 10 balls, everybody. 23 off 10. You're sitting on the edge of your seats. I know you are. You can't look away, can you? Biting those nails, some of you. Here we go. Shorter, hit straight, down the ground. It'll be a single. Gets fielded by the captain, James Duckett. What a match he's had with the ball and with the bat. how important were the runs that he scored?
Yeah, Simpson asked to bowl the 9th. Biggest over of the game so far. Tanvir made an immediate impact.
Slower ball, and he's panked it out of here. That is big. 6 runs. Now let's have a look at this side on. I know it's a slower delivery, but he gets it completely wrong. The first ball started with a 6, then he got it right. He goes for the slower one again. Doesn't execute it well. It's all right on height, but that has been mullered. 6 runs. Wow, what a game we have here. 16 off 7. It's high again. This one could be a no. It's been called. It's going to be a 7 up. Oh, Simpson, what has happened here? It's got to be bowled again to get past the 100 mark. Oh, this is disaster. 21 has come off the over, and there's still a ball to go.
Well, we say it all happens in the 9th. Well, there's pushing the envelope. He's just ripped up the envelope, hasn't he, here, Simpson? That's about, yeah, stomach high, probably a fraction higher. But what about the shot to get it out of the ground? And then also the free hit coming up.
Oh,
now it's down to 9 off 7. Old Victorians battled so hard to get back in this game, but this is T10 cricket, Rico, and it can change so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I bet you he's thinking, why did I go with these slow deliveries? Every time he's tried it, he's cooked it. And he's just going to try and hit the deck here, surely. He does. It's not out. You've got to run. Got to run. It's a free hit. Remember, the fielder forgets it's a free hit. He's asleep there. And they're going to get... Oh, well, look at this. A bit of argy-bargy. It's all happening there. Kabaddi, 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 kabaddi. Oh, well, I know just Winder loves it. They're going to get 2 here because they forget, well, 1 or 2 of them forget that it's a free hit. The fielder who is at third thinks it's a wicket. Is not. It's a free hit. The stumps gets tumbled. The stumps get knocked over, but the batters get 2.
Yeah, it'll be 2 byes. And some people will say, oh, how's that possible? But you've got to realise that it's not bowled because it's a free hit. So it's no different if you just hit the ball into the stumps at the other end. It's just a part of the field. And it's quite clever to run him out at this end now. As we saw the old unintentional body check. Bat goes flying, batter goes flying. That you'd have to knock a stump clean out of the ground. So probably the bowler's end was an easier way to try and get the run out. In the end, they'll get 2 more. 107 for 4 after 9. Coming up next, this will be a good one. COYMS versus Pakai Care, starting in around about 25 minutes. COYMS winning the toss and electing to bat in that one. We'll see last year's MVP in action against the MVP of 22, Mohammad Babar. So join us for that. Second of 5 matches today. All right, well, we do have a last over finish here. 7 required off 6. Hassan Ahmed is facing. And, yeah, Simpson. He'd love to have that 5 minutes back, wouldn't he?
Oh, how many times have we seen
Summer has
that?
been class here. Hassan's still not quite himself. This game's still alive, Rico.
Still alive, big time. I think the first ball is the key. I think Hassan is probably wanting to go after this straight away. They're needing 7 off 6. 7 off 6. Summerall to bowl to Hassan. Hits it. They'll go for just the 1. I don't see them really hustling to try and put pressure on the fielders. All right, 6 off 5, and it's Tanvir. So Tanvir has, well, 26 off 7. Remember, he could have gone without scoring. So that was a big moment, wasn't it? I mean, we're talking about that last over game for 23, but don't forget him not being caught on the boundary there by Zach Wilson.
That's true. Yeah, those 6 runs. Well, you're looking at Golden Ball 56 here. We have another championship week Golden Ball in the ECL. They wanted.
Battling with the wide line. In comes the throw. They'll take a bye.
This is one. Look, I think Hewitt's done a really good job behind the stumps, and I get he's got to stop it. But this is where he can maybe come up a metre or 2 because it's really good running. Hassan sees that he's having a bit of difficulty taking the ball, and they sneak one. And even that one at this stage makes such a big difference. 5 off 4 now. Hassan Ahmed back on strike, can win the game with 1 swing.
Well, it's going to be more buys. Oh, dear. Well, I mean, you just would think you get a dot ball in here, it changes things, but that's 2 buys.
Yeah, subtle things. So the other reason you might come up a couple of metres is because you're probably going to get a fair few slow balls that aren't carrying, just like this one. So I'm not really criticising the keeping, but it's the positioning that maybe you can save a couple of runs there. 3 singles. We've had 3 singles essentially so far in this over. 3 more. We're in Golden Ball territory.
4 off 3.
Oh, Sumarez, the guy. He's the guy you want the ball in his hand right now, though. 4 to win.
Dot ball. And this time, well, it's got to hit him, surely. And they do. But it makes no difference at that end, I suppose. You can see some roar. He's roaring into the face of the batter, Tanvir. But that end doesn't matter, I guess. It's you still get the established batter on strike, even though it's been a little bit of an up and down innings from Hassan. But I think he's the wicketkeeper. If he hit at that end, don't forget then the new batter would be on strike. So it's the miss from the keeper that, for me, is the big moment there.
Yeah, you're right. Would have had a new batter on strike. We'll just check it here. Misses the first time. Here it comes, and I think he's just out.
Yeah, we'll have a good look at this, but I think the umpires are still saying, well, hang on a minute, let's have a good look. This is show us. Yeah, he's gone. I think that confirms it here. And yeah, adios. But, okay, so I said they wanted a dot ball. They get a dot ball. So we're at, if my maths is correct, are we at 4 of 2?
Yeah, so 4 off 2. Geez, this is right in golden ball territory now. I mean, Hassan, he's mishit more balls in this innings than he's probably normally mishits in a season. But he just loved one out of the screws right now. Tanvir, pretty handy, 26 off 9. But yeah, 10-pin bowling from Hewitt wasn't quite on task.
I think he's got 2 balls to hit a boundary. That's what he's thinking. I've got 2 balls to hit a boundary.
Still think
this is the pressure
You're
ball.
not turning down a 1 here. 4 to win.
To the fielder. It's another miss hit. Can they go back for 2 here? Big moment. In go, they will. Oh, it's all gone wrong. It's all gone to pot.
Simpson.
What has happened here? Oh, dear. Scott Simpson, the man who went for 23. Now he makes the misfield. And even then, still, he should have recovered, and he couldn't get the throw in. He's got the lurgies.
Oh, we're on high golden ball alert now, aren't we? As I know Corey's watching this one pretty closely. Put it that way. 1 for a golden ball, 2 to win. And you pretty much got to go for 2 no matter what. Just kind of misfielded, then couldn't regain his composure. Here's the last ball.
Gets back onto it. We're going for, hang on a minute. There's been a real wipeout here.
Well, he's got to complete the run.
They could get the ball and run him out here, but they're not doing it. I think this is sporting here. Very sporting. It's a real collision here between Samarar and the batter. That's Hassan Ahmed, who is down on the ground. We're going to have to wait and see what happens here. We're going to have to wait and see what happens, because I think the ball must be called dead here now. Yeah, but they could have picked it up and run out.
But I understand they're not going to run him out. It would have been 1. But here's my issue. He never actually completes the run. I mean, it was an accidental collision, right? It was an accidental collision. You can see he's going for the ball.
Yeah.
They both kind of saw it coming, but Hassan looks hurt. But what's the result of the delivery?
Oh, well, now
this is honestly, even for us, this is crazy. Because if you ask Jersey, then they would probably say, look, we'll give you the run, right?
Yeah.
Because it would have been 1. But he never makes the run, never completes the run.
I know. I mean, sportsmanship is something. I mean, there is a collision there. I think a lot of people will see that and think, well, is he deliberately lashing out there? I don't think he is. He knows there's impact. He's trying to avoid the impact himself and trying to sort of get Hassan away from him. They collide.
Boy.
He could quite easily pick the ball up, run to the other end, knock the bails off, and then that would have counted as out.
Yeah.
Now, I would like to know what decisions being made here.
Well, this is 100% kind of. This is where, look, common sense would say that to me is a run. He was going to make it, but he's never actually made it. You don't think you can give a run that isn't actually made, right? So Hassan, he does kind of try and get out of the way at the last moment. Samarer's heading to the ball. This is where, honestly, if he walked it, they would have said, okay, fine. I mean, Jersey, they never looked to get the run out, which is the right thing to do, because I don't think it was going to be a run out. I don't know, though. I think both players make a little bit of, what's the word? Self-preservation in the last metre.
The thing is, though, you can't give a run if a run's not been completed. That run's never completed.
I mean, he could probably
for me,
get
it's
up
no
and
run.
walk.
It's also no wicket. Do they just call it a dead ball?
Yeah, I think the right thing to do feels like to at least re-bowl the ball.
Yeah.
You know, to at least re-bowl the ball.
Now, Hassan is
there might be a retired
it doesn't
hurt
look
situation.
like he's going to be able to continue.
So here's what I would say. If you want to try and think in the laws of cricket then, you know, the ball can be dead at any point there's a serious injury. You might consider that. Now, the ball was in play, the play wasn't completed, so the right thing to do is probably to re-bowl the ball.
Now, here's an important moment that both the umpires are speaking with the captain. Now, I wonder if they're saying here, look, it's down to you. What do you want to do? Are you able to say, look, it's a run, and we just say the scores are tied, we go to golden ball? What do you want to do? Or are we saying it's a dead ball as we bowled again? It's a big decision here for the captain.
Doesn't feel right if they say, hey, it's a dot, we win. It's either a golden ball or you re-bowl the ball. Look, both of those in their own way are kind of fair.
I think you'd have to re-bowl the ball, if I'm honest, because you can't give a run if it's not completed. And you can't say, oh, because someone could quite easily say here, yeah, but I could have picked up the ball and run him out. I didn't. So I could have done that. I'm being sporting here. So both sets of teams in something that's clearly an accident have to show huge sportsmanship here.
Yeah.
For me, maybe the right thing. But the other thing here is, Vinny, let's remember this as well. Whatever happens here, a new if they bowl the ball again, it's a different batter. I think that could really work in the favour of Ginebrecia, because Hassan Ahmed, all right, I know he was a set batter, but he never really clicked. Another batter could come out there and hit the next ball for a boundary, win them the match. So what's fair here?
Yeah, well, what's unfair, I think, would be to call that a dot. It was never going to be a dot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was an unfortunate situation. So I think either it'll be re-bowled or we'll have a golden ball. They're taking their time. They've had a chat to the captain. As the old Victorian side, I would not feel quite right about winning the game in that way anyway. I know there's a lot on the line, but we do talk a lot about the spirit of cricket and what it means. And sometimes spirit of cricket moments, you know it when you see it. So, and here, it just doesn't quite feel right to give the game up. And it is a serious injury. So if the ball's dead, I don't think you can call the ball completed. I think it has to be bowled again.
When you see a collision like that, I think umpires would probably say, right, okay, soon as that happens, even though it's accidental, you'd have to say, right, hang on, guys, that's a serious issue, serious collision. The batter has gone down badly.
There's only one batter out there.
You have to say that it's going to be a dead. My thinking here, you call a dead ball. Now, hang on, what's happening here?
They're shaking hands.
Shaking hands now. So
I don't think you can call a dead ball when they've already crossed. It just doesn't seem right. If they're saying this is the end of the game, and that's what they're saying the game is over. And I've got to say, I don't think that is a just
so they're giving
decision.
that to win to
So in the end, Jersey going to win by a run? That's not right. Sometimes, spirit of cricket, you talk about it sometimes. They might be saying, look, our hands are tied, but I don't think they are.
You know what?
You've got to at least, how can you call the ball dead when they've already crossed for a run and a serious injury has prevented the run? I don't know. It's
an interesting one. I know there's going to be a lot of talk about this. A lot of people that know the cricket. I think we'll probably hear a few umpires maybe coming on and saying how they would deal with it. There's probably some tournament referees out there. But, I mean, the decision has been made. I know there's been a lot of consultation there between umpire speaking to the captains. There's probably the tournament referees probably been talking to the Ginebrecia captain, Ruksa. So it looks if though, it's come up now on Old Victorians beat Ginebrecia by 1 run. That, I got to admit, as a neutral, that leaves a sour taste in my mouth as we have a look at the highlights here. I think for me, looking at the way that went, I mean, whatever the laws of cricket say, I don't know. For me, I'd be saying you call that a dead ball. It's a serious incident. Call it a dead ball. I know it, and again, with having to bowl that one ball with the scores the way they were, it could have gone either way. But it's going to go down as a victory to Old Victorians. It's an incredible defence, I have to say. And all I will say on that is the likes of, Scott Simpson. You got away with it, buddy. You got away with it. He went for 23 in the 9th. And then also, don't forget, his error in the field as well. Don't forget that error in the field where it should have been probably a 1, but he misfields it. It goes past him. He doesn't get the throw in to get 2. So all of those little things. Well, John T. Jenner was shaking it. Darlin Butt style. Yeah, he was wiggling it just a little bit. The fans were there loving it. There was plenty of Cerveza Victorias going around, a beer partner. And, this one was close. Zach Wilson couldn't get to it. I thought that maybe the field on the boundary could have come in for it. But things were always going to be close. We knew this one was going to go to the wire. A few people, even before the start, even Corey was thinking, this one's going to the wire. He's making some notes. But it all changed, didn't it, coming to the last over. That was absolutely plumb, no doubt about it, full and straight. That was the end of Shahrukh Nawaz, who was the key at that time, 36 and 17. And then this was the run out there right towards the end. And it was all happening towards the end. And that's the run out. And then this one, look, there he is again. Simpson just having a bad day. And even couldn't even get the throw in. But it was all in the end, I suppose, still worked out for Old Victorians, and it finished in crazy style. Remember, 7 was required off the last, but they only managed to get just the 6. This is the incident, banging into each other, and it's a clash between Hassan Ahmed. Of course, one thing we haven't really talked too much about. Let's just hope that Hassan Ahmed is okay. He gets hit bad. I mean, watch this. He's right on his shoulder. And there's the two players go shoulder to shoulder. Julius is the one that ends up on his feet, so he's okay.
Yeah.
But Hassan is not. You can see a lot of talk going on here. And I think Andy House having to sort of keep the calm there as things were brewing. And I suppose myself and Vinny, well, we've decided we don't like the way that game's ended. But
I've gone to the laws. You know, the umpires can call dead ball on any, on a serious injury. Now, what? So it's no doubt, okay, the ball's dead then. But the question is it re-bowled or not? And look, a couple of things. Now, if Hassan, if he had a heartbeat, he needs to try and get to the other end. They would have counted the run. They would have counted the run if he could have gone another 10 metres. We don't know how serious it is or not. I will say that both players probably equally responsible and for the collision as well, because they were just trying to protect themselves. Hassan's come off second best, obviously. And I'm not just saying it's what it feels like. I'm also talking about the laws. And you do give a dead ball in that situation, but this is what happened. The Jersey players said, it's up to you if you want to, in the spirit of the game, consider that a run because it would have been a run. They said, no, we'll just take the win. That's what's happened as well. So that's what's happened. Like I say, it's always laws versus spirit of the game. Sometimes spirit of the game, you just know it when you see it, and that doesn't have a good feeling. Probably the most disappointing finish I've ever had in over 3,000 matches.
The only thing I say about that, if what you're saying has happened, then why don't they just pick up the ball, run to the other end, knock the bails off? If you're going to do that anyway. So in one moment you're a bit sporting, on another moment maybe you're not.
I think it's disappointing. I think that sometimes it's not just about it being a golden ball or anything. It's just about the game finishing in a way that it's such a great game. I'm not going to quite say it's our underarm of 1981, but it's not far off. Anyway, we'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 10 minutes, taking you into the second game of the day. Controversy hitting as Ginebrescia walk away with the loss. Old Victorians with the win. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll take a quick break, back with CIYMS versus Pack Care when we return to the Cartama Oval for more European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol in the beautiful Andalusia region of Spain. The sun is out and it's perfect for cricket. And coming up next, match number 7 will be lucky for one of these two teams. We've got CIYMS of Ireland taking on PACAK Badalona of Spain. Well, these two, they do have some recent history, having met in Championship Week last year. They're going to meet for the first time in this tournament, though. Both these teams just the one match yesterday. Time for the coin toss. In Ramage has the giant coin and a giant crowd of the kids from El Sexmo School today in the region. Let's see what happens at that coin toss.
You want to hand over? Yeah.
Thanks.
CI, you're the home team, you will toss the coin, yep, and PACAK, the away team, you will call, yeah? There you go.
European cricket.
It's been called European cricket, it's come down, oh, Andalusia, so you've won the toss. Okay, toss won by CI, we're going to bat first.
Great to have the kids here, and the Cricket School project is quite amazing. Thousands of youngsters have been introduced to cricket in the region, and we're hoping the next generation of stars is here at the Cartama Oval right now, and hope they're enjoying their cricket experience. John Matchett wins the toss though and elects to bat. No surprises there. The Irish, they like to bat first, they like to go big. Jason van der Merwe and Doherty always threats at the top of the order, but they're getting a bit of help, aren't they? McCulloch's been good, Matchett's been good. No, they'd like a bit more out of Maxi B, Max Burton in there as well, but a pretty strong batting unit, and that's what they're going to lead with. Watch out also for the flipologist, Jacob Mulder. No one seems to be able to hit him at all. Mohammed Baba, of course, leading PACAK Badalona. They were a little disappointing yesterday, weren't they, against Hornchurch. Just struggled to handle the heat, but they would love to open their wins column today against CIYMS. Watch out for Daniel Dorkaya at the top, and of course, Sebastian Brutt. Well, he's been getting better and better for PACAK as this tournament goes on. Rico Full standing by as we get ready for the first ball. The news from the toss. CIYMS, the Irish, have won the toss, having a hit in match 7. Rico, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo. Well, I told you it's going to be hot, hot, hot here today. Well, hot and spicy in the middle, especially a very peculiar and weird end to that last contest. A lot of talk about it. And I think the talk will continue, not just for the day, but maybe for weeks to come as well. We're Old Victorians winning by 1 run with that crazy end to the match. And, well, sometimes it's these things come to test us, and you can see that the match officials went by the laws of the match. And in the end, there was that question put to the captain of Old Victorian to say, do you want to give the run and go to the golden ball? And the answer was no. He said, we'll stick by what the laws say. And the laws say if there is a dead ball, then obviously the ball becomes dead, but it doesn't get bowled again. As a result of that, they fall short by 1 run. Anyway, we'll save that for another day. This is going to be a close contest. You can see there by the rim predictor, just 2% in it. And yeah, PACAK Badalona looking to start their campaign here on Championship Week after not a good performance. So they're looking to come back well after being beaten by Hornchurch yesterday, where the batting just never really clicked. Only Mohammed Baba, who's going to bowl the first ball, getting 30. DDC got a 22 of 13 and some good valuable runs off 8 balls, 21 from Sebastian Bratt, but really never got going. Kevin Griffiths was great for Hornchurch yesterday. Here we go. And the start of this one. Baba bowling, and it's a nice straight delivery. It just gets worked away by Jason van der Merwe, who, well, the way he plays is just to attack, attack, attack. It's all about brute force. There's Doherty, and that tells you that it's a hot day. As Elsa has got the old traditional Spanish flag out here today on Dia de Padre, Spanish Father's Day. So hello to all the dads, and enjoy your day. Okay, Baba just making a few changes to the field to Doherty, the left-hander. plays this to the fielder and says no run. CYMS, of course, had their victory against Forfarshire in the Ireland versus Scotland battle, 129-93. Forfarshire getting a point when at one point didn't look likely. That's a bit of, oh dear. Well, I was just about to say that's a missed opportunity from Doherty, but he makes the most of it because, well, Mohammed Atif, he makes a meal of this. That's not good fielding. One thing I will say maybe at times that I think Pakakea Batalona with ball and bat can certainly compete there, right up there with the best. Where they let themselves down and where they need to change is with the fielding. And that could be the downside to their game. That should never have been fought. That one. Good delivery from Babar, plays it into the deck. Ishan behind the stumps makes a stop. Hello to Leroy Cunningham, who's watching from Jamaica. Nice to have you with us. Slow delivery, well bowled, well played. End of the over, just that one disappointing misfield really. But not quite, still one to come. There's Stephen Gooch says one more. The umpire at the bowler's end, and Sulaiman Saeed is the umpire at square. So one ball to come, just a 5 from it so far. And gets the wicket. The stump goes down. It's the leg stump clean out of the ground. As Cricket Doherty goes right across the line, gets it wrong really. And he's going to go. And Babar, big Babar, gets the wicket of Doherty, who gets a fortuitous boundary. But then we'll go. And I suppose this is where Mohammed Atif will turn around and say, you see, I kept him there for a reason. So you could get him out, captain. And Babar does it. And it's a great start for Pakakea. They get the wicket of Doherty early. It's a good one to get. Gets bowled there by Babar. As Vinny Sandhu joins me back in the commentary box.
Yeah, thank you. And let's just say plenty of spirited discussion, as you would. Well done by Babar to get the big wicket of Doherty. It's kind of taken our eye off the ball. No pun intended. As Doherty walks back for 4, 5 for 1. So we'll probably have to spend a little bit of time trying to digesting that last one. Looking at the run rates though by the day, you can see 12 yesterday. Probably on the low side compared to the qualifying stages, but overall 12.8. So yeah, that 120 par on first day of action here at Championship Week. Here we go with Hassan Ali. Okay, so here's what makes this a complicated issue. According to the laws, you can call a dead ball on a serious injury, but the laws, remember, they're quite old and they don't really probably think it's going to happen on the deciding ball of the game, right? So if it's any other ball in the game, probably just, if it's a dot or not, you forget by the end. But the fact that it's the ball that decides the game makes it a bit complex, but doesn't change the law. Okay, so down. Yeah, so what happened was the umpire said, well, letter of the law hasn't completed the run, so we can't really give a run. But they did offer that option to Old Victorians. Again, sometimes when you talk about unfair play, and you start talking about grey areas, there's Law 42 unfair play. And then we start getting an awkward conversation because unfair play includes the deliberate action to obstruct a batter. And then now it seems like you're kind of besmirching someone's reputation, which is not what we're trying to do. But as this one is just carved away, well, they stop this one, not quite, it'll be 4 runs. And a bit of a fence impact from Mochim. So, I mean, a lot of people saying, look at the replay. Sumaret takes his eye off the ball. I won't say initiates the contact, but he prepares for the contact. It maybe makes the contact worse than it should have been. Okay, Hassan is also kind of partly responsible. He takes the first step intentionally or otherwise. He knows where the ball is. He's gone on the bowler's side of the pitch. He's gone on the ball side of the pitch. So again, he has done something. So that both players probably could have done something differently. As this is hooked away in the air, is it going to carry the line? It will. Maximo. Jason van der Merwe goes large. I wonder what his opinion will be on that one. He's in the box a little bit later, but sees Carreras. So this is one of those things that if you did determine it's deliberate attempt to obstruct the batter, well then you've got a whole other bunch of penalties, like 5 penalty runs and official sanctions. Again, it's unclear, I suppose, how deliberate the action is and how serious the action is that leads to the collision. Now, in the end, you know, you talk about common sense not being that common. The fair thing, and I've spoken to a few people already about this, there were two fair outcomes that people tend to think. And if you just, from a cricket point of view, one would be to concede the run, because there's always going to be a run, or one would be to re-bowl the ball. You know, that's the general consensus so far. All right, in the air, and that one's going to go over the top as well. And out of here, Maximo, 6 more to Jason van der Merwe. So it's a tough one. Just, you know, spirit of cricket. Spirit of cricket, sometimes it's a bit of intangible. Also, everyone has a different opinion on what the spirit of cricket is. I will say that initially, no, Jersey, you said it to me, they had no intention of going for the run out, did they? They would have conceded the run at the time if Hassan had physically been able to make it to the other end. And then I don't know how serious it is on Hassan. Now, maybe his shoulder's gone, you know, it is what it is. But I mean, if I was out there, I can tell you, if I could have at all dragged myself to that crease, I would have. Because now it's created an awkward situation that's been resolved in a way that most people would feel is a little bit disappointing. But it is what it is, and our Victorians get the points in the end. Baba comes back for over number 3.
Baba, a great first over for him. And Carson McCulloch, who's put in a good show so far. He scored a half-century last night underneath the floodlights, 50 of 24. And a good partnership there between him and John Matchett was quite important, 23 of 17. And that's just a loose delivery from Baba. It's a hit-me ball. And Carson McCulloch, well, he's in the sort of form to do just that. He clubs it away. Yeah, Vinny, you know, so many things to process. And when you've been part of the game for a long time, every so often these little things come up and you start talking about a lot of things. But one thing I think there is always a place for in any sport, common sense. There's always a place for common sense. And I thought that, you know, I know you can go by the laws of the game. You have to, but I think you can always apply a little bit of common sense. And for me, it's just a good shout, I think, but going down the leg side, Stephen Goot says not out. So I just think common sense for me would have been to say, look, the way the match was going, the run would have probably have achieved, let's just say, the run's achieved, golden ball.
That way you could have, or either way, if you've resolved it, re-bowling it or golden balling it, both sides would say, okay, that's a fair outcome. Whoever won, whoever lost. Yeah. Okay, at least the way it was resolved was fair. Anyway, this is just a step across, and I think it's gone all the way. I'm going to think this is a Maximo, but it's a long way away from me. So why don't we have a little bit of a look here?
I think it might have just be a sneaky one because
you think it's a 6. I'm going 6 here. It is away, and it's.
We'll catch up with this in a moment. Here we go. And yeah, that's 6.
So 6 carreras. But the way it resolved itself that way, certainly, even on the winning side, like basically you've won the match because your player had the better of the collision. That's what's happened, right? So, and I am kind of feel for Summer in a way. It's a natural instinct. He protects himself by making sure he doesn't come off second best in the collision. He's got a running start. Hassan Ahmad's taken 2 or 3 steps. So, like, I can understand that in the moment. But the fact that's why they win the game, how they do. Because he knocked him so badly that he couldn't continue the run. And that just, any cricket person, I think it's hard to make an argument. I just think it's a bit of a hole in the laws. I think that there's the dead ball call for injuries. That's in the laws, 35 for 1, by the way, after 3. But I think it should be added that the ball may be rebowled at the umpire's discretion. And you have to put that discretion in there and actually write that into the laws, because I just don't like the feeling of our hands are tied in a situation where, let's be honest, there was never going to be a run out there if there wasn't a collision.
And also, let's face it, it's a very difficult one to be put into the captain. You know, it's Jamie Duckett. I mean, to put a captain or any individual in that position, it's a difficult one. And I mean, we'll never know the real truth in the answer, but I'd love to know if other captains were put in a similar position, how many of them would have said, yeah, give them the run, we'll go with the golden ball. I don't think you should put individuals in that position, you know, because either way, some people will say he's a horrible man, he's not very sporting, when we know they're very sporting, so that's not true. Okay, high in the air, catching opportunity, and it's been taken, and that's a huge wicket Jason Van der Merwe will go, and it's our man Rabani who takes the catch. So nicely done. Sebastian Bright bowls his first and gets a wicket straight away.
Yeah, well, good catch. It's a big moment in the game, isn't it? Jason Van der Merwe just skies this, and well held down there. Rabani had plenty of time to think about it, came in, protected the ball, absorbed the blows with his elbows as Brutt comes in, makes an immediate impact. He gets the big fish of Jason Van der Merwe for 18. It's 35 for 2.
Yeah, nicely held. So yeah, I just think, you know, to put the captain in that position is a tough one, because I think whichever way you go, you know, some people are going to say either way, you're either wrong or you're right, and that the debate, well, like we're having here, the debate will continue. It's just a horrible thing, a situation to be put into. All right, talking about situations, not a bad situation this for Pakake Banalona, trying to register their first win. They lost, you could say, pretty badly yesterday, 107 to 111. Hornchurch winning quite comfortably, and now trying to get their campaign started. Matchett, well, he's been in good form, hasn't he, the captain with the bat, and he comes out and he puts the first one over the rope for 6 runs. John Matchett gets 6.
Yeah, so I'm going to try and wrap up this debate in the first few overs of this, because obviously we want to give a fair bit of attention to this game, which is a pretty good one between COIMS and Paco Care. You see the spectators coming in and enjoying some of the local product. Some very good looking spectators we've got in at the moment. Anyway, here's Brutt. Just played away beautifully off the back foot by Matchett. He's in some sort of form, isn't he, John Matchett?
I think the best that I've seen him in. I mean, hits a 6 now, 4, 6 and 4. Coming all together, everybody. Come on, stop talking about the last one. 6 and 4. Hungry for more. Nice shot.
Yeah, good question from Ian. What if it was, and I said this before, if it was any other ball, it probably wouldn't decide the game directly, so there wouldn't be as much scrutiny on it. Yeah. Whatever decision, probably they would have gone fine. That's a great shot by Matchett, who's up and out of the ground. Maximal, 6 runs, 51 for 2 now, 50 coming up in the 4th over. Yeah, so I think that whatever decision you made, if it was earlier, it would have just been history. No one would have really thought about it that much. If you'd re-bowled it, if not, it would have felt like the right thing to do, but it wouldn't have had such direct consequences. I just think it's something that even on ECN's never happened, and we've seen almost anything happen. But to happen on a last ball, I mean, Hassan, you don't need your shoulder to walk. I don't know. I feel that
The thing is, though, you don't know how. I mean, if he was in,
I know.
pain,
I love Hassan as well.
He was in a lot of pain. You're in
one of my favourites. Yeah, maybe
know?
not thinking about it, but I mean, game on the line. I don't know. I think that probably would have avoided this whole debate in the first place. So look, it's done. It's dusted. That's the way it is. And yeah, and look, everyone's got an opinion, but I mean, I played my cricket pretty hard. I played in a system where it was pretty hard, but I can't imagine you have that elation. We missed either team having that elated feeling, which one team deserved.
Yeah.
One team deserved that in that cricket match, and we didn't get it. We had almost like you win on a technicality, and you can't argue with that. You can argue the law, you can argue the interpretation, but you can't argue that there was a disappointing finish to that game. Anyway, we'll move on as we get to the end of the over. Now 52 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, good. I suppose a mixed over there for Sebastian Bright. Does pick up a wicket of the very first ball. Good held catch there by Rabani. But then there was 3 boundaries that followed, and just that single. But yeah, you're right, Matchett. He's been in very good form. I tell you who else has been in good form. He gets the ball here now, and that's Rabani. And you can see he's in good form because he's getting the ball pretty early here. So Rabani will once again be hoping that his mixture of pace and line and those slower balls will get him some more success. For a light watching him, it's been very good. And it starts with a 3-1, which just works away for a single. So Rabani's picked up 7 wickets now in the campaign. Leading wicket taker, joint, and worst joint, but now it'll be Sebastian Bratt with 9 for Pekka Care, Mohamed Baba with 8.
not often you get situations that you haven't seen before when you've been doing it for this long. Pakakea, fraction ahead at the moment. See how YMS looking to, in a sense, rebuild. Strange a team can be going at 12 plus and over, and we're talking about rebuilding, but McCulloch can match it. They've been getting better and better every game.
Yeah, McCulloch is closing up, going past the 150 now in this tournament, and he's captain, and he's not far behind on around about that 150 mark. So you've got two good batters out there. This is a pretty key partnership between the captain and Carson McCulloch.
This one's just worked away, pretty hittable. For some reason, match it goes a bit bottom hand heavy and drags it to the leg side for one.
I think it's that variation of pace. That was the slower delivery, the little grunt sort of gave it away a bit. So he would have liked to have got that in the gap between the man and mid-wicket and square. But finds mid-wicket, gets the single. Good little over so far here from Rabani. I like the way he gets to his mark, takes a deep breath, has a think, what am I bowling next? And then he comes.
And this time, more of a straight back shot. Rabani's got the batters guessing, don't they? Well, they're going to take on a 2. Oh, if they get this is very, very slack out there. Just very good identification from McCulloch that the fielder was so slow to get there.
Yeah, I mean, if he's got an issue with his shoulder, he can't throw. Why is he there? Because now all of a sudden, I think CYMS have seen this and thought, right, every time it's going there, we're going 2. He's got no arm. So if you can't throw from there, then you can't be there. You've got to be changed. All right, chance, or maybe taking a 2 works out in their favour. It does, because the catch gets taken. No mistakes there from Mohamed Yassin. Once again, I think there's the field where you can see him now there on the boundary. He's holding his hand up to say, that belongs to me because I gave him 2. Well, I tell you what, and I certainly wouldn't be highlighting that. I'd still be giving him a bit of a mouthful, and nobody's going over to him or acknowledging him. And I think that's Sukhinder out there. It probably is. He's saying, yeah, that was all thanks to me, you know, because he got back for 2 and then we get out. But still, he gave away an extra run. That's the way I look at it. But it's a good wicket to get because, like I said, that for me was the key partnership. So Carson, soft missile really for somebody like him. He goes for 16 of 8. There's a Yassin, takes the catch.
Yeah, nice catch by Yassin. He's a pretty good addition, isn't he, to his Pakakea lineup. Maxi Burton comes to the crease at number 5. He showed us glimpses of what he's capable of at times during this tournament. And, of course, we saw him in 2021 when he was keeping for the Ireland 11. Actually stormed through their group, but went down in a memorable group final to the hosts. Last ball the 5th. It's a fair way down the wicket, so I don't think you can consider this for LBW. That'll be the end of the over. Pretty good one from Rabani. It's 58 for 3 after 5. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Zander here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me. And yeah, just finally touching on that last game. Look, I'll just finish with this. You see it all on the European Cricket Network, don't you? It's cricket taken to the nth degree, and probably see a few more interesting moments before the week's done.
Yeah, I think that one, we're talking about it. I think it will probably generate a bit of conversation, probably around the globe, because it's an interesting one. You don't see it too often. Yeah. Especially when, a match is at stake. I mean, like you said, if it happens in middle of matches or whatever, everybody forgets about it. But when it happens at a crucial point like that, it's, let's say it's a difference between 3 points or 1, isn't it? In the end of the day, 3 points or 1.
See if it matters by the end of the week as well. Anyway, here is the start of the 6th over, and Hassan Ali coming back for a 2nd over.
Rabani, great over from him again. Hasn't he come into his own, Rabani? Just 6-1 from that, picks up the wicket as well.
So, yeah, this is where it gets awkward because there's no really scope in the laws it goes from accidental to deliberate, like binary options, an accidental collision or deliberate. I've got to say, there's somewhere in between with that. Right, and like I said, both the batter and the bowler kind of were not, neither of their hands are clean. Hassan deliberately takes a step, I think, towards the ball to kind of create a bit of traffic, but then he wasn't prepared for what came next, which was Samaria basically saying, okay, there's going to be a collision. I'm going to look after myself, and he had a bit of a running start, right? So it but then to make the call saying it's deliberate, then you're dishing out penalties. I don't think they're intended or appropriate for the situation. Right now, Matchett, well, he's not too worried about the controversy. He's just keeping on here, isn't he? The Irish captain whips that away. Maximo, 6 runs.
Yeah, good shot after losing out to the short one. Hassan goes a little bit too straight. He's into the pads. And Matchett, he's not going to miss out on that as he puts another one away, sailing over to Grizzly Hill. 6 more. So they have lost 3 key wickets, but they are keeping that scoreboard ticking, looking at the moment at this current strike rate to get around about that 120 score.
Strange how that 120's become the new par in Championship Week. You know, kudos to the bowlers and all the fielders. This is a nice looking shot, but not really timed from Matchett. And they think of 2, but it's not quite there.
Yeah, I think they were hoping that it was Sekinder Ali that's doing the fielding, and if it was, they probably would have taken him on because he's already shown them that he doesn't have an arm. So just a single. So yeah, big question: can Burton get going in this one? We know he's got the ability. He hasn't been at his best as Max Burton.
Down the wicket, and this will be 4. Finds the gap. Yeah, Burton is a bit of a sleeping giant of the batting order. It's nice to see him in a CRYMS shirt here at the ECL. And just keep an eye out for him this week. That's a nice shot. Probably not the cleanest contact, but he's got the ability to advance at Hassan Ali, which isn't an easy thing to do.
Yeah, Hassan might just try the shorter ball here. No, goes Fuller, so in the region of Sekinder.
We've got Super FN in the comment section saying he wants that Norcane wall clock. Well, you can thank me if you do get it, Super FN, because there was a Grizzly heading straight for it yesterday, wasn't there?
There was indeed.
Luckily, it was intercepted.
He took the catch, he saved it.
End of the 6th over at 71 for 3 after 6.
Going along nicely. There's that scorecard so far, so no real batter has really clicked. John Matchett, the captain, is hoping that he can turn this 26 into a big score and hopefully a match-winning score for CRYMS, who well, have the upper hand, if you like, over Pakakea Ballonona in the group stages, because at least they do have 3 points to their name. They would have been disappointed that they conceded a point to Forfeiture, who well, at one point looked completely out of it last night, but Jack Hogarth again, Hoggy, certainly batting well for Forfeiture, 47 in that match, and then earlier in the day we saw him scoring runs as well, helping his team to a point.
Yeah, it's going to be caught, but everyone's looking straight to the umpire. Is this high? I got to say it seemed it. He's tried to pull a full toss there, but the umpires are going to have a look at this one.
Let's have a look. He's deep.
It looks miles high, but yeah, I think you got to call that.
Yep, too high. The batters sort of know straight away. They complete the run.
Remember,
and straight away look at the umpire.
If it's waist high or above in ECN cricket, it's a no ball. And that's probably hit him right in the waist. So, wow, a lot going on. Hey, one of our eagle-eyed viewers, who will remain nameless, has sent me a screenshot of the last ball, the 9th over that last game, where he spotted a probable 1 short. So maybe it's justice in the end. Wow, our viewers are amazing. They got eyes everywhere. So maybe we can all just put our opinions away and say the right decision was made. I don't know.
It's going to be a wide, and so free hit stays intact. Rabbani, sometimes his variations have worked for him. He's trying to get out of this free hit, but he concedes another. Free hit stays intact.
It's a shame we don't get return matchups in Championship Week unless they do meet on finals day, because that'd be a pretty good one, wouldn't it?
Let's just say the spice will be out.
Rabbani. It's pace on this time. It's in the air.
You can run
high
here,
in the air. Well, where's it coming down? Well, I just don't think DDC sees that, but of course it was a free hit. They'll hustle through.
Yeah, there's no point breaking your fingers on this one. Yeah, you let it bounce and you throw it in. I think Sebastian Bratt just having a little bit of a giggle there to DDC and say, I know what you're doing here, sunshine. You don't want to catch that because you know it's a free hit. Yeah, fair play. Okay, Rabbani, so he does get out of it. Oh, well, this one would have been a big time wide. He gets lucky with that as well, as Burton gets drawn to this. It's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, Burton's played a lot of cricket, and good level cricket, yet still a ball like this, which is a big wide, he balls it. Look how wide this is going. I mean, there's no need to be playing at that. Whether he's just trying to get Matchett back on strike and says, well, if it costs me a run or a wide to do it, no worries. Let's see if it works out.
Slow ball.
And it's missed.
I'm so much better at picking from up here than when I had the bat in my hand. And I would have said that to myself, then I would have probably second-guessed myself around the time of delivery. But Rabbani's got that fantastic slower ball, doesn't he, that comes out of the back of the hand. Actually, it's almost like a wrong, like it actually goes a bit left to right.
Yeah, he's been sensational, Rabbani. He really has come on and leaps some bats. I always say that good players, they get better when they play a higher level of cricket, and Rabbani is a classic example of that. And having the likes of the experience and knowledge of Sebastian Brandt coming into their side, giving him little tips as well, that all helps. It all adds to it, all adds to his development. Oh, so unlucky. How does this not take the bails? It's such a good delivery. And watch what he does here. So normally he's bowling from close to the stumps. This time he goes wide, angles it in. He beats the batter, John Matchett. All ends up. And he's very unlucky that the bails don't come off here. Great bit of bowling. Great bit of bowling. So
look at that slow ball there. Look at the seam position. See how it actually hits the seam in addition to having that slight left to right rotation. It's a really good shot thanks to our friends at Spring Media. Doing a wonderful job bringing the action. Now it paces back on, but it's a nice shot by Matchett, who's kind of playing the lone hand here to a degree, isn't he? Just trying to get them to something serviceable. 4 runs takes him up to 80.
Yeah, good shot. There is a fielder there, but he plays this so well. Into the ground, that's what's the key here. Into the ground, makes it difficult for the fielder to get down onto it. So he gets 4, but still, it's been a great spell for Rabbani. Even if this one goes to the boundary, it's 1 for 14 so far. Super bowling. And remember, he protected a no ball as well earlier when it didn't go to the boundary. He saved that. He's got a couple of dots in here as well. Only that one boundary. And a little bit of discussion here about the bat, I think, of Matchett. And looks like he's going to need another plank of wood, as that one has a bit out of it. So a new bat comes out. And let's see how this one goes for him. He'll be disappointed with the other one being damaged, because that bat has gone very well for him. He's been in very good form in this European Cricket League. All right, Rabbani, last ball of his spell, 80 for 3.
Here's that slower ball, waits on it, cuts it, well cut off though. And Matchett will retain the strike. Rabbani just having a very good ECL, isn't he, Rico? 1 for 15 in this one. And after 7, COYMS are 81 for 3.
Yeah, he has. He's been very good. He's been sensational, actually. As we have a look at some of our upcoming events. So the European Cricket League, the last week here at the Cartama Oval. Well, for this time, we will be back, of course, this season on 2 other occasions. After that, we go to Portugal. We have the European Cricket Series there and the Western Shield. Then we also go to France, Italy, Estonia. 1 to be confirmed. Hopefully, we'll have some news on that sometime this week. And then we go back to Cyprus as well for the encore. And we've got a big time in Cyprus, the European Cricket Series, ECIs, women's and men's.
A new ground in Cyprus for the very end with the ECIs, and there'll be some T20Is as well from there. Looking forward to seeing that for the first time on the network. Here's over number 8, and Matchett really needs to put his foot down now, facing a teeth. And he just guides this away. Very clever. Kind of rolls the dice a bit. I don't think he knows exactly where he's placing it. He hopes it's into the gap. It is. 4 carreras.
Yeah, a tip was a little bit expensive yesterday. So he's looking for a good spell. And it's never nice for a bowler when you don't bowl it's not a bad ball. It's a good delivery. It's in the right areas. But Matchett, he's got his eye in. He guides that away beautifully and forces a field change here. I don't mind this because he's bowling in the areas you'd expect him to bowl to. So give him a little bit of protection there. Atif will need to stay there. He doesn't want to stray onto the pads of Matchett.
Yeah, shot.
Delightful.
Yeah, up and over the top. That's 6. Stepping up when his team needs him here. John Matchett, Maximo. 6 more.
Yeah, that's a really good shot, though. He's played this a couple of times. And, that is not an easy hit. He's hitting over the top on the offside. It goes flat all the way for 6. It's a great shot. A little bit short, okay, a tip, but still. Match it, 42. He was close to he's been close to the 50 a few times. Can he get there this time? Remember last night, he was also not out 23 of 17. And that Grizzly has not been fouled, I think. You can see they're getting stuck into the what do you call them there, the old the shrubs, trying to find it, we can't. So new one looks like will come out eventually. There we go, that's the Sheriff. Throws one out. Okay, match it. Keep in. CYMS on course for a decent score in the 120s at the moment. There's the one they want to see the back of at the moment. 42 of 17. It's a very good strike rate. Okay, a tiff. First 2 balls have been boundaries, and he comes again. Go short, and good comeback. Try something different, and match it. Surprisingly, whether he picks it a little bit late, I think he tries to maybe just get a little bit of bat on this as a scoop. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's what he's trying here. Just tries to get a little bit on it. It's probably the right shot to go for. There's nobody back at fine. But dot ball. That's it. And well, he goes for the same again. He's up in the air. Fielder coming across and has taken has he taken the catch? Yeah, he has taken the catch. Well, he had his back to us here. And no real celebration, but that's a big wicket. Matchett will be disappointed. And maybe Pagai Care Balanona have found a weakness in Matchett there. The ball into him, the shorter delivery. He sort of shied away from the one before where he wanted a little bit on it. This time he goes for it, doesn't get it right, goes aerial. And that ends up being a really nice catch there taken on the boundary. As we see this again, so he doesn't quite get it right. It goes more aerial. The fielder comes across, and for a moment, because he had his back to us here, he didn't quite know if Asad Rabbani had taken it, but here you go. You see, he takes it nice and cleanly. Rabbani showing just what a great cricketer he is becoming.
He's really come of age, hasn't he, in the last few months? Rabbani, match it nice. Innings from him, 42 off 19. He leaves it to Big Red, who comes out in the 8th over. It's 91 for 4.
Yeah, well, we know that Alan Coulter, when he gets an opportunity, he likes to have a go. He batted very well when they were in trouble and in the group stages. And, was called upon and scored some runs. He'll be looking to do it again. There he is, the left-hander faces first.
Yeah, Coulter. Actually, he's been pretty handy when he's been called upon. Big left-hander. We love him because he gets steamed up when he's bowling his right arm thunderbolts. He gets off the mark with a single.
Yeah, he was, when CYMS were in trouble against Cluj, making 126, he made 39 not out of 14 deliveries. So he can deliver, and he's got a bit of time out there as well. So I think all bowlers always relish the opportunity to have a bit of a flurry. So he certainly will. Okay, it's if looking to get out of this over under the 15s. Let's see if he can. Bowling to Max Burton.
It's a pretty good shot by Burton, but he's picked out the fielder down there. That's Mohammed Babar, but Maxi B will retain the strike, and at the end of 8 overs, CYMS 93 for 4.
Interestingly poised, 12 balls to go, and looking for a score about, well, over 125 is what they'll be looking for here. They'll want to go at 2 lots of 15 and really try to latch onto 1 over. Sebastian Brandt is going to come on to bowl. He's second. He had a mixed over. Started, remember, with a wicket of the very first ball, and then he went on and conceded 17 from it. So he's hoping that he can get a tidy one in here and really put a bit of pressure on CYMS in that last over.
All happens in the 9th. Brandt is coming back to bowl it.
Southern Cross field here, Vinny.
Yeah. God, it's a slight southern Southern Cross with an onside tweak.
Nope,
With
now make a
DDC not
change.
completely straight. They'll bring the mid off up. They'll do this on occasion as well. First one's driven deep cover. So by doing this, they're basically leaving it kind of like, I don't know, like a chink in the armour being the mid off, being up. But they're basically saying, we think that's the least likely spot you're going to bang one. So now they're going to make a change straight away. They'll go back to the kind of regulation. Mid, long on, long off. Deep mid wicket to the left-hander. And he's bowled him. So Brutt gets it right, gets it full, gets it straight. Coulter, he'll be steamed up now because he can only contribute a single to the cause as he departs. It's 94 for 5.
Yeah, I think he's just looking to guide this, but gets it completely wrong. And Sebastian Bright gets it nice, full and straight. He's the man who certainly, when you've been watching T10 cricket for a while, he's one bowler that certainly has changed the dynamics of the bowling. Look at this, nice and slow. And you can see that Coulter is just trying to sort of glance it away, isn't he? He's trying to get the face of the bat onto it so he can get a cheeky boundary or at least rotate the strike. Not able to do so this time, so just gets the one as he makes his way back. And it gives an opportunity then to Sian Nulti, who comes out.
Milty, don't see too much of him with the bat. Again, looking 113 at the moment. It's looking a bit light on, but no, Paco Care didn't have it all their own way with the bat yesterday. On that leg side, but that'll be a good old-fashioned black big toe, I think, for Nulty there. It's him right in the sand shoe.
Surprised they're not looking to run here, though. I think that's probably a missed opportunity. I think Burton's got to be wanting to get to the other end, surely. And just watch, as soon as this goes in that area, you've got to be looking to go. So Nulti does get back onto this one, and he seems to be running okay, despite getting hit on the foot. They don't want to injure him because, of course, he's going to be pretty key with the ball. Well, the Sylvester Victorias, courtesy of a beer partner, are going down very well in the fan zone on a beautiful warm sunny day here in Andalusia. Oh, that could be a 7-up. It is. That really hurts you. And Sebastian Bratt knows it. It's been such a good tidy over. And then he bowls a Gundy ball to Burton. Burton, well, he puts it away, 7-up. And also, he'll be licking his lips waiting for the free hit.
Well, just like my high school sweetheart, this is the one that got away for Sebastian Bratt. Has yeah, you're right, he has been so good. 7-up with the ball to be re-bowled. Heartbreak for Big Seb.
Yeah, it just gets it wrong. And sometimes that's where, when you're trying so many different variations, it can go wrong. I won't tell you what he's saying. I'm pretty good at lip reading. Well, you might be as well. But let's just say he says fiddlesticks.
In Dutch, that has a completely different meaning.
All right. The 100 does come up with still 8 balls to go in the innings. And here's the free hit. Will they capitalise on it this time? Burton wants to go big.
Yeah, well done on the free hit. Oh, they leave it to each other. Well, I don't know if they would have made it or not, I don't know.
He was asleep. I'm telling you, when you watch this again, he was asleep. He didn't move, so he doesn't pick it, and that will, well, that'll drive Bratt furious. He doesn't even move, Sekinder. I think they've got to think about who they have on this boundary. You know, Sekinder, well, we saw he made a mistake earlier when he gave an extra run. It didn't cost him. In fact, it worked in their favour because they managed to get the batter when he went back for 2 the next ball. But, yeah, you got to be alert to that.
Edged 4. So getting the runs they need towards the back end here. That 120 still looks on. Bratt's going to finish in the dirty 30s. 2 for 34 as Maxi moves to 24. 110 for 5 after 9.
Yeah, well, that over doesn't finish well. The 7-up, the 4 of the free hit, and then a little bit of suerte for Burton as he gets another boundary as that one goes over the keeper.
Having a look at the bowling scorecard. Bratt with 2 for 34, but a bit expensive. Rabani, I just think he's having a marvellous time. Best of the bowlers for me, 1 for 15. Got a teeth to come back to bowl the last He has a wicket, so does Babar up front. Hassan Ali, number 29, not the worst, considering who he had to bowl to early on.
Missing a spin option. Do you think that's a
Well, I mean, that's
pretty
the thing.
crucial for Pakake?
They've taken Abid Mahbub out of the squad. They've got Sikandar Ali as a spin option, but it is something we've talked about. They haven't bowled any spin the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Abid, when he's been there, hasn't bowled. Sakinda hasn't had a chance. Okay, a tiff to finish things off.
High, really high. It's a hazy day. You're seen, won't get there. And so it'll just be a high single.
Well, that's a good result. Multi gets batted onto ball, takes the single, gets Burton back on strike. And Burton probably will be looking to stay there. Though, YMS, they're not the sort of team to decline runs. They'll believe that whoever's got the bat in hand can produce. But you'd have to think Burton would want to finish well here. We're on the Nelson. That's down to 1 foot. Shot.
Yeah, just whipped away. Teef gets a bit too close to the pads of Burton, who's starting to show us a bit of what he can do, turning the clock back a bit here at the Cartama Oval. Maximo as he moves to 30.
Yeah, getting to that sort of 120 score, which a lot of teams against CYMS, when they've got to this score, they've struggled. They've been very similar to Hornchurch, that once they get to that sort of 120 sort of mark, the teams have really struggled to get anywhere near them. So these are all good, valuable runs here from Burton.
This one's whipped away. But just a single down to DDC. He'll be important, opening up the innings in the second half, you'd imagine.
Yeah, just straight. I mean, he's lucky there is Ati, I think, because he takes a bit of pace off it. But yeah, it's a risky delivery. Yeah, when you have a look at COIMS, they've always managed to defend these sort of type of scores. Undefeated, you have to remember, so far in this European Cricket League.
Yeah, true. Well,
oh no.
Still can't believe how often these get missed. But Isan just pulls it to the left and they'll sneak a by.
Oh, yeah. Is it a question for you? Is that something that you actually do practice on a regular basis as a keeper?
True story. When I started playing like against in first grade cricket, I went back and I said, let's practice this at training. I went back kind of, 15, 20 metres as if I'm facing, keeping the guys at a professional pace, right? Had the plastic stumps there. This is whipped away. This is before as well. Maxi Burton doing a really good job at Teefco. I've got to say, just gets a bit too straight here. Needs to make him play a different shot. Trying to cramp him up. Yeah, so you know what I did? I had the guys run in and bowl properly. I hit the first 4, and I just said, this is a waste of time. And we picked up the stumps and walked away. But now when I'm watching,
it's interesting whether, because you see, when you see bowlers warming up, bowling at a peg, batters hitting a few balls. I never see wicketkeepers practicing this. Anyway,
yeah,
Tiff, a little bit expensive
in
again.
practice, you just start feeling even worse because you're not going to get any better. You should probably learn that when you're about 4 or 5 years old. Anyway, about a 50-50 here. Last ball coming up.
And gets back onto it. Probably does spoil a wide. They will take 1, and they're going to get to a score of 124. Well, we saw 1, 2, 3, 4 yesterday. Well, this is 1, 2, 4, 5. 124 for 5. So CYMS, they've sort of gone at the first 5 overs. They got 58, so they were on around about that 116 sort of mark. A little bit of acceleration there, thanks to some nice hitting there from Burton. He'll feel good about that knock for sure. 36 of 15. CYMS, well, it's not a big score, but it's a score that they will feel that they can defend. But Pakake Balalona, all it takes is one of their big guns to click, and it could be, well, a victory, their first victory, and also that means the first defeat for CYMS in this 2024 European Cricket League. Let's take a look at the highlights.
Yeah, and so you've got to get the openers. You've got to get stuck in the middle order quickly if you're going to knock over this YMS side. That's kind of what Pakai Care have done. Getting to this 124, similar total we've seen a few times already. It seems around the par at the moment, doesn't it? We saw Doherty swing around that one. He was the first to go. But yeah, I think both teams would feel this is a winnable game. I think Pakai Care struggled against some class bowling yesterday. They'll get another opportunity. I think CYMS, they'll believe they can defend this as well. So pretty good contest coming up.
Yeah, I think so. And once again, the top order not quite clicking as they would have liked. CYMS, Jason van der Merwe gets to 18 before. He's caught very well by Rabani. Doherty, you saw him earlier there, just hoik out and missed the ball from Babar. And Carson McCulloch, somebody who normally does deliver, he hoiked out there to Yassine. So they lost the top three. John Matchett, though, has been in fine form. What a good knock it was from him. He got to 42, and that's the sort of shot that he played that a few times and got away with it. But there, right at the end, Rabani says, nah, I'm going to take the catch. Gets in for 42. But then Burton had to be at his best. There was Wahid Abdul, was just giving us a little bit of a wave there. But Bratt, I mean, both of his overs were interesting. He got a wicket. He started well, but then he also went for a few runs at the same time. So he's still having a few issues. But I think the big moment for me was in that over for Bratt when he bowls the no ball. It gets hit for a 6. The next ball goes for 4. And the ball in his spell also gets snipped away for 4. So that's the little flurry of runs that made a difference, really, in that over the 9th. It all happens in the 9th. Well, we've seen that already here in the first 2 contests today. That one went for 17. And Atif, the last over from him, went for 14. 124 for 5. And as I said, good knocks there from the captain, John Matchett, and Max Burton. But CYMS will be wanting the top order just to click a little bit more on the bowling front. Though Sebastian Bratt does pick up 2 wickets, he'll be very disappointed with the last 3 balls that he bowls following from that no ball. Rabani has been superb, 1 for 15. And Atif, again, a little bit expensive. So leaves this one wide open as well. I know a lot of people were talking about a close finish in the last match, and boy, did we get a close finish. I think this one is going to be very much the same. I think 124 is a good score that Pakar Kiev and London will feel they can get. But it all depends on the power play, and we know these guys, they'll try and go big in the power play. If they can get that 45 to 50 in the power play, they feel that they can win this match and get their first points or get a win on the board here in Championship Week. I'm Ulrika Full. I'm alongside Vinny Sandu. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time for the completion of this match number 7 in Championship Week.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back as we resume the battle in this match number 7 of Championship Week between CRYMS taking on Paco Care Battle Honour. So the Irish champions versus the Spanish champions. The Irish champions got runs on the board, 124, so target of 125. There's the bonus point equation there for you. So I think CRYMS are looking to see if they can restrict Paco Care Battle Honour to the 86, or maybe Paco Care Battle Honour looking to see if they can get these runs in the 7 overs. If there's one team that can, they are the one. They've got to deal with a bit of spin to start off with. It's going to be Carson McCulloch to bowl the first. They're not going with pace straight away. They've done this before. And here we go. There's the first. And asking the question, but probably just drifting down leg. Yeah, well, Carson asking, and Stefan Gooch, I think, seeing this one just strain. Just watch this. So it just starts to move, and it's a good shot. Got to be 100% that ball's going to hit. Oh, that's not a good delivery. It's on the pads again, but no runs. He gets away with that one. There's Carson. So a couple of dot balls. Well, they're on their feet watching. Seeing the action unfold. So Babar, 2 balls, 2 dots, and oh, now the Carson. Isn't that nice? That's a lovely moment there. There you go. That's your Norcane share your passion moment. As Carson McCulloch obliges and helps Yasin do up his laces, and a little gentle tap on the back of appreciation there from Yasin. All right, we resume. That's it, but doesn't quite get it out in the middle. And they're certainly having a go at the end that Babar is running to. Why not? You know, he's not the quickest. Good sharp throw there from Jacob Mulder. And let's see if he can continue in the fantastic form that he's in at the moment. Once again in that night match yesterday. All very well. Always has that little, like he's having a little cough, isn't he, Carson McCulloch, before he bowls. Lights this one up. That's a lovely shot. Beautiful shot. Timed to perfection. I'm going to leave that part of the ground open, and that's just delightful from Yasin. He comes into the side for Championship Week, and he opens with a boundary here of his first ball. Just really nicely played. Nice shot, 4 runs. John Matchett doesn't look like he wants to change the field. Keeps it as it is, so still keeping long on and mid-wicket back. He comes back into the circle. And this one could have gone anywhere. He's trying to go over the top of the offside again, so doesn't want to fall into the trap of going to where those 2 outfielders are. So we're going to miss. So 5 of 5 so far. It's a nice shot there of Christian Mills. And good shot, 4 runs. So 2 delightful shots, 2 boundaries from Yasin. And Imran is here as well. So 2 proud supporters and partners of the club are there as well. So nice looking shot, gets it past the fielder. 2 nice boundaries, 2 good strokes, proper strokes. And 9 off the first. And 50 matches now since the Golden Ball. Well, when are we going to reset that number back to 0? We've had 2 in this European Cricket League, but then so much cricket that we've had as well. A word coming through that we will have some more before finals day. Yeah, I've always said that we will. We've had a couple of close ones already in Championship Week. Match number 105 of this European Cricket League. So coming to you quick and fast. 5 a day. Talking about 5 a day. Tomorrow, 6. That's right, you heard me right. 6 matches tomorrow. Alan Coulter, the quickie. And he's going to start by going for a boundary. It's just a hit through the ball, get the boundary, Babar. So pretty reluctant to get those two men straight, aren't they? CYMS. They don't want to put somebody back just yet. Coulter goes pitched up, and Babar, he gets his first boundary. Yeah, they want it and they get it, and Babar is walking. So after pitching one up and being hit straight down the ground, Alan Coulter bangs it in outside the off. The heavy ball once again, good heavy length, and Babar gets a little snick on it and reluctantly puts his head down and starts walking and making his way up to those steps, those famous steps of the Cartama Oval. Here we see it again. It's just that height is too close. Goes for the shot, doesn't get it right, gets a bit of the top of the edge of the bat and into the safe hands of Chris Doherty. Babar goes for 5 or 5. So one of the big fish back early. Doherty's not going to miss those, is he? And Coulter, oh, he just needed to loosen it. And then back to bowling that heavy delivery. Daniel Dolkaya is coming in at number 3. Just made some changes to that lineup, and with Yasin coming in, the left-hander, they've opted for Babar and Yasin to open up. I'd still like to see DDC at the top there with Babar. I just think there's something about that partnership that works for me. Out the off, but to the field. It's going to be a good contest. This is really going to be a very good test for Pakake and Ballona. Remember, coming into this match after losing to Hornchurch, and they would have got a similar sort of depth in bowling and class of bowling in that contest with the quickies and the spin, and it'd be the same here again for them. So let's see if they are able to win these sort of contests. It's not a good delivery. It's down the leg side, will be called a wide. Good take, comfortable taking the end for Chris Doherty. It's all about movement, gets into a good position. Mentioned today already that it is, of course, Father's Day here in Spain. It's also Red Nose Day. This special day got started back in England in 1988, sponsored by Comic Relief, a British charity that raises money for people in need in the United Kingdom and Africa, and in the last 30 years has raised over 1 billion. So if you're involved in that, well done to you. And of course, well done to the organisers for that as well. Bit of a miscue, could have gone anywhere. Let's look at this. So bangs it in and goes for it, but high up the top of the bat. DDC gets a run, gets off the mark. Okay, Yasin, who's played some nice shots out through that sort of extra cover and cover mark. Coulter will come around the wicket to him. Third is back. And also got square leg back, so maybe he's going to test him upstairs here. Let's have a look. No, he goes outside the off, and Yasin gets another one in that same area. So leaving it open, and at the moment Yasin is, well, punishing him for it. A bit of a bluff there, I think, when that fielder back. Yasin doesn't fall for it. It's a nice shot. 3 boundaries from him, and important boundaries as well. So just a little conversation with the captain to the bowler. but still no change in that field. That's a short one, and to the fielder. They'll have a shy at GDC's end. He gets back comfortably in the end. It is the end of the over. 10 come from it. It's 19 on the board. 1 wicket down, the wicket of Babar. So Coulter keeps it nice and tight. Now, will they hold him back? This is the way the standings are looking. All Victorians, they started in second. They stay in second with that, well, a very controversial match between them and Gina Brescia. Gina Brescia, though, do pick up a point and stay in contention. Remember, top 4. When it comes down to the end of Thursday, the top 4 make it through to that championship finals day. Pakakea Badalona, they need to get some valuable points on the board for them. Just got that 1 point in 6th at the moment. Drew behind them on 1. What a big match Drew have got when they play Forfeiture. That's the next one coming up as it's time for the spin of the very talented Jacob Mulder. Don't want to fall too behind the rate here. And that's important also for Pakakea. That's not a good delivery, but they'll take the extra ball. Just haven't been able to put away those bad balls at the moment, have they? They're in true Pakakea Badalona style. Bowled again. He's so difficult to pick. That's what's been the issue with the batters. They just don't pick him, even though he's bowling in the power play here, bowling over number 3. You think the batters would fancy going for the spinner. And once again, same areas to the field. No run, dot balls, pressure building. You just get the feeling here that DDC is perhaps starting to feel the need to go for a big shot. That rate is over that 13.5 now. It's not huge, we know that. Floated and gets whipped onto the onside, trying to sneak that one through. So that's the variations in the length that you get from Mulder. So he flies that one up. DDC gets a bit of bat onto it. All right, back to the left. And what's their field here? Very much the same. So same field, mid-wicket, long on, go back. But an extra man comes into that offside where Yassin's been putting the ball through the extra cover area. Short and straight to the fielder. That's a real let-off, isn't it? A real let-off. The short delivery is not a good one for Mulder. And Yassin hits it straight to the fielder. He knows he's got away with that one. Yassin needed to put that one away. 2 off the over only. 1 more to come. And this time, oh, the fielder. Well, what has he done here? Oh, he's gone down so early that it is bounced over him. Well, this is Alan Coulter here. Have a look at this. And I think DDC, it looks like he's retiring himself out as we have a look at this. Or is he? Well, hang on a minute. Oh, what's going on here? No, he's not. All right, I was going to say that would have been a shocking decision. He was walking off, bat under his arm, thought he's gone as we were having a look at that replay. But all it was is he wants a different bat, so he gets another bat ball out to him. Oh, well, for a moment there. DDC, I know he said 6 balls for 2, but I thought it was a little bit too early for that. And, well, that was a crazy one, that boundary, but still a great over, 6 from it. But Alan Coulter went down so early that he's on the floor as the ball bounces over him. That was quite comical, really. I don't think he sees the funny side of it. And he's one man, red, they call him, that you don't want to be winding up. 25 for 1. You saw there that they're 10 behind of where CLYMS were. That rate now has gone up to 14 as Nulti will come on to bowl. Shot. Aye, aye, aye. Well, he has a different blade in his hand, and this one goes a lot better. It's a beautiful shot. So DDC finally opens his account with a boundary, and this is a nice shot. Gets it pitched up, and he gets it through the gap. 4 runs. slow, full toss, high, and gone. No chance. As gets put away. I think when I have a just look at the height on this side on, it is a slower delivery. DDC having a look at the umpires as well. Let's have a look at this. Gets it all wrong, Naughty. And, well, is Naughty going to be naughty? Let's have a look. Oh, well, maybe it's just downwards. So I reckon he might be okay here. Yeah, just, well, I say just 6. That hurts you. There's 10 of 2 deliveries. So DDC, new bat, new man. This time, Naughty gets that slower one right. It's not so pitched up. Brave ball to bowl again, isn't it, really? It must have been on his mind that he gets the one before wrong. Okay, DDC now hands over to Yassine, who, after playing 3 nice shots to the boundary, just also struggled a little bit against Mulder. And, well, he missed out on one short gift that he hit straight to the fielder. Okay, Naughty, 11 of 3 balls. And, wow, that is not a good delivery. And what an interesting take this is from Chris Doherty. I thought for a moment he was going to run right past this. Let's have a look at this. Look where he starts. He goes right the way across, and then, well, that's an exceptional take. And I just got the feeling there that might have even gone on to maybe hit a bit of the helmet. That's an extraordinary take that was. Another full toss. It's another one that could have quite easily gone all the way to the boundary. They've got a fielder out there, so it's not really executing these slower balls right at the moment, but he gets away with it. Once again, just under that waist. Slow, hit well, but to the fielder. It'll just be a single this time for DDC. Varying his pace. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it goes well. 39. 1 wicket down. Nice shot, 4 runs. Gets it past Naughty, who was the only man that could have tried to stop it. Well, there's the Spanish flag. And Pakakea Barcelona representing Spain in Championship Week, having won their group. So 4 more, and they're starting to get the move along here. That's an expensive over from Naughty. And goes for 18, 43 for 1. Certainly helps on the run rate situation. It was at about the 14 mark. They've brought it back to around that 13.5 where it started. And it's time for a little bit of Mark Best. Hit well, 6, bang, as it clatters into the boundary fence. So DDC is starting to get a move on here. Remember, he used 6 deliveries when he was on 2 and he changed that bat. And things are looking a little bit different here now. Wants to take it on. Good bit of fielding. Will take it. Good running. If you go straight away and you get the response from your partner, you're always going to make it. A little partnership developing here, which is pretty crucial. 50 comes up here now as well. 75 required of 34 deliveries. And Best just having a little bit of a chat here with his captain, John Matchett. It's about setting the field here to Yassine, and he wants to protect that extra cover area where Yassine has played some nice shots. So 3 men on the leg side to Yassine. Got a sweeper out on the offside, but nobody back behind. No third back, no fine back. And that's what he tries to do here. Now taking on the run. So good running from these two. I mean, that one, it was just a gentle dab. But they'll take the single. CYMS at the moment don't seem to be too worried about the singles. So they're not trying, not a big effort to trying to change the strike. Secunda there. Probably Next in, all right, chance maybe, no, doesn't carry. So Carson McCulloch gets ready to pounce, and I think in the end makes the right decision. I think this is just dropping in front of him. He doesn't want to overcommit and concede the boundary. I think that's a good decision made by McCulloch. Nine off the over so far. Goes across the line and he's going to get the wicket. And it's almost like Yassin knows it. He's already walking. So full straight gets him to go across the line. And Yassin's innings comes to an end. He'll go and go for 22 of 11 deliveries. 5 fours in there. But they get the breakthrough they wanted. That partnership was just starting to look a little rosy. Now, I wonder if it will be. We did take a look earlier of Sukhinder Ali that was sat there. And I was wondering whether he was going to be the next batter that comes in. This Yassin, he'll go 22. LBW there, so Best getting the wicket. And, it's going to be, in fact, Ishan who comes in next, Mohammad Ishan. So hasn't quite hit his straps with the bat as yet. But we know he's a very dangerous batter, is Ishan. He makes his way out there now, and he takes over from Yassin. He'll be wanting. This guy doesn't hang around. The way he plays, he'll be looking to get a boundary straight away. And they want that boundary of this over. They're missing that boundary. They got one at the beginning, went for 6. 9 off the over so far. And hits it well, but he won't get that boundary. So it's a good recovery from Best. Just 10 from the over. 53 for 2. And, well, very evenly poised as we welcome you. Myself, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo, Midi Sandhu, in the comedy box.
Thank you. Great to be back. Fascinating contest here, isn't it? And once again, we're seeing the importance of having bowlers that can restrict good batters. And we know that Pakaka, they got some very good batters in there. As CLYMS trying to keep their unbeaten streak alive. Pakaka don't have a win so far in Championship Week. We saw them go down to Hornchurch last night. They don't want to start 0-2. So yeah, every game's a good game, really, in Championship Week, and this is no exception.
Well, when you've got the top sides, the group winners coming together, you know it's going to be classy. And you also know that little moments of magic, whether it's from a batter, a bowler, or a fielder, can change the way the match is going. So keep an eye on this one. It can change in an instant. Yeah, it can.
And I think that the variety in the CLYMS attack is something that Pakaka maybe don't have the luxury of. I know they've got a couple of left-armers, got Rabani, that's something a bit different, but no, it's kind of genuine spin option. Matchett's really come a long way with his wrist spin. There's the magnificent European Cricket League trophy. It'll be won on Friday night.
Miscue, chance, should be taken, and will be taken. So the captain, John Matchett, comes on straight away, and Mohammad Ishan, well, that's the way he plays. You either love it or you hate it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. This time it doesn't. He'll go for 1 or 2 deliveries. And John Matchett, who is actually having a time of his life at the moment, playing out there with bat and with ball, takes the wicket. Easy catch there, taken by Mulder. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, nicely taken. Just makes it look easy, doesn't he? When he's under the high ball. Mulder says, thank you very much. I'll take care of that. And Isan, once again, can't fire. Can't conquer the spin of Matchett, who just continues to impress with his spin bowling exploits as Pakaka lose a 3rd wicket, 53 for 3.
Yeah, Ishan, he'll go, doesn't get it out the middle, sort of skies it up in the air, and Mulder takes the catch. Sukhinder Ali now comes out, and probably you could say perhaps last of the real recognised batters. So these two really have to get a good partnership going. Keep an eye on that rate now as well. It goes up to around about over that 14.5 mark. So Sukhinder Ali, he's a good batter. He's a good striker of the ball. Sometimes he's his own worst enemy, though, as he sometimes gets a little bit too funky for his own good.
Been really impressed with his control, Matchett. He normally, he's seen bowling off spin before. Obviously, he's been working on his leg spin. He's not trying to do anything crazy. He's not trying to kind of set side spin records, but he's just putting a bit on the ball, and it's mostly the length, I think, that's been effective. Well, there's the Brains Trust. Corey and Alistair. Keep an eye on a couple of their players. The Spanish national team. Right, this one's partially knocked down. I think for that reason, it'll only be a single to Daniel Dorkaya. And once again, he hasn't had the majority of the strike so far. just has struggled to kind of control an innings when he's lost some partners around him as well.
Yeah, that's Adam that makes a very important stop. I think if he gets past him without him touching it, it's 4 runs, so keeps it to just a single. So Sekunderali back on strike. And that's not a good delivery, but does he get a bit of pad on this? No wide signal, so he must have done so. It's another one of those. We've seen about 3 of these in the over. Yassine had a few. Now this one as well. It does come back into him.
Just flicks the thigh pad.
Just flicks the thigh pad, yeah.
Good call by the umpire.
All right, this one is in the air, and it's brilliantly done. Sensational. That is brilliant. Absolutely top draw from Carson McCulloch. Well, we talked about this before. They've got to make the change. I want us, the European Cricket Network, to make a change to this. We need to have assists now for catches. Carson McCulloch does all the work here. This is tremendous. He knows he's going to go over the rope. He passes it on. The catch gets taken. Carson McCulloch, brilliant. And that is a huge wicket.
Yeah, absolutely sensational work. Well, it's a moral catch for Carson. You can see he hands it away just in time. Knows he's got 1 foot in. Knows where his teammate is. And a fantastic bit of work.
That's brilliant. It really is good work. And I can tell you, there's no doubt about it. This has happened right in front of us. He does not touch the rope. And just here, look, as he's leaning back, he knows he's going to go over. Look at the awareness. And it's on his left hand. He says, here you go, buddy. You can add your name in the book. Nobody will know, but I know. We know. As the catch gets taken there by Jacob Mulder, and Sekunderali will have to go. It's 55 for 4.
Yeah. Well, got to say that Sekunderali got plenty of runs in the group stage. Found a bit tough going here. See, YMS, they've got a kind of montage of their own of these assist catches. Even saw one that was kind of hurled about 30 metres last year. So they love to live life on the edge of the boundary. And it's 55 for 4 as Brutt comes out number 6.
And, just drops the bat on it. We'll take the single, just the single. 2 wickets, 3 runs. The captain, outstanding. Don't forget, early on, he was outstanding with the bat as well with 42 of 19. So Pakakere Badalona now, 56 for 4. And that rate is creeping upwards all the time.
Yeah, it really is. So what are we up to? 69 of 24. Pakakere struggling to get going against the higher class of bowling we've seen so far in Championship Week.
Carson McCulloch, after doing his amazing acrobatic work on the boundary, now gets the chance to bowl. He's second. His first went for 9. Remember, the bowlers still to come. Mulder still has 1. Coulter still has 1. It was a little bit expensive, but still. The red will be looking to steam in again. All right, here comes Carson McCulloch. And good little length there, teasing length. Sebastian Pratt, who himself, a little bit like Ishan, I suppose you could say, hasn't found his best form as yet. Made a little cameo last night, but that's too high, and that's going to be blasted away now. Let's have a look at this. I think they're calling this a no-eat. So no ball 7. This could be the change. We've seen this before. So gets this wrong, gets smashed away, and Carson McCulloch is very quick to blame his shades. He takes the shades off and says, here you go, umpire, the shades. I'll blame the shades for that. Well, there's these shades now. They're on the top of the umpire's head. 7 up. And free hit to come. Well, this could be the changing moment.
These two know each other very well, Dorkaya and Brutt. Now it's going to be a full toss, and that's going to be drilled. So that ball goes for 13, just what the doctor ordered for Pakakere Badalona. Do not count them out of this chase with these two at the crease.
That's what I said. A little moment can change the way these tight fixtures go. And think about that now. That is 13 of 2 deliveries. So Carson McCulloch gives the 7 up away. Same way that Sebastian Bratt did when he was bowling, remember, that last over. And what an impact that made to the score. All right, under pressure, McCulloch.
Tell you what, Mulder is getting a bit of a reputation, I've just noticed, for being a bit of a catch burglar A few people mentioning that when these catches are handed away, normally it's to Mulder. And when's Mulder going to give a couple back?
You see he hits that well, and it will get stopped on the boundary, and they will get two though. Very good running, even though it's a very good strong arm, but there's always two there.
There's brilliant running. Both these two play a very high level of cricket, and they've got this kind of unspoken understanding that if there's a fumble, we're coming for two, and the hesitation isn't there. This is one, if he picks it up cleanly, I think they're happy to settle for one, but they do get back for a second now. Drilled back at McCulloch, who partially knocks it down. It'll just be a single. Game still on here.
Yeah, you can see the standards that these guys set themselves. That ball's been hit pretty well. McCulloch hits the ground with disgust that he's not able to stop the single. All right, they've got this 17. They need per over. This one is bonus runs if they can get them. And they can. That's going to be 4. It's right in the gap between the two fielders. So Carson McCulloch, it's an over that goes badly. 21 come from it. It's the over that Pakai Care Ballona needed. And these two that play well together. They know each other very well, these two batters, DDC and Sebastian Brandt. Are they the ones that are going to get Pakai Care Ballona to this score?
Drew versus Forfeiture. Can't wait for this one. Rematch of last year's Group D final. It's the start of the Drew dynasty, if you want to call it that. That saw them all the way to the top of the European cricket ladder. They'll meet for the first time since that night. I think it was in March 2023 when we return in around about an hour for match 8. Toss to come on the way.
Best to bowl. Down the ground, 6 runs, beautiful strike. Bolle, ginna zona. Shakka lagya, así me gusta, que guay, que genial, que grande, 6 carreras. Yep, that's it. That's what you need, DDC. He's got to be thinking, and look at the way they brought that rate down here after that magical over. So things once again are, well, even Stevens, I reckon, here. And that is huge, humongous. DDC is turning it on here now. That's 6 more. 4 and 6, and all of a sudden, watch how quickly that win percentage is going to change, people. Yeah. Watch how quickly that will change.
The thing is, he's won the first part of the over. I think that's pretty important, isn't it? And you're just looking for that biggie that gets you back, and maybe ahead in the game even. So 6 and 6 pick-up sticks for Daniel Dorokayet. Right now, almost back to a coin flip.
Yeah, good hitting, and that's he's starting over like this. So the last 3 balls, remember, have gone to the boundary. You saw 4 of the last one from McCulloch, which was a big over anyway. 21 came from it. Now we've seen 2 6s here. So under pressure with the bowler is best. And, well, he's going to have to be at his best if he can get out of this over without going magical. So, all right, huge now. Yes, a new ball will have to come out because that one, well, hasn't been found. Huge moment now in this match. Shout out there to Grizzly Bear Sports, ball partner. All right.
The right back in here, Best, doesn't it?
Changes his approach, so comes round the wicket. So a different approach, a different line, and one gets dot ball in here.
Yeah, it's a handy one just to settle him a bit. Only halfway through this over. Daniel Dorokayet. No stranger to the final stages on Championship Week as he lifts this one up and he hits this one out of the ground. Maximo! That'll help. He's into the 40s. Like I said, he's struggled to kind of get lion's share of the strike so far in this Championship Week campaign, but he's still there. He's still a threat, and he's got his Hermes teammate from the Netherlands competition at the other end. The 2 wild cards trying to make a wild finish for Pakai Care.
Yeah, well, it's a 30 or 14. And you'd have to back them here now, Pakai Care Ballona. Be interesting to see what the win percentage says. It was about 60 in favour of CYMS a moment ago. I told you it would change, and that's what happens in 3 deliveries. Just in 3 balls. It's gone from 65 to 35 to now heavily in favour of Pakai Care Ballona. So these next 2 balls are crucial. Yeah. I think they know they've got to attack here big time. Big DDC is on 44. They know that Mulder's to come and Coulter's to come back. So this is the one they want to go for. Now they're just checking the ball here. the umpires, which gives us a bit more time to talk about the way things are looking here, and also to say hello to everybody that is in the chat. See Jessica Singh, hello to you, sir. Hope you're well, and a lot of other people enjoying the action. Plenty of chat happening. And Julian Dawson joining in there as well. And to Maya, hello Maya, hope you're well. And well, everybody's glued to their sets at the moment. Here we go. Best. That's nicely played to the fielder, makes a stop. Will they take on the second? DDC was ready. Sebastian Bratt says no, stay there. So scores of this over so far move to 19. And Sebastian Bratt, I reckon he might just say, do I just have a go at this one?
Yeah, I mean, he can. The thing is, I don't really want to get down into the bottom 5 just yet, I don't think. And Sebastian Bratt is so good. He's going 3 a ball. I don't think you necessarily need to have a preference at this stage who's on strike. So I think he'll go for it. If it's a 1 there, he'll take the 1. That both these two very, very capable of handling themselves. Last ball for best in this tough over. It's a big swing and a miss. So that'll be the end of 8, 96 for 4. We had a grandstand finish in more ways than one. Hashtag Shouldergate in the first game. Could we have a golden finish here in the second match of the day?
Well, could we have? So interesting, a lot of talk here. Is it Alan Coulter? Is it Mulder? Who do you go for? Who are they going to go for? You can see the captain having a chat to both of them. It's 29 required. I think you maybe do think about just taking the pace off, but they'd be worried about that as well, especially when you think that Carson McCulloch went for 21. But it all changed with that 7-up, didn't it? That one ball, the no ball, 7-up. The next ball went for 6. That was 13 of 1.
Desmond looking busy, looking busy.
It's Dennis.
There he is. It's a good-looking guy. Dennis should be in front of the camera, a lot of people are saying. He prefers to just kind of stay behind the scenes most of the time. So, didn't recognise Dennis with his shirt on there. But anyway, time for over number 9. 29 required of the last 2 overs of this one.
Mulder to bowl. And he kept DDC quiet earlier. DDC actually played a few dot balls against him. But not this time. He goes for it, and he's going to get 6. So DDC now gets to his 50 as well. What a fantastic knock from Daniel Dolkaya. 51 of 22 deliveries. Very little celebration, though, because he knows it's the win that they're after, and they've got themselves in the driving seat.
Yeah, really nice shot. Can they get hold of Mulder? Well fielded, this will just be a single. Mulder's a very handy guy to bring back in the night, more than handy.
Great bit of fielding. Hit hard, but well fielded. Excellent work to Burton. That point. Too bad is having a chat. And DDC just saying something there to Bratt. Now, I wonder what he said to him there. All right. Okay. Sebastian Bratt against the spinner Mulder. Goes down the track and he gets it proper. That is huge. It's a lovely shot. Ends up halfway up Grizzly Hill. Wonderful hitting. And have a look at the equation here now. Oh yeah, top shot. Goes for the old flipper. Draws him out, but Bratt doesn't miss. Makes contact.
Really good shot. And this is why I said, don't you worry about Bratt being on strike. This guy, he's captained his nation to an ECC title.
Haven't lost a match at all in this year's European Cricket League. We're unbeaten in the group stages, facing defeat for the first time, COYMS. And he sneaks this one in, dot ball.
Didn't want to play like a lazy shot and maybe top edge and get caught there, Bratt, so he kind of pulls the pin on that one.
Okay, 16 of 8. To a ball. Hits it hard. Fielder there, gets down best, doesn't make any mistakes, gets the ball back in quickly. This becomes a huge delivery now. 15 of 7. Can he get a boundary here to take all the pressure off the last over?
Oh, here we go again, Rico. Oh, flicks one past him, sneaks inside.
Gets
so
the
Mulder.
dot.
Yeah, none for 20 for him. Grandstand finish incoming at the end of the over. 15 required, 110 for 4 after 9.
Well, there you go. Get your shoulder pads on. We're going into the last again. It's going to be 15 required of 6 deliveries. And is the big man, Alan Coulter, the bowl. He hasn't always had it all go his own way. We've got to remember that. And he'll love to finish this over well and get them the win. Remember, there was the comical moment when he dived and the ball sort of bounced over him and went for 4. All right, it's going to be another thriller here at the Cartama Oval. The Spanish champions, Pakake Barcelona, needing 15 against COIMS, the champions from Ireland, who have yet to lose a match here in this year's European Cricket League. It goes down to the wire. It goes down to the last over.
Strap yourselves in. Big Red is on the case. And Brutt faces up, needing 15 for Pakake. Last over of the contest. Oh, and he's bowled him. He's tried to leave it for a wide. He's hit his foot. He's come back onto the stumps. Bizarre dismissal, and Brutt has to go. 110 for 5.
Oh, that's huge. Huge for a number of reasons. Número uno is a dot ball. Número dos, a new batter will go on strike. Now, I wonder what CMRY do here. We'll keep an eye on the field because the new batter comes in. Will they put pressure on? Because you got to be thinking, you got to try and get DDC on strike. But yeah, he just, you know what he's thinking, but he can't get the leg out of the way.
Yeah, forgot where his legs were. And, well, to use a canine analogy, he needed to lift the leg but couldn't quite manage as Brutt has to walk off for 25. Yeah, he spotted it was going to miss the leg stump. And key word there being that it was going to miss this leg stump, but then rebounds on. Atif comes out.
Tell you what, I know that Corey keeps on saying that Mohamed Atif is not a batter, he's not a batter. This would be the perfect time that Atif could turn around and say to Corey, you see, I am a batter. 15 of 5 deliveries. 15 of 5. Atif on strike. I'm having a look at the field. They don't bring anybody in. So they're basically saying to Atif, well, if you want that single, and if you want to drop it on the leg side, fine. It's there for the taking. That's what they've got to be trying to do here. DDC's got to try and get on strike.
Here we go with Atif. Misses, got to run. Oh, Atif kind of keeps him safe. Now we're going to miss. They won't take an overthrow. Big Red misses the dartboard.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter what they wanted. They achieved already because of the miss there from Doherty. But look at that. Even the medics can't watch.
The other thing is Atif kind of held it safe, but then he didn't. So I still think Daniel Dorkaya might have been in jeopardy. I mean, you say it doesn't matter, but it is a run. I think every run counts.
I meant the missing at the bowlers.
Yeah, but I mean, they concede a run they wouldn't have otherwise. So now they need 14 instead of 15. Daniel Dorkaya on strike. Gets it, wants to hit, and he doesn't want to go for the run. That's a real statement. And now really down to last chance saloon because you can't afford to take a dot here. Game's pretty much done. Yeah. So you've got to go boundary, and you've even got to go, if it's only a single or attempted 2, you've got to go for it now.
You've got to have 2 is the minimum you can afford to get, and then you're also looking for two boundaries. So really, I think DDC looking for 3 boundaries here.
All right. Boundary or bust for Daniel Dorkaya. And he nails it. Absolutely nails it. Maximo! Game back on. That one will take some finding. 6 runs as Dorkaya keeps the game alive.
Oh, well, big hit. He goes pitched up. DDC wants it there, gets it away. All right, the next one, you know, is going to be the shorter one. Short outside off. DDC, I think, knows it as well. He's already playing the shot in his mind. 8 off 2, everybody. 8 off 2. So this one of these 2 has to go again all the way.
Oh, boy. The other thing, don't forget, you've got to score off this. If this is a dot, it's pretty much done. So, Coulter, looks like maybe a cutter. Golden ball 56. We thought we might see one before. We didn't. This is where Coulter has just got to try and deliver his best. I'm thinking, you know, wide Yorker, tramline just inside.
Short ball.
Short, I don't know, it's risky. 2 to come. And he hits it, and it's going to disappear as well. Maximo! So here we are again. It's exactly the same scenario as this morning. Well, time to call for the shoulder pads. It's 1 to tie, 2 to win off the last ball.
Yeah, well, I think they go back to, on reflection, Chris Doherty missing the stumps when he's rolling it back in. DDC gets in.
He said it wouldn't matter.
Yeah. All right, here we go. 2 required for victory. We go to the last. Alan Coulter, well, he's thinking hard what he's going to do here. DDC knows what he's going to do. He's looking to finish it with a boundary. And I tell you what, here, The Spanish will erupt on Dia de Padre in Spain. Oh, what a way what a celebration this would be.
Wow, game on. Daniel Dorcaye, he's been in this exact situation before last year against Dreux, and he came up with fresh air. 1 to tie, 2 to win. Last ball, gets it, and Pakai Care going to win. Goes all the way. Maximo! 6-6-6, and the game's done. COIMS lose for the first time in ECL 24, and Pakai Care spring to life. A 120 ball thriller sees Pakai Care getting over the line in the end.
Daniel Dorcaye shows the world his class as Pakai Care Badalona go back to winning ways. What a victory that is. That is sensational. And you can see what it meant to DDC when he hit that one for 6. What a match. What a finish. And COIMS have lost their first match, needing 15 off the last. It didn't start well, did it? There was a dot, there was a wicket of Sebastian Brat, then Mohamed Atif. Well, he only had to do one thing, that was run, and run hard to the other end. He did, and he got DDC back on strike, and after that, well, the rest, well, you know, 6-6-6, game over. COIMS, they lose their first, they'll pick up a point from it, but, well, Pakai Care Badalona, they get the 3 points. What a victory, what a moment. Brilliant celebrations here. We've had another thriller, and DDC, well, he does the job for his side. But once again, I said to you when we were on the comms cam there earlier that in big matches like this, little things make a difference. And for me, it was that over from Carson McCulloch. That no ball that went for 7 and the next ball hit for 6. 13 off 2 balls. That is what changed the game.
Yeah, and well, crazy game, really. Hey, Daniel Dorcaye, the demons of last year's ECL are exercised, aren't they, with that last ball win. It was a year ago that he couldn't get the 1 run to tie or 2 runs to win against Dreux, but he maximized the last 3 out of here to steal the game for Pakai Care. But earlier, obviously being made to work pretty hard for their runs. Baba didn't fire. Yassine got them off to a little bit of a decent start as well with 5 boundaries in his 22. He was asked to open the innings, but Daniel Dorcaye, once again, he's delivered at the Cartama Oval.
Yeah, he just shows you what a class player is. Don't forget, there was one point in this contest when he was 2 of 6 deliveries. The over came to an end. He put his bat under his arm and started walking, and I'm thinking, no way, don't tell me he's retiring out. Well, to everybody's delight, he wasn't. He just walked up and changed his bat. And after he changed his bat, I tell you what, there was no looking back. So, DDC, the bat you have in your hand is the one that you want all the time because it made all the difference. Well done, well batted. And that is what you call a proper match-winning inning.
And also, it's our second last ball thriller in a row. This one was brutal in another way. How about the team catch there? McCulloch hands it off to Mulder. And that was a fairly important stop as well. But in the end, it just kind of hung in the game. Got a couple of gifts they cashed in, didn't they? Getting the 7 up always helped get them going. Brunt was pretty important here. And you kind of felt that despite the best efforts of Dennis, who's keeping track of everything on camera 4, that with Brunt and DDC at the crease, Pakai actually had it under control. But then this bizarre moment in the first ball of the last over, Brunt wants a wide, can't get the leg out of the way. It sits it onto the stumps, and that looked like trouble, but Atif did his job, got to the other end, and then left it to DDC to put on the finishing touches.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, this is the swing and a miss, and I think DDC probably would have got there anyway. I don't think Atif would have. It made a difference of a run, but in the end, it wouldn't have mattered because, like we knew, DDC was not thinking about running. He was thinking about hitting everything in the boundary, and then it went Calypso style. Shaka, 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 6-6-6. Thank you very much. Done and dusted, and DDC gets Pakai Care Badalona their first win in Championship Week, and they desperately needed that.
Yeah, they did. It's such a different start than if they'd gone 0-2, and DDC just gets the willow through it. Fine margins, and they do cut it pretty fine in the end. You can see how much it means to them. Pakai Care, the 2022 champions, up and about in Championship Week 24.
Yeah, big moment. Look at the celebrations there. That was Mohamed Imran, who's obviously turned up for Championship Week, and he was certainly celebrating. Well, maybe he's their good luck charm. But I tell you what, Daniel Dorcaye, that so far is the innings of this championship week. 70 not out of 28, and he helps his team to victory. Yes, in play some good shots early on, 5 balls for him, and I think you're absolutely right, that partnership with Sebastian Bratt was pretty key as well. On the bowling front, some super figures as well. As you saw there, 2 wickets just for 3 runs from John Matchett, that one over. But that was a gamble they had to take. You saw they're talking about that. Do you go back to spin like Matchett, or do you go for Coulter? Decided on Coulter. The rest, as I say, history.
Well, shades of King Charles Packard there, as once again we see 3 Maximos off the last 3 balls of a chase to secure the win. We'll take a break then. Back in around about 40 minutes. Corey Rucker's going to stand in for me for the next game. Drew and Forfarshire rematch of an ECN Classic from 2023 when we return to the Cartama Oval for more European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Great to have your company. Championship week action really throwing up a few interesting scenarios so far on day 2. Coming up, we have a rematch of an ECN Classic from last year. It's match 8 in Championship week this year between Dreux of France, the reigning European champions, taking on first-time Championship week side Forfarshire of Scotland. Look, the reason Forfarshire couldn't make it through last year is because of the French side that they'll meet right here. Let's go over to the coin toss now, where Ian Ramage has the 2 captains.
Drew, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Forfarshire, you are the away team, you will call. There you go.
Parry match.
Parry match has been called. It's come down European cricket, so you've won the toss. You're going to bat first. Okay, toss won by Drew, who will bat first.
So the toss has been won by Dreux, and their captain Ahmed Nabi has elected to have a hit. So expect to see him out in the middle of the Cartama Oval pretty shortly with the pads on. He's just got a horrendous record in this ECL. There's no bones about it. A 7-ball duck yesterday, a bit of a low point, but I think they're going to stick with him. Imagine Hamza Niaz to open up as well, Mohamed Nisa at 3, but it was Nabi last year that really piled on the runs, batting first against Forfarshire under lights. As far as the fourths go, Aman Bilwal has been a really good injection for them, but they didn't have the day they wanted yesterday. Just 2 solitary points out of their 2 matches. So really looking forward to this. Gives me shades of the Saturday Night Fever match in March 2023. As we go up to the commentary box, it is Drew batting first in this one. So it is Nabi o'clock as we'll go to Corey Ruckers standing in for this game with Rico Full as we get ready for the first ball.
Hello everyone and welcome back, and well, if this day is anything to go by, we are going to have another very tight and exciting match as the champions from Scotland, Forfarshire, take on the champions from France, Dreux. Not just the champions from France, but of course our reigning champions. There's a battle of the 2 teams in blue. Dreux, a little bit of that gold in their shirts, and of course they've got the crown on there as well, being one of the champions. Yeah, Nabi, things can only get better, and well, they probably will, because you know that Niaz has been in good form and Mohamed Nisa, but how about that? Also a big in, Hamza Salim Dar, playing his first match for Dreux. He's one of their wild cards. I know he's been listed in their squad, but it's the first time that we're going to get a chance to see him. So Forfarshire, they were hoping, or will be hoping, that Craig Wallace finally gets some runs. He had a, well, if you think Nabi had a bad day yesterday, well, Wallace had back-to-back ducks. I think he only faced 5 balls and wasn't able to get a run. They need him to come good. They need Callum Garden to come good for them as well. But look out for Aman Bilwal. He played very well yesterday. Well, there's the man. We're all talking about Nabi. Can he get going this time? He's, well, warming up at the non-strikers end. You know he's not at his best, because if he's in form, he's facing the first ball. Hamza Niaz is going to face the first one. Just look at Stefan Gooch. He's a square leg umpire for the start of this one, and it's going to be Nirmal Singh who's at the striker's end. Sulman Saeed is the 3rd umpire. So Dreux, remember, the reigning champions, they started with a loss yesterday, scoring 122 against the Old Victorians, but couldn't defend it. They lost with 14 balls to go. Forfarshire, they've lost 2. It's a nice looking shot and a good save from Jack Hogarth, who probably has been the one shining star so far for Forfarshire with bat and with ball. Now, they lost yesterday, remember. They lost the first match at Ginebrecha when Ginebrecha put 150 on the board. Hogarth made a fine 36, and then they lost in the night to COYMS 129 and 93. Hogarth once again in the runs, 47, not out of 26. So he's in form, but the others have to click. And that gets played away, and it will be a stop. So Nabi A little bit of an inside edge, but he gets going. Another man who's keen to get going joins me in the concrete box for the first time today. Corey Rutgers, welcome.
Good to be back, Rico. Looking lovely today. You are in that lovely pink. But what a day of cricket we've had. Some exciting finishes, some controversy. Now it's Nabi time with Niaz. And, well, little bow wow, I like to call him, with the left arm seam. He's a good bowler.
It's nicely played. 4 runs. You don't have to run for those. But good at us. The reigning champions Drua are looking to make their first impact in Championship Week. They desperately want to win here. Another team desperately want to win is forfeiture. You don't want to go 3 losses out of 3.
I just think if you do go 3 losses out of 3, it might be already curtains. Very difficult to then win 3 on the trot and stay in this competition.
That would be a wide for short. He's too short. Goes over the head of the batter. Yeah, the one thing forfeiture have managed to do, even they've got those 2 losses, they did at least, thanks again to Hoggy, get a point from both of those losses. So that's what they've got on their favour. They haven't had a total wipeout, I suppose.
Yeah, you've got to pick up your point in your losses. I think we're going to have a lot of close games over the week, just like this morning. Well, it's going to be a no ball. They just bowled one too short. Now that's too short. You can't go 2 over shoulder, Rico.
No, you can't. Sabel Wild, I think he did this yesterday as well. Bangs it in too short. So the batter says, yeah, thank you very much. I'll have the free hit.
Yeah, just got it all wrong. How big of an inclusion? Obviously, overnight we heard that Thuru are going to activate their wild card, and old Hamza Salim Dar catches a quick flight, and before you know it, you got a lefty in the order.
Yeah, and Hamza, well, we know that he loves playing at the Cartama Oval. Hasn't he had some momentous knocks out here? It's not a bad looking delivery, but it's a terrific shot from Niaz as well. Just gets into position, plays it well. I suppose he has the luxury now, knowing that the bowler can't really go short.
Yeah, nice shot, wasn't it? Over pitch and just comes onto that front foot, bang, straight through the gap. We've seen some seriously good batting this morning and really good fielding and bowling plans also. You just sort of feel Championship Week's brewing up now. Teams are finding their form, and yeah, very difficult Championship Week to call.
So you sitting in the fan zone, it looked like you're doing a little bit of homework, but watching that last match, and I'm sure you'll be very pleased with the way DDC performed. This one doesn't quite get it out in the middle, just a single.
Yeah, I actually decided to come in early to watch a bit of cricket and do a little bit of work on the side. To what a good 2 games to come and watch just on the sideline. Yeah, very pleased obviously for DDC. I think he batted really well. I think CRYMS played a pretty good game of cricket there, and obviously the big one this morning as well between Gina President and Old Victorians. Besides the incident, it was an amazing game of cricket up until that moment.
Cricket, wasn't it? Okay. Bat onto ball and boundary. Nabi. Well, that will make him feel better after getting off the mark. Well, a little bit of a nervy one when he got a bit of an inside edge. This time, he's down the ground, he gets some boundary, so he's looking to get going, looking to come back with a bang here, Nabi, the captain of Drua.
Yeah, that's the first over complete, 17 for none. I guess one thing about Nabi, Rico, as we see the tail of the tape, these are all the teams that had made it through. Now you're watching them at Championship Week. A lot of people obviously say, oh, look, he's in a bad bit of form, put him down the order. But honestly, if you do that, you actually cause more damage. I love that Nabi still going to go out there, still going to play shots, and if it starts to click, and then you have Nisar as well, you have Hamza Salim Dar, all of a sudden you've got to start talking about Thuru again.
Yeah. And the thing about Nabi is, you know one thing about him. All right, yesterday was probably the exception when it was a 7-balled up. But normally, if he goes early, he goes early. He doesn't chew up delivery. New bowler that comes on is Scott Cameron. Dot ball to start off with.
Yeah, I think Drew sets their standards so high last year. People were expecting them to sort of be front runners again, but you'd have to say even in the group stage they've been a little bit hit and miss, but still they're in this competition, and they are sort of so you don't want to count off Drew too early. There's a good lineup there, and if they get a couple of wins, they're right back in this comp.
And that one's well played. That will go all the way. So manos arriba, Vitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. And, well, Hamza Niaz is performing well here at the moment. I suppose the issue that could happen with somebody like Drew, when you've got the likes of, we mentioned already, Nisar, who's been in just incredible form. Hamza comes into the side as well. That sometimes it's almost like, well, when when do you consider batters as tune-up deliveries and somebody else has to come in? As this one has been hit beautifully straight down the ground. What a hit.
Yeah, fair shot from Niaz. Well, here's one man that's been in form the whole competition, basically. So full ball, pumps it dead straight. He's been carrying this top order with Nisa. That's a gorgeous cricket stroke.
Yeah, and you know that they're always going to be up there, always going to be in the reckoning. I mean, every player and every team will have a bad game, but well, championship sides and championship players will always perform when need be. And Drew, this is a need be performance from them. And sometimes you get the rub of the green as well, as this one is an edge, but it flies away to the boundary. 4 more.
Yeah, more fortune favours the Brave this time. Didn't go where he wanted, but width on offer. He'll get 4. But yeah, I guess the other thing that adding Hamza Salim Dar does that line, you get an extra 2 overs from somewhere if you want, but they finally have a lefty in the middle order. That's always one thing I've thought with Drew have gotten away with. So it's a big inclusion. Can't count out Forfeiture just yet. They've got some very good players.
Well, the first short one there from Scott Cameron, and it's a quick, spicy one. The batter ducks under it, so that would be probably the, well, it may not even be the one for the over actually, because looking at that, I don't think it goes over the shoulder.
Yeah, I don't think it was called either. I guess for Forfeiture today, I actually think they bowled and fielded well yesterday. It was just that sort of, it was Garden, Wallace, and the man on your screen now, Cameron. If those 3 can get going with the bat, they're right back in it.
And in the same areas again, down the ground. This time it will bounce once and go over the boundary. So interesting that bowling straight and being hit straight, and yet a little bit like CYMS in their match earlier, they don't really want to commit and put somebody straight down there. So there's another over that comes to an end, another over that, well, this time it does go magical. The first 17, this one for 20, and Drew off to a flyer, 37 without loss.
Yeah, look at this table, starting to get jam-packed. Everyone's going to be beating everyone eventually, I think. Hornchurch and Old Victorians both on 2 apiece. A win here for either of these teams puts them around that 4 mark. And with so many games to go, Rico, good luck trying to predict this tournament.
Yeah, very much so. And Forfeiture, like I said, they know that they go down here. And, well, they're going to be really at the wrong end of the table. So they're not going to spin straight away. I thought maybe Hoggy might have fancied coming on just to change it a bit and get away from the pace, but not just yet. They're going to go to somebody who's had a pretty good group series in the stages. That's Bryce Ullichin. And slow ball up in the air, and it will be a great catch if it's taken. That's sensational. That is an unbelievable catch. And I don't think there's any issues with the heights. And Nabi, he gets a slow full toss, he belts it, probably as high as the ball can be hit. But this catch, well, talk to me about this catch. This is just class.
Yeah, brilliant catch because he was inside the inner ring and he had to go running back. There he is in your screens. And with the sun shining, that's a very, very good educated catch. But boy, oh boy, Nabi, that was a low full toss, slow. A different Nabi hits that for 12. Not today. He's just having such a shocking time at the crease. You have to imagine that confidence is right down. He'll go for 5, and the score is 37 for 1.
That's some catch. That is some catch. I mean, you see it there from where he starts on the side view camera. He actually has to, so he reacts quickly, he starts running side on, and then he's backpedaling while keeping his eye on the ball and holds on to it. Brilliant catch.
Nisa comes to the crease, and Nisa's been in red-hot form this whole tournament. Nabi, there he is. He has to go back, and big shake of the hand, and you can understand he's probably in a bit of a dark place. First ball for Nisa.
Well, he doesn't mess around. He gets it away, and you're right. Issa, he's been something else, hasn't he?
He's just freakish form. Yeah. If you told me right now the tournament ended, Rico, and you had to name an MVP of the whole tournament, he's my MVP right now. Yeah. He has come in and just dominated for this French side through many times. And I think he's got 5 or 6 50s out of 7 innings.
He scored, well, yesterday when he scored another 50, that was 4 on the spin. That's why he starts the day on 420 runs. And, yeah, it's quite incredible.
Has he got 420 already?
He's got 420 already. That's amazing.
A big tournament. Good to have all the fans out in the fan zone as well, but it's a hot day here. Hearing tomorrow also, Rico, might be a bit of a sandstorm coming our way.
Oh, no, not another one of them.
Apparently tomorrow during the 6-game day. Hope you're ready.
We don't want one of them again. That's when well, let's have a look at this one. They're going to have to look at it. It's 4 for the moment, but this could be a minimo. It's a slower delivery, the one that got Nabi. But I just get the feeling, my instincts tell me this might be a little bit too high.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if it's going to dip enough. It was the back of the hand slower ball. He gets it all wrong. Let's have a closer look. For me, that's a no ball. I always think these marginal ones should go to the batsman. There it is. It's called straight away. So good umpiring, good work from Spring Media, and that means it's free hit time now for Niaz.
There's the little warning to the bowlers. So Alchin, yeah, he's thinking, well, he bought me a wicket once, I'll try again. He gets it wrong, free hit. And down the ground, and that's going to be 6 runs, so they capitalise on it. And I suppose that's how you get, in this case, 11 off just 1 ball.
Yeah, Alchin, he picked up the big wicket. He will probably fix some demons of last year when Nabi hit him for 5 sixes in and over, but this time it's a half volley. It's there to be put away, and well, Diaz, he's in some form as well, Rico. 40 off 13.
And down the ground again, and he's just making the most of this power play with well, that fielder not being put back there. Why do you think they're very reluctant to do that? Why are they not putting a fielder back there?
They've got the fielder at deep mid on deep mid wicket, but yeah, you are right, Rico. Niaz is one of those very few batsmen. He loves to go inside out over cover and the offside, so you could potentially do it. I think Alchin just a bit guilty of bowling some half volleys. Oh no.
Well, that's a wonderful lead from the batter. And with him straying down there, the wicketkeeper has no chance at all standing up to stop this. So this over is turning out to be a bit of a disaster. It's gone for 25 already. And a maximum here could mean that we'll see a supersonic one.
Yeah, that hurts. The Victoria Cervases are flying around though.
Yeah, hello gentlemen. And, enjoying themselves in the Andalusian sunshine. Slower ball, and well, they've got to keep. Well, they're not thinking of why they're not. Well, he's going to get himself out here. They're not even running. I thought at least you try and run just in case the catch goes down. It doesn't, and what a strange over that is from Alchin. It's gone for 25. He picks up though 2 wickets at either end. So the 2 ends look good, but in the middle, well, it didn't look very well. But the sandwich does have 2 wickets either side. So he ends up with an over where he takes 2 wickets and goes for 25. And the score at the end of 3, 62 for 2.
Yeah, he kept backing that back of the hand slow ball. I actually think that you'd take that as a trade-off. If you said 25 runs in 4 balls, but you get both openers, I reckon you're taking that. So interesting power play, 62 for 2. As Niaz goes for a quick 5, 44 off 15. Placed most of the power play and made use of it. Good innings from him. And now it does mean Hamza Salim Dar, left-handed batsman, will come out as the wild card for Dreux. They were the only team, Rico, in the competition that hadn't used a wild card in the comp. Now they've decided that's the right time. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes. Left-handed batter. Obviously, he was the MVP at the ECC, but it's a new tournament. And he'll be batting with Nisa.
Yeah, well, you've got 2 very dangerous batters. And Nisa is in good form. Hamza, I don't really know how much cricket he's played recently. I know that, of course, during February, he did play there in Barcelona. And he's made a lot of runs over there. But, of course, we know he loves it here. There's Hogarth comes into the attack, and he'll find his first ball also go to the boundary.
Yeah, what a nice shot that was. Nisa, just a beautiful timer of the ball, isn't he?
Goes in the back foot and quite happy just to push this along for a single. That's what you've got to do here at the moment. Take no unnecessary risks.
Well, big matchup. I don't think that's in their vocabulary, Rico. This is Dreux. This is Salim Dar and Nisa. I think if it's in their slot, they're going to go. This is the way they play. Will Hamza try and launch his first ball for 6? We know he likes to. Will Hoagie slip one through the gate?
Watch out in the fan zone if he does. Because don't forget, he's a lefty, and he will. This has gone sailing over us. A big hit, and welcome to Hamza Salim Dar. And playing for Drew, and hitting his first ball for a 6, and a big smile on his face to show for it as well.
Yeah, ridiculous shot. First ball of his tournament, just lofts it over mid-off and pretty calmly, pretty comfortably. Good contest on our hands here.
Okay, nicely played, well respected.
At the ECC, I think Hamza he got the MVP, he got the watch,
Yeah.
but he had 7 or 8 innings, and it was 7 out of 8 he hit a 6 off his first ball. It's just, it's not normal what that boy can do.
Yeah, he's tormented many a bowler. So is this guy though, Nisar. And he launches at this, he's out of reach of the fielder, can't get there. There's going to be another boundary. So this over is going boundary single at the moment. There's another boundary.
Yeah, and that one wasn't out the middle. It was half a chance, not really. So good over this for Forfarshire. I think obviously with Salim at 4 now, that order just looks a little bit longer, doesn't it, Rico?
Yeah, and one thing that you said is just having that genuine left-hander, slower delivery, really tossed up this time by Hogarth. It's a very good start for Drew. And looking to, well, you can see already there at the end of that 4th over there, almost on the AC already, 79 for 2. So the expected score right up there, around about the 170 mark at the moment.
Yeah, this is sort of the old Drew where they just pile on runs. Obviously, they lost Nabi again early. You have to wonder when is he going to click it in this tournament. But now with Salim Dar at 4, still you've got Rafa at 5. Maybe Ahmedzai comes out at 6. Amir Zahir. There's still a lot of batting to come in this lineup.
A few people were saying, where is Hamza? Where is Hamza? Well, you see him. He's arrived, and he announced his arrival with his normal way, a big 6. As Jamie King is given the ball to see if he can get a breakthrough here. Well, it's another one that's going to cost them. It's going to be buys, I believe. Oh no, there's bats on this.
Oh, no call from the umpires.
I didn't see buy signal. And Jamie King has a little look at the umpire. So given us 4, so you must have got something on this.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit of glove on the way through. It's been signalled runs.
So look at this. So
tough to tell from that. But just bounced in front of the keeper and just couldn't read it.
Garden couldn't stop it. And now this one is short and it gets over the fielder as well. So 4 of the first, 6 of the second. The runs just keep on coming. And Forfarshire, the champions of Scotland, who already have 2 defeats to the name, are desperately looking for a victory themselves. It's not a good start. It looks like they're going to be chasing a lot of runs at the moment.
Yeah, they need to peg it back. Just a couple more wickets will make them feel a bit better. But 89 or 4.2, they are motoring, Rico.
And, well, that's what he tried to do last time when he did get something on it, they said. Or the umpire says. But he definitely got something on this one. It's 4 more. It's clever batting. It's good thinking. And Jamie King shaking his head. He doesn't like it. No wonder he doesn't like it, because that's 14. Or just 3 deliveries.
Yeah, brilliant batting. Nisar's the informed batter in this whole competition. He's really shown his skill, and boy, he can play 360.
He's happy now this time just to say, yeah, I've had my fair share of fun in this over. I'll take the single and hand over to Hamza. I think Jamie King is trying to get inside the batter there. I don't know what he's saying to Nisar, but Nisar just totally ignores him. What a strike rate at the moment, going at 300.
Maybe a little bit of frustration for King this over. Started with that first ball where he thought it was buys, but it was given runs. So going to come around the wicket to Salim Dar. 2 balls left in the 5th over.
Just the single as it goes to the field. That's what Forfarshire need here now. They need to win an over from somewhere, don't they? Win an over, create a few dot balls, just singles, no boundary for a while, and that will probably help them try and get back into it and get them a little bit more upbeat than they are at the moment. King trying to prevent this one from going magical. And yeah, he will. So 16 of it is the end of the 5th over. And it is a 95 on the board, though. So really on course for a big score. Rico Fuller for the first time today on Championship Day 2. And I'm joined here by Corey. Corey, welcome. And I know that you have been in the fan zone looking in. It's been an exciting day.
It's been a very exciting day, very interesting day with the cricket getting really, really close. And you know what I love about the comp at the moment is probably when we brought the rule in about the wild cards 2 years ago. I was a little bit at first like, why would we need it? But I love that every team has tactically brought in good wild cards. I think Samarera for Old Victoria's wild card, DDC wild card, Humza wild card. It actually just lifts the competition. And I think that limiting it to 2 is the perfect number because it's given this competition just a bit more fire.
Yeah, it gives it a bit more fire, makes it a little bit fire. It gives, well, I like to say, a little bit more masala to the Fiesta. And that's just punched nicely. That's a lovely shot from Humza. Doesn't have to hit it too hard. He knows he's just got to get it over the infielder. He does just that. So the boundaries continue as they go to Ryan Brown to see if he can make a difference.
4 of his first ball. Well, that's high. This could be out. He hasn't got it out the middle of the bat. He calls for the catch, Rico, and he takes it. So a low full toss works the trick. It wasn't probably where he wanted to pitch it, but he gets away with it. And a big wicket here for Forfarshire.
Yeah, see that wicket. They needed it, and it's a good one to get. And interesting, though, I wonder if we see this again. Just have a look at both the batters. So they're expecting it to be caught, and both of the batters are sort of well outside of their creases, including, of course, Nisar. So just watch where they are here. We won't see it from that look, but they're well out of their situ. So it's one of those where, I mean, if Humza is a batter that you think, you know what, we leave him there. Let's get the main man out. He could have quite easily have sort of taken it, put it down quickly, and then run out. Nisar at the other end.
Championship week, Rico. They don't drop them.
Yeah.
This is the best of the best. Batsmen know. Anyway, Hussain comes out at 5, ahead of Rafa. Brown starts his spell with the wicket. It was a big wicket for Salim Doe. Missed out on a full toss there. Still, 99 off 5.2. This is a dream start for the French champions.
Well, are we going to see a tale of two halves? We have seen that before when a team looked like they're going to go and probably got a 180 on the board or something, and then the second 5 overs go the way of the fielding side. So I wonder if Forfeiture can make that happen here. If they do, and they'll do themselves a huge favour. Otherwise, they're going to be chasing a lot of runs. You know, I've noticed something. This one is going to be a challenge, and he's unlucky. Gets hands to it, but he gets past him, and that's Fraser Ross. Little things like this, when you're playing well, go your way.
Yeah, Hornchurch are playing well, and they'll stop that. That's just something. They're playing good cricket. They're confident. They'll make sure they save that. That should have been saved. It was hit firmly, but just burst through. So an extra couple of runs.
Yeah, I've noticed. Have you noticed that we can't hear Clark Norris? And at the same time, I can smell like a bit of a barbecue.
Oh, no.
Do you think somebody had the right idea and done ourselves a favour, and there's a little bit of roast chicken? And pollo asado, as they would say here in Spain. Now, if that is the case, thank you.
Another over complete. Brown, pretty good over. He'll take that one for 9, and at the end of 6, they're in control at the moment. It's 104 for 3.
Yeah, they are in control. I think Mohamed Nisar holds the key of getting to a big score. He's on 30 off 11. And we've got Shazan Hussain, who's just come out there. Tabish Bharti is listed to be coming in next. So at the moment, they're in a good place. I drew it.
They'll be wanting a big finish, but Forfarshire they'll believe a couple of wickets in, they can peg it right back.
Okay, Jack Hogarth, his first over, didn't quite go to plan. Went for 17, but now's the time for him to try and maybe get another good one in there. There was a Nabi looking in and hoping that his team can continue the start they've made here. Floated up, hit down the ground, and it should be just the one. The fielder comes across. Ryan Brown, after bowling a pretty decent over himself, makes the stop.
Very surprised that Rafa didn't come out ahead of Hussain, or even Ahmed Zai. Hussain hasn't really ticked in the tournament yet. Well bowled. Really well bowled.
He wants to wide the batter, but he ain't going to get it, not if he's inside the line. Watch this again.
Yep, clever bowling.
Perfect. This time it's not a good ball, it's a Gundy one, but the batter probably expecting the same delivery again. Nisar makes a rare miss. That's one that Nisar would normally put away. So his ball's wide, gets his pads on it, and ends up being a dot for Hoggy.
Yeah, good comeback this, just the last 1.4 overs.
And this one will go all the way. The fielder does the right thing, stays just inside the rope, Scott Cameron, and leaps as the ball's going over it, but he can't reach it. 6 runs, so needed that boundary there, Nisar. He was just getting bogged down slightly.
I'll tell you what, Nisar's perfected the 52-metre 6. The amount of times he just gets enough on it. Quite remarkable. What a play. He's in such good form.
This one is just a single, so the one boundary in the over, and all the rest, couple of singles and dots, so you'll take that. So, yeah, Forfeiture starting to fight back. 112 for 3 after 7.
This is what we have coming up for the year. Obviously, we're currently at the ECL and we're off to plenty of countries. Portugal, France, Italy, just around the corner. Estonia to be announced also just around the corner. And then we finish more at the back end of the year. ECC, the first edition of ECCX. And then we finish with the women's on the 9th of December, Rico.
Yeah, and that, of course, will be back here. So we've still got 2 more journeys to come to the Cartama Oval for the ECC and ECCX and the ECC Women's. ECC, for those of you that are wondering, European Cricket Championship. And the difference being is this is the European Cricket League, what we call the Champions League of Cricket. ECC, the European Cricket Championship, is the Euros of cricket. That's when the international teams turn up, and that's when you, Corey, will be doing the coaching for Spain.
Should be good. Always a fun addition, and good to get the boys out there.
Probably a little bit too wide. Yeah, it is. It gets caught by Stefan Gooch. There might have been a little bit of movement from Hussain, but probably not as much as, yeah, look, very little, but the line is, it's not going to move by that much, so that's good. Good umpiring, I think, from Gucci. And well, they've got a fielder back there, so he comes into play, keeps that just to a single.
Yeah, I like that position. I was calling for this last night when Brown was bowling. Because he bowls so wide of off stump, you might as well have a third for the thin edge. So that saved 3 runs.
Yeah, Hussain getting that runnable 7, but Nisar, he needs to get the accelerator going again, and well, he will, because this one gets played away. It's 4 runs. It's a beautiful shot, really. I mean, it's the quickest delivery fired in from Brown because he sees the movement of the batter. So he fires it quicker, so it ends up being a full toss, but wonderfully played. That's a lot of skill there from this side.
Look at the keeper, Rico. That almost got him. That's not a nice one if you're Callum Garden. You're up to the stumps, that's for sure.
Brown getting good support from his players, and well, he goes short, and that's going to be absolutely hammered. So Nisar, well, I said he needs to put the foot down on the accelerator, and he's done just that after playing a very nifty little scoop shot for 4. He's then smashed this short Gundy ball for a big 6. Not a good delivery. It was a long hop, and it got the medicine it deserved.
Yeah, brilliant batting from Nisar. Once again, the glue to this lineup at the moment.
And he does it again.
Shot.
I tell you what, Corey, 6 runs. Shaba, Ginna Sona, Rabane Te Numpanaya. Nisar gets another half century. I make that 5 on the spin. That's got to be a record.
It's up there. If you stop the comp right now, he's the MVP. He is having a marvellous comp with the bat. He got him through the group stage when there was early wickets. He came out of hospital to get them through the group stage, Rico. And he has started championship week red hot. Cricket's a funny game. Last year, obviously, Nabi was on a heater, so we didn't see as much of Nisar, but by Nabi getting out early nearly every game, Nisar's been able to bat in the power play. Yeah. He's enjoying it, and his record this trip is phenomenal.
Yeah, he's almost like 400 above the nearest batter to him in this team. That's quite incredible. He is just in awesome form at the moment. He's eyeing up close to 500 runs already. I think by my calculations, he's on something like 475. That's just incredible. It will be the end of the over. It starts with a dot, and Brown gets applauded for that stop, because if he doesn't stop it, that's going all the way. So 131.
Here we go. Sorry to interrupt you, Rico. We've got a retired out. I was just watching there. So Hussein looks like he's jogging off.
Okay.
And that means it's going to be 131 for 4. Yeah, I like it. This is proactive cricket. What was he on, Rico?
7 off 7.
That's what you want to sort of see. He had his chance, 7 off 7. Wasn't able to get many out the middle, so you drag him off. You just say, look, it wasn't your day. Send someone else out there.
Yeah, and I think you made a good shout. You said you were surprised that Rafa hadn't come in. Mohamed Rafa, maybe it was to do with that he has, had a bit of an issue with his hand. So, well, probably not too bad, because he is eventually out there. So let's see if that works out in their favour. And he's going to be facing straight away. So if he hits a boundary here straight away, you're going to say, what a great call, what a great decision. And there you go.
Wow.
Yes, that's what we're talking about. That's why, we in the commentary box here, your good time crew, we talk about this a lot, about batters when they're not clicking. Just say, it's not going to be my day, I'm out of here. Let the next man in. And this is why, because a new batter comes out and he smashes the first ball for a big 6.
I think it's just slowly starting to become more of a thing. It was still a bit taboo about a year ago, but now teams are starting to employ it as a really helpful tactic.
King, oh, well, that gets blazed away. That's another 6. That is right up there as a Grizzly Hill topper. 6 has been called. Wouldn't mind a look at this side on as well, Here we go. The Spring Media thinking what I'm thinking. How high is that?
That's probably okay.
Just okay, yeah, because it's not a slow delivery. Well, Jamie King not having things go his own way at all here. He's getting 2 balls in his second over. Both have gone to the boundary. Big start. And there you go, folks. Mohamed Rafa just showing us why when a player isn't clicking, you do the retire out.
I can't believe he didn't come in at the number 5 position in the first place. He's a seriously dangerous cricketer when he gets going and loves hitting the long ball. So we're getting a big score here, Rico. And for Forfarshire, who have had a tough start to the tournament, gee, they're going to have to put up a really good run chase to stay in it.
Corey, they've only just struggled to pick up a point from the 2 losses they've had so far. And picking up a point here, I mean, especially if this does go to sort of a 170 type of score, even that ain't going to be easy, let alone trying to win the match. But they've got batters that can do it. None are clicking at the moment, though. It goes for 3 out of 3. Catching opportunity. Taken. Great catch. He's been superb in the field. I think this is the same man we saw earlier who took a brilliant catch, Ross. And just waiting for confirmation of that. But the way he takes that catch, the way he gets there, I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, Fraser Ross. Great catch.
Yeah, brilliant catch. Really, really good catch. Another shot from Rafa. Went miles in the air. Didn't get this one out the middle. Got a lot of height on it. King with the response, sort of off-cutter into the wicket. And a nice, safe take out there. So, yeah, Forfarshire, the catching's been pretty good. They've just been pounded for a lot of 6s in this innings. And well, still got a long way to go, though.
Yeah, they have. And, well, one batter goes and another one comes. Does his job, though, Rafa. Hits the first 2 balls for 6, gets out of the third, doesn't chew up any deliveries. And now, when he goes, now there's the solid unit. Oh, look at that. Of Kamran Ahmadzai now comes out.
He's a solid unit, Rico. Very solid. Oh.
Well, there you go. And that's how solid he is. Ahmadzai, boom. Shakalagya. There's another big 6, as we can see. A bit of a technical meeting happening there in the background. But watch out to the technical committee, because there's some Grizzlies flying about this afternoon.
Yeah, this is a bit more like the Drew we know. Extremely dangerous with the bat. 32 boundaries in this innings. There's been 32 boundaries. They don't run 1s and 2s. They just hit boundaries.
How many of those 6s?
Actually, less than 4s today. They've got 11 6s at the moment. May have counted this wrong. That's a lot of boundaries. Ahmadzai again.
All right, and this one looks like that's going to be 6. It goes all the way. So Ahmadzai, now it's his turn to go 6-6 of his first 2. There's some of the Badalona boys. They're just resting up here now. They've got a bit of a wait for their next clash, and they will be playing against Drew in the night match. No wonder they're watching with intent. But they'll be very happy they've got that win under their belt against the YMS, because that quite easily could have gone another way. But GDC got them home. And this one is going to test the field. It's a great effort, sensational. Now he's hurt himself here. That has hurt. He's trying to keep this in. That's Ryan Brown. And I didn't like the way he's holding his hand. That's hurt. That is definitely hurt him. It's an incredible launch. We'll see this here. He takes off. He tries to save it, but as soon as you can see that's hit his hand hard, and as soon as he lands, they're getting the medic here.
Oh, no.
To have a look at this.
Look at this. Oh, no. Well, Vinny trying to tell Big Red, give him a whack for us.
Just clobbering.
Look, Big Red doesn't. Big Red isn't about the limelight. Big Red's about bowling fast.
Yeah.
He doesn't need Vinny in his ear.
He doesn't, no. Okay. Well, look at this score, 161. That last over from King. Wow,
30?
how many came off in 30? Was it supersonic?
I think it went 30 and a wicket. I think he took 1 for 30 in the over, which is quite difficult to do. And in the last sort of 1.3 overs in this game, there's been 8 sixes. So a big push at the back end. Subfielder's going to come on, and Drew, they are racing away.
Yeah, and that didn't look good.
I think he's landed, as he's dived, Rico, he's landed on his hand and his body weight has gone into it. So hopefully he's okay.
Well, he's getting some treatment there from Elsa on the boundary. And, okay, well, this one is, well, I don't think you'll see it at home quite the way that I see it. As that ball's played, the fielder on the 45 starts to run in, and then he has to put the brakes on, and then, see there, he then has to go backwards. So he overruns and then gets played over him. That's James Sims, so another boundary. Oh, it's been raining runs this afternoon. आज दा ना bowler ਨੂੰ ਚੰਗੀਆਂ ਚਪੇੜਾਂ ਪਈਆਂ, ਚੰਗੇ ਛਿੱਤਰ ਪਏ ਆ. And it ain't over yet. The rear dot. So, well, Bailwal, he's going to have to be top draw with the bat. He's somebody who they have used as opening. Well, some discussions there happening. And people enjoying themselves in the fan zone. It's the place to be at the moment on a warm, muggy day. Enjoying some of the cold beverages. And there's another one. So it's as simple as that. And Nisar, even though he hasn't been on strike much, but he's been enjoying things from the other end as batters have come in and smashed sixes.
Is it just arrogance from Forfarshire, or do they not want to put fine leg back? Why? Everyone knows the man plays this ramp ridiculously. You've got to have it for him. I think, is that the 5th or 6th ramp for 4?
Yeah, and now finally, you can see Belwal, he's doing just that. The man does go back. But you know what Nisar's going to do here now, of course.
Yeah, good play now. He just bangs it straight if he can.
There you go. He goes there. Because I got to say that I knew Nisar was going to look for this as this gets smashed away as well. But it's probably not the most intelligent delivery to bowl, because Nisar's saying, okay, you moved the man in from there. So this is where I'm going to go. I'm going to try and go. And when you give him a ball like this, you're just making it easy for him. And he says, thank you very much.
How many runs was he on at the start of this innings, Rico? I think you said
420.
So he's about to crack 500. And we've still got plenty of games to go. What a player. He's in such good form, it's ridiculous.
Okay, now it could be a chance, should be taken, it will be taken. No celebration at all from Forfarshire. You can see they just go back to their marks. It's been one of those matches at the moment to forget. I mean, I know it's only the halfway point, but they've taken a bit of a hiding here. 175 now for 6, as finally Mohamed Nisar will go after us. Spectacular and scintillating knock-off, 68, well batted to him. That's caught and bowled, and Belwal will get the wicket. But there's the man. He's the talk of the moment as well. He's so close to already 500 runs in this European Cricket League, and he has just been in some incredible form.
Yeah, what a brilliant player just to watch. So calm at the crease and elegant in the way he plays. So he's a fun time comes to an end. I tell you what, Forfarshire do not like this French team, Rico. Every single time they've come up against them, they've piled on the runs. It happened in the group final last year.
Yeah.
It's happened now. It's last ball time. Butty has the honour.
And this one is going to get through him. It gets taken. They don't run. And that will be the end of the innings. And what an innings it's been. 175 on the board. And Drew, they needed to bounce back, didn't they, Drew? The reigning champions. They got beat yesterday by Old Victorians quite comfortably with 14 balls to go by only putting 122 on the board. On that occasion, it once again was Mohammed Nisar. It was the only one scored in the runs when Niaz got 26. And both those batters were in great form again today. As you saw, Niaz, he got to 44. But once again, Mohammed Nisar, he got a fantastic 68. Nabi still hasn't got going, but Hamza Salim Dar comes into the equation as well and plays some nice shots.
Yeah, they look more balanced by adding another batsman that's an all-rounder as well, actually, and probably bowled 2 overs. Unfortunately, it was the same old Nabi. Just can't buy a trick this time out for 5 off 3, and you've got to wonder how he must be feeling. But these two men, Niaz and Nisar, have done so much heavy lifting, Rico. They are a delight to watch.
They are. It's lovely to watch. And maybe, you know, that is what's working a treat for Drew at the moment. Everybody's talking all about Nabi and probably putting a lot of time and focus about how to do with him and forgetting about the 2 other players that have been extremely good with the bat.
Yeah, absolutely, maybe, because Nisar just seems to have the wood over everyone that's bowled to him in this competition. This is when the man with the right arm off spin, I should say, Brown, came in to take it. Hit for 1-6 early, but then got the big wicket of Hamza Salim Dar, who missed out on a full toss there. But it brought Rafa to the crease at the back end, also mixed up with Hussain. There was a tactical retired out, Rico, and it paid off. Yeah, it paid off big time, and if you think from when Hussain left the middle, he was on a runnable 7. And right after that, I think the batters that came out in the next 6 balls hit 5 of those for 6s. So Rafa hit 2 big 6s straight away when he came out there, and you can see that's one of them there. Then when he was gone, thanks to this really good catch from Ross, then Ahmadzai came out, and then he did the same thing. He smashed some big 6s. So that's the difference. That's the thing. When we were having a look at some of the teams like the old Victorians playing earlier today, that's what they're missing. Old Victorians don't have a batter middle order or lower down that can come in and do that. Well, apologies there to Coulter. We will try and tie him up, and you just can't keep him out of the action, can you? No, you just can't, unfortunately. But what an innings from the French champions. Probably the best they've batted in a long time. 175 for 6. Let's have a closer look at the scorecards, Rico. And once again, it was those 2 men, Niaz and Nisar, 44 and 68. And then a couple of cameos, a 12 off 5 for Hamza, a 12 off 3 for Rafa, and an 18 off 3 for Ahmadzai.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about there. You see that retired out came 7 of 7. Let's see if he stayed there and carried on. Well, look how many runs. That's 40 runs there.
They hit those 3 cameos. It's 42 off 11.
Yeah.
So it's impact, and it helps.
Yeah.
This was the bowling figures, and, well, they tried their best. They mixed it up. No one really getting a foothold in this game with the ball.
Yeah, nobody really. You're absolutely right. All right, 2 wickets there for Malachin. And when you think about it, 2 for 25, you'll take that any day. But a lot of pain for some of the others, of course. I mean, Brown went for 28. And you saw Jamie King, he was very expensive. He's 1 over, went for 30. He went for 40 plus in his spell as well. So Drew, they're finally starting to look like the reigning champions. 175 for 6. And well, the thing is here, what Forfeiture side are we going to see? They desperately need the opening batters to get going. Craig Wallace couldn't get a run at all yesterday. He's going to get going there with, probably once again, it will probably be Aman Bailwal with him, who played a nice innings yesterday. But Callum Gardner has to get going as well, and they'll be relying a lot once again from their captain, Jack Hogarth, to get some runs here as well. It's going to be a tall order. It's going to be a big ask. It's going to be a fair number of runs just to get a point out of this. But we'll be back to see how it goes in about 10 minutes' time. Join us back then.
European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello viewers and welcome back to Spain. We are of course in the province of Andalusia and this is the region of Malaga. That's the Cartama Oval, the field of dreams of European cricketers. It's where all the top cricketers in Europe want to come and perform, whether it be with their club champions or whether their nation. And Drew, we know all about them. Speaking of champions, they were the champions and are the reigning champions. They're looking to keep hold of their crown. Can they make it back-to-back wins? Another team that'll be looking to get there again this time is Paco Badalona as well. They've started their campaign with a good win against COYMS earlier. It's the first defeat that COYMS have had in this European Cricket League so far. Did not drop a match in the group stages. And Forfarshire, well, they're the champions of Scotland. They've got some work to do here. You saw there the bonus point equation. Just 122 just to get a point. So they've really got to bat well. And they've gone back to Craig Wallace. Now remember, yesterday Wallace was not able to score a single run. So the umpires will wait for the official timekeeper Norcane to give them their heads up. And it will be Yassine. Fruity Yassine to bowl the first. So a big moment here for Wallace. And he plays this a little bit uppish, but he gets it away. Oh, that will make him feel so much better. It just drops about a metre in front of the fielder there. I think that is probably Davish Bharti. He's going to be pretty big again with the ball. He's been sensational. We know, all talking about Mohamed Nisar with the bat. Tabish Bharti with the ball has been pretty outstanding as well. And this one's a play and a miss. The wicketkeeper probably gets a little bit lucky, hits the pads and doesn't go anywhere else. Yeah, Tabish Bharti, 13 wickets in this series so far. It's right up there as one of the leading wicket takers. Yassine bowling to Wallace, who hits this well and it stays hit. Well, that's more like it. Watch out in the fan zone as well. That's another one that'll end up in the shrubs, and that's an easier one to find. So this one will come back. Well, this is what they needed. They need Wallace to click. And like I said before, nice seam movement there, but just a little bit too short. Gives Wallace a little bit too much width, so he gets put away. That's what they need. They need the top order to click. And Craig Wallace is key, and here he goes again. Bowl, Kinda Sona. Well, Cockney corner there, a little bit light at the moment, but believe you me, in a little while that'll be filling up nicely as COYMS will be playing Hornchurch in the next match, and that area will be buzzing. But that's a big hit. Wallace not hanging around. He wants to bash himself into form. And, oh, that is a crazy pickup. What a shot that is. As this time Yassine goes wider and angles the ball back into him, but it's the same old story. Boom. Shaka. Lagya. Que grande, que guay, que genial. Este golpe es muy dulce. Más dulce de tarta de chocolate. Well, what next here? This over has gone for 22. Well, when you're chasing 175 and you're needing 16 or over 16 and over, that's the way to do it. And oh, he misses out on this one, and so does the keeper. That's not good keeping. That's really sluggish, and he's given us wides as well. So that's a minimal. Well, we could start with a supersonic one here. As Zahir, that's not good keeping at all. And well, he just doesn't move, does he? So, well, he might have the Jesse James cap on, but he's not moving like Jesse James. Let's watch this again. That's not good. So, 5 wides, and now it's up in the air. Gear. Shaka! Look out, quite an extraordinary one. It ends up on the famous steps of Cartama. Well, I thought it was in for a cheeky drink, but no, it leapfrogs the bar and ends up at the back. What a start. It's quite an amazing one. 33 come off the first. Well, the other day we were getting all hot and excited when 32 came off one over. Now we've seen 33, and it's a supersonic start for Forfeiture. Wow, would you believe it? 33 off the first. And Forfeiture, well, I told you, Wallace had to come good. Well, he's hit 28 off the first, then those 5 wides there as well. As Corey Ruckers comes to join me, 33 off the first. One of those was a top ball as well.
Yeah, can you believe it? And well, for Drew, they would have watched Wallace get 2 ducks yesterday and thought, please, one more. But not today. 28 off 6 already, 33 off the first, and all of a sudden you're back into game on. 176. Definitely chaseable here at Cartama Oval, but he won't be able to do it in his own. Little bow wow on strike now, and with Garden still to come. Also with Cameron, if they can get a few more people in form, Forfeiture do have the batting to chase big scores.
Yeah, look, change of tactics straight away from Druitt. This wasn't part of the plan, but with that over going for 33, which definitely wasn't part of the plan, they go to Tabish Barty to bowl the second.
Well, Gucci can't see. He can't see Rico. He's run straight in front of him, so he's just letting him know straight away. But it wasn't out. It hit him outside off stump.
Yeah, it looked like he was. I thought he was going to call a wide there, but yeah, he's saying I can't see. But this is outside the line of stumps, is it? Let's have a look at it.
Yeah,
let's see.
Definitely.
It's definitely outside the line, so you can see. Gucci's saying, well, that's what he's saying. He's saying, how can you ask me that question? I can't see through you. He gets played away, and no run. So that's the difference between having a batter that's all-out attack, 28 off the first, and then Palewal, he's just played out a couple of dots here. He's got to play his part here. The last thing they want is a quiet over after that supersonic start, and that's more like it. Good shot, quality shot. We know he can bat, we know he's got the shots, and he gets a boundary.
Yeah, lovely batting. You got to sort of play Barty like a medium pacer and look to go through the V. Don't want to go cross bat to him. And it's over pitch, pumps it into the gap. Nice start this from Forfeiture.
He does like to go wide, Barty, and angle it in, but there's a lot of deliveries that I feel if the batter step away outside the off, they can whip it on the leg side. They often tend to go down the leg side and get themselves into a bit of trouble. Let's see how this fares. So that's what I mean. That's what he likes to do. But if you can sweep and you wait for it, you put it away. And that one is a tree topper. Is that's going to be 6 more? So those two. Well, what a start this is as well. Well, he hits 4, and now he hits a 6. That's a beautiful sweep slog.
Yeah, what a shot. Angling in, just catches up with it. 6 runs, and complete opposite to Forfeiture's batting yesterday. Yesterday they were 3 for 10, 4 for 15s. What a start.
And there's more boundaries. This one will also go all the way. 6 runs. Shaba. Manos arriba. Bitro well says, well, you know what? You've given me the confidence to play these shots as well. How often does that happen when 2 openers, they sort of, the confidence rubs off of each other. Now, changing the field, 2 men straight, so nobody protecting a leg side boundary. And this is going to be 6 more. Shaba. Ajitana, Bolan, Ni Kutaberi, Jungi Shittaberi as another one goes to the boundary. And you just can't believe what you're seeing. 2 overs complete. Forfeiture are on 55.
55, and well ahead, you have to say. Remarkable response after a pretty lackluster bowling innings. Have a quick look at the table. There's plenty to play here for Forfeiture. If they are to lose this game and go 3 losses, it's a long road back to get back into this competition and finish in the top 4. And for Dreux, if they can't defend this, they'll be 0-2, and then all of a sudden they're starting to sweat as well. So a huge 8 overs for both these teams in the context of their week.
Yeah, huge. And I know we're a long way away from the conclusion of this match. I mean, Drew are still 60-40 favourites despite that great chance. But one thing that Forfeiture have certainly done here, remember I said that even getting a point seems, they're going to have to bat well just for a point. Well, at least they've given themselves a great chance to get something out of the match. Not a good ball down the leg side as they go to Wahid Abdul to bowl the third.
Well, Wallace is obviously, out of all the players in this lineup, the one with the biggest cricket pedigree from his past and his work with the Scottish national team. He was the reason they got over Gozo's Army in that group stage, played a free innings. I think it was 80-odd to get them there. While he's there, Forfarshire, they'll be feeling pretty comfortable. Oh.
All right, somebody tell me how that's going over there. I'm expecting the edge to be going third man. It actually goes to fine.
Yeah, a lot of luck. He goes the French cut versus the French. Brave option. Just missed the stumps, Rico. This easily could have clattered into them. Big inside edge, right past off stump. A little bit unfortunate for Drew there.
A bit of luck, a bit of suerte. And you're right, using the French cut against the French. 60 on the board. Oh,
my word.
That is huge. That is mammoth. I have never seen one hit that far, and I'm telling you, that is an outrageous hit from Wallace. What a shot. Well, you know what? I've said already, there's a couple of things you've got to change. First of all, when we see an assist in the field, they've got to be in the score sheet. And secondly, when you hit a ball hit that far, you can't just keep that 6.
That's more than 100 metres. That has to be more than 100. That didn't just, you know that tree line, the top of the tree, that was double the height.
It's gone miles.
It's amazing to think Wallace yesterday got 2 ducks. He is such a good player, and this is why we didn't see the best of Forfarshire yesterday. They're 66 off 2.2. What a power play.
He doesn't quite get this right. He thinks about the single, but he wanted to check to see if the fielder made the stop in what he did. He did. Cameron Ahmadzai makes no mistakes. A little bit wider this time from Abdul, which means that Wallace isn't able to hit it in the same area. But wow, what a cracking start.
We got a game on. We got a really good game on.
And is there a sneak on this? And, well, the finger does go up in the end, so Wallace reluctantly will depart. And it is Waheed Abdul that gets the wicket, and a very important wicket as well, as Wallace swings, and he's making a very slow walk off the pitch. He's not convinced about this. Let's have a look at this.
There was a noise. There was 100% noise. My effects mic's right up. There was a little tickle there. I reckon it's more disappointment than anything. It just came in. There was a big noise as it went past the bat. They were super confident. Good catch from the keeper. Massive moment in the game, because they definitely needed that, the French champions.
Yeah, they needed it big time. Wallace, well, he is back. He scores runs, but they needed him in there. Maybe just for another 3 overs would have been interesting. Fantastic strike rate, but he'll have to go for 38 of 10.
Yeah, he'll be super disappointed. It's like seeing him as a giant football, but gets the tickle on that one. And that man on your screen always is the go-to guy for this French champions, for the French champions. Whenever they're under the pump, they give the ball up, and I swear he delivers a lot.
Yeah, well, he's delivered this time, hasn't he? He was hit for the biggest 6 that we've seen in, probably the biggest we've seen here at the Cartama there on the leg side, but he has got the wicket of his man. And now it will be Callum Garden that comes out, but whether these two have the same sort of firepower as Wallace remains to be seen. Garden, another batter whose eclipse can make a difference. Also had, by his standard, a disappointing day yesterday.
Yeah, these two definitely have the ability to still chase this down. Also with Cameron coming in next, there's a bit of batting here to come.
It's a miss. Oh, wide gets called here.
Oh, Abdul didn't like that one. He thought he got out the over with no more damage. Let's have a closer look, Rico.
This is very tight. Let's have a look.
Oh, it's just not a wide.
I'll be very disappointed if this gets called against me, I have to say. I know the umpires are making those calls and anything there about, they're calling it, but I would not be happy. And no damage done really apart from the one from the wide. And Abdul, you're right. When they want things to happen, he's the man to go to. Abdul. It's either Abdul or Bharti. They go to Abdul. Abdul gets the wicket. And Forfarshire 68 for 1 at the end of the power play. But they have got the danger man Wallace out. Just have a look at that. Well, I suppose it would be something if it went upwards from 33.
Yeah, I think Forfarshire take that though. I know they lost the big man. They'll take that 68 off the power play. 22 and over. So, interesting contest on our hands. They're going to go to Hamza Salim Dar. That's one thing we always talk about, his batting, but actually the man's got a pretty good skill set with the ball as well. Usually swings it away and got a couple of slower balls. So he'll bowl the 4th to Garden. And can Forfeiture keep up this good momentum in their power play? After their power play.
Here's Hamza. And swinging this straight away. Good areas from Hamza to start off with. So Callum goes back to his little thinking process. Walks away, comes back. It's a difficult one. You're needing to go at 15s. So you're looking for at least 3 boundaries and over. Sneaks this one in as well. So a couple of dots straight away from Hamza. So right on the money from the very first ball.
And there's that little bit of shape of weight. Callum Garden was another player yesterday. Didn't have the day you would like, but he's the big reason they're here. In the final versus VOC, he got on with it, didn't he? It was one of the reasons they got the runs in the end during the group stage.
Yeah, he scored a fine 58 or 25 in that very tense, low-scoring final. And okay, this one will go all the way. They're not going to keep this in the field of play. So 6 runs. Garden needed it, gets it. That's his first boundary. And using the pace of Hamza against him. So good shot.
Yep, that's the confidence builder Garden needed, Rico. Just get that one out the middle. Good to see the fans enjoying it. It's a pretty warm day out here. It'd be good to have a drop.
Very muggy indeed. So look at that shot again as Hamza comes in. Get a good reply, but it's not going to be a good one, is it? Is the fielder? Well, he does get there, so it does save the boundary. For a moment, I thought that was going to beat the fielder. He does well, sees it early, keeps it to 1. Callum a bit disappointed he doesn't get the boundary there. Okay, Belwal, who hasn't had a lot of the strike since the departure of Wallace, 22 of 7. So he's very key here as well if they're to keep their interest in winning this match. And a little bit of luck like that will always help. That's going to be 6 runs. So Sace Mass, as that ball goes to the other side of the fence and has to be retrieved.
This ball can fly, Rico. Tough game to be a bowler sometimes, isn't it? He beats him with a bit of bounce, bit of pace, and that is the Baximo.
Yeah, Baximo all the way. Get a good look at that again. And Adios Balota. So, well, there's the 2 boundaries, and both of them are in 6s. So 13 off the over. They're going and needing 15. So as long as they stay up with it, the longer the match goes, the more chance Forfeiture have of a bit of an upset here. That one surely will be a wide, so that's another one to add to it. So they're there or thereabout, aren't they, already?
Yep, they're very happy with the start. They're going at 20, so dream start for Forfeiture when you consider the batting woes they had yesterday. It's just trying to maintain that. Someone's going to have to go on and play big innings of substance, maybe a 60 or 70 if they're going to get really close, Rico.
And another wide, so okay, there's your 15. So you're at a point now where with the ball to go, this is, if you like, you want to call it that, bonus runs opportunity to have to take that rate down another notch.
He's getting it to swing, but he's getting his line wrong. It's going, but just starting it too wide.
He gets back onto it, and there's your bonus runs now. Courtesy of that one. It's going to be 6 of them as well. So it's an over. That will go magical from Hamza Salim Dar. And he's going to be disappointed because he should have finished that over off. And a couple of wides, and then the 6. There's 8 extras that come off it. So 21 off the over. 18-9 for 1 after 4.
Yep, ball flying around at Cartama Oval. This is a bit of ECC vibes. 89 already. Top edge 6. That one was a splice drive and got that one to fly also. So handy runs here for Forfeiture. Hamid Zai's got the ball in hand. And, well, I remember in that final against Paris PUC, it was Ahmed Zai that came on and had that 4 wickets in the over, wasn't it? Sort of changed the final. They might need him to step up here for their championship week. A good game on our hands here, Rico. Very good game.
Very good game in our hands. Yeah, you're right. Ahmedzai ended up with 3 for 17, didn't he? In that, keeping the Paris University club to 83, they were chasing a score of 125. Oh, that's, has he got enough of it? Yeah, fingertips, but goes over the boundary. I think the foot of the fielder, be interesting to see it again, might have just been touching the rope or over the rope anyway. So, timed to perfection from Callum Garden. That's another one that goes all the way. Let's have a look at this. So, just clips it away, and yeah, that foot, I wonder if that foot is touching the rope, you know, when it comes down. Yeah, it is. It's on the rope. So it was always going to be 6. And now that's a Gundy wide. So I wonder if Drew are just getting a little bit under pressure here.
Oh, absolutely, Rico. They had 17 and over to defend at the start, and now they've only got about 13.5, so they're under pressure. They're massively under pressure. They probably went into the sheds at the halfway stage thinking we've done enough, but right now this is, I'd say, 4 for sure ahead.
This one, not quite the shot that he was looking for. Well, I think he was looking to maybe get this over the infielders there on the offside, but they rotate the strike. That's important as well, especially for Callum, because you don't want Belwile to be up there and not see too much of the ball. He's on 34 of 9, so you can see that his strike rate is pretty tremendous at the moment. Oh, what a shot! What a shot this is! 4 runs. That is an absolute rocket. What a cut shot. One of the best that we've seen here at the Cartama Oval.
Like a tracer bullet. Short, wide, bang. Good luck. 4 runs. And Forfarshire looked like a completely different team to yesterday with the bat. What a start this is. The hundreds up in 4.3.
This one is another wide. Yep, correctly called. It's down the leg side. So Cameron Ahmedzai is looking to hit the deck hard and cause a few issues for the batters. The problem is he's either straying a little bit too wide or too much on the leg side.
And he's looking to get it into that sort of rib cage, that difficult length to pull, but yeah, risky, high risk.
And the ground, it will drop a couple of times before the fielder picks it up. Hey, it might be worth us just, you know, maybe having a look at some of the highest run chases that we've had on the network.
This would be right up there. There it is, right on cue.
Somebody is thinking the same as me.
This would tie for 3rd. 170, no, yeah. This would take 4th. Oh, high, big moment, Rico. Who's calling for it? Ahmedzai wants it. Oh, what a brilliant catch. I tell you what, he's actually walked under it a little bit. He's gone falling back into the pitch. I hope he's okay. He might have winded himself. What a terrific catch, Rico.
This is a great catch. It was Ahmedzai, not the guy who took the catch running backwards yesterday, and he landed very heavily on his back and banged his head, and then he had to have Elsa come out there and give him a check. That's what he wants. He wants more of the same. He says, you know what, yesterday, they said, yaar, kal mere da sat lagi si, oh bachari aa gayi si. Minna thoda check chuk kita si, aaj bhi ori low. But look, that is a great catch. You're absolutely right. And he recovers really well to take the catch. Well, here comes Elsa. Well, this is deja vu. This happened yesterday. Look at Wahid Abdul. He's saying, I know what you're up to here. And it's a great catch there from Cameron Ahmedzai off his own bowling. And Callum Garden, he's going to go for 15 off 8. So they get a crucial wicket at a crucial time. And not for the first time. Well, Cameron Ahmedzai gets a check over. Because, well, he took one yesterday. I think that was right up there. You'll see it on the social media when he takes a catch going backwards and he thuds into the ground. Well, he gets, you're well looked after here at the Cartama Oval by the medics. Great job by them. Elsa comes out, makes sure that Cameron Ahmedzai is okay. Meanwhile, Scott Cameron has come in and he's ready to face his first ball at the other end.
And last ball of the 5th over. And a brilliant catch has brought Cameron to the crease, who also missed out a bit yesterday, but we know this man can seriously play. This is the partnership you'd imagine would have to take them pretty deep.
All right, goes up in the air, could go first ball. He will go first ball, and well, Cameron Ahmedzai he shows that having taken that catch and falling backwards quite heavily has no impact on him. He takes the wicket 2-2. Watch out for him when he comes back to bowl his first ball a few seconds, because he will be on a hat-trick. There's a good catch there by Barty, and with that wicket going down, a Forfeiture 103 for 2. All right, in terms of the runs, they're ahead at the halfway point, but you just feel here that they've lost sort of 3 of their 4 top guns.
Yeah, it's a big moment in the game, Rico. Back-to-back wickets. Ahmedzai, he's always the man when they're under the pump as well. Him and Abdul seem to have the Midas touch.
Yeah, and you're right about that. And they call upon those guys like, I mean, Cameron also can do it with the bat. Don't forget, he came out, batted 3 balls, hit all 3 to the boundary, 18 quick-fire runs, and now he picks up 2 very important wickets as we get ready for the next ball. Hello everyone, I hope you're enjoying this contest as we get ready. It looks like Tavish Barty is coming back on to try and get those key wickets to hopefully give Drew, the reigning champions, their first victory in Championship Week. And it gets played out, they'll just take a single, so this is where Jack Hogarth, don't forget Hoggy's played some excellent innings in the last 2 matches, but you just get the feeling that maybe this time it's a little bit too much of an ask for him, but hey, he knows that he can do it. He's in good form. Bailwal, though, he has to have an outstanding innings. They're taking it on. In comes the throw. Darted in. Direct hit would have been interesting. He gets home. They get the single. Nabi with the throw.
Big moments in this game, isn't it? They go back to Barty, who's ever reliable, but you're right, little Bow Wow is still there. This was a tight single, hit straight to Nabi, who pinged it in. A little bit more of an accurate throw, and he would have been in trouble. Good game on her hands. Hoagie batted really well yesterday. He needs to bat well in this one also. Oh, good work from the keeper, and that's gone. Stumped. We're going to go up and have a look, but he's already walking off, Rico, and that could really break the backs of Forfeiture.
Yeah, I mean, that's it now, really. The wickets have fallen quickly, and Barty gets another, so well done to him. And let's just have a look at this again. Look at the hand speed here. So, yeah, he's gone. Beautifully done. Doesn't get back in time, so Belwal will go. You can see there the umpire just asking for it. That's the shot there for you. The foot doesn't go down, doesn't get back. Gets the one. Let's watch this slowly again. So that foot comes forward. Just there, it doesn't get it past the line for me, and it's going to have to go. Well, I think they're still maybe having a look at this.
Well, the thing is, we haven't had any footage because we've had tough angles. That might be the one that's the most convincing. You have to have clear evidence that he's out of his crease, and the side-on view, Nabi's in the way.
Yeah, Nabi is in the way of the camera.
So it's been, I think they're going to give it in the end. He actually walked off, which probably doesn't help him, but Nabi's just a little bit in the way there. Little Bow Wow started walking.
Yeah, it's very difficult.
Well, they've given it out. I think that's the right decision, but I tell you what, Rico, if Bow Wow had stayed there, that he might have got the reprieve there.
Yeah, I get the feeling you're right there. I think he thinks he's gone. I think he should have just thought, all right, if they're asking the question, let me just stick around.
That's it. If you've got the umpires that are there to do a job, don't walk. He actually walks straight away. But anyway, another wicket goes as the French champions and the reigning kings from last year really fighting back. 3 wickets in the last 5 balls.
Yeah, about 140 from him. Okay, that's a good hit. It will just bounce once before going to the fielder. So now, of course, all of a sudden, the 123 maybe becomes the key, because I've got to say, even though they've a fantastic start, and even though the rate required is still at 15, so you just don't know who's going to get these runs. Hogarth, you know he'll try. I don't think he's going to go down without trying. That's a nice sticky chop. And once again, it's just a single.
No,
so
you throw caution to the wind here. You'll get the extra 15 runs naturally in 4 overs. Keep going.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can get a magical over here, Rico, in the next one, all of a sudden you get it to under 50 with 3 to go.
Clips this away, but to the fielder, no run. It's unfortunate, could have gone either side and been a bit of a chase. And so Barty, he picks up a wicket in that one, and he recovers well after his first over went for 22. And finishes with just 4 coming off that one. So 107 for 4. And it will be Cameron Ahmedzai to bowl. So remember, the first ball will be the hat-trick ball. So I wonder if we can have a quick look at the Hall of Fame of hat-tricks as well, because this one is a hat-trick ball coming up. We have had some hat-tricks on the European Cricket League. So it's going to be bowling to Jack Hogarth. So Hoggy to face the hat-trick ball here.
69 of 24. Not impossible, but they've lost that dangerous top 4 now. Hat-trick ball for Ahmedzai.
Asking the question. He thought he might as well ask. It is a hat-trick ball. The dot ball. And it just comes in. But once again, I like what he does, Ahmedzai. He just bangs the ball in hard, doesn't he? And in that last over, didn't all go to plan, did it? Went for 6 wide, 1 4 wide. And then all of a sudden, he got it right. Okay, high in the air. Catchable. Can they get there? Oh, it's a slight fumble from the fielder who's running in here. That's Mohammed Rafa. He's running in hard. Then at the last minute, he just seems to take his eye off the ball and just fumbles slightly. So Hoggy gets lucky.
Yeah, it's a tough one. He came from square leg. And he had other players running from deep mid on and deep mid wicket. And there was a slight hesitation in his step. Just landed in no man's land. Probably wasn't his catch, actually.
And that's a nice looking shot. That's going to be 6 runs. So
still game on here. Definitely still game on. I mean, we've got Sim out there with Hogarth, 62 of 21. In this day and age at Cartama Oval, anything can happen, Rico.
Yeah, James Sim placed it away beautifully. Remember, they started with 33 of the first over when Yassine just got it all wrong. Okay, well, ooh, it's another one of those tight calls. It's called a wide. This one, once again, it's that little bit of movement. He gets away, catches a bit of the line. Let's have a look at this. I think it goes right over the line for me. So, tight one, gets called. No protest from the bowler. Slight change in the field here as they tried to plug that gap with Sim. Played the uppercut last time round. They take whatever they can get at the moment. So it's going to be another one to the board. It's be a leg by. So Hoggy gets back on strike. Another boundary here. That rate has just gone up to about the 17. So a boundary, couple of boundaries to finish in the over, and they take it back to around about that 15. Stay at the 15 and keep on going at that and get to the end. Anything is possible. And this time he gets away with it.
Yeah, well bowled. Digging it in, that's what Ahmedzai loves to do. Yeah, 60 off 19. Look, it's not easy, but you've got 2 players at the crease that can definitely bat. So, Wolfishire aren't out of this just yet. If they do lose this, they will be 0-3, though. It's a long road back.
And nice shot. And there is a fielder out there, but he goes very fine. Fielder can't stop it. They do get a boundary. So, Ahmedzai 2 for 26. The score moves to 120. So they will once again forfeit. Fair play to them. They'll pick up another point. That's one thing they have been able to do even when they've lost matches. But they really would like to get a win here. 120 for 4 at the end of 7. This is up next.
Yeah, can't wait for this one. Hornchurch, who had the complete day yesterday, didn't make many mistakes. CLYMS haven't made many mistakes either, but just the last 3 balls of their previous game gave them the first loss of the competition. Tough game to call, both with very good bowling lineups, destructive batsmen. Rico, that is an amazing game coming up.
This is going to be a great game. It's going to be a good test for CLYMS as well, having lost that last match to Pakake Babylon and losing their 100% record. So, 1-1. And Hornchurch, well, they won both their matches yesterday. Hornchurch only got this one match today, so they'll come well rested. Okay, Hamza Salim Dar. He went for 21 off his first. Just didn't finish the over well. A couple of wides, and then he got hit for a 6. So let's see how Hamza does here.
Yeah, will he be able to get a little bit of swing? That's what he's always looking for.
Bat on ball. We'll take. It should be just a single. It will be. It is Mohammed Nisar who does the fielding.
Just one to start. 55 off 17. Still, it's not like you're batting there with the number 8, 9, 10. You've got the number 5, 6, 7 to come, and they're at the crease. So this isn't out of the question just yet.
And gone. Slower delivery. Well bowled. It gets through the defences of Hogarth. So Hamza, and after scoring a few runs, he gets his first wicket as well for Drew. Nabi is the first to come over and congratulate him. So another wicket, and still Forfeiture. It's been a tremendous effort. I can't believe the start that they gave here, but here we go. That's that slow ball, and I think Hoggy gets a bit of, gets some bat onto it. Doesn't really pick it, and he's thinking he's guiding it down to third, but ends up hitting the back of the bat and onto the stumps.
Yeah, you always feel a bit hard done by when you get an inside edge and it goes onto the stumps, but Hoagie couldn't get going in this one for 7 of 7. Salim Dar picks up his first wicket for Drew as the wild card. And it does bring out a man that hit a couple of big sixes yesterday, Jamie King, number 8. He proved yesterday he was handy with the bat. Forfeiture dropped to a 3% chance according to the supercomputer. We'll have to wait and see if they can make one last push at this total. Been a bit of a batting collapse though, Rico. At one stage, after 4.4, they were 103 for 1. And then since that point, they've lost a 4 for 20.
That's a nice stroke. It's going to take some good bit of fielding, and he is fielded really well. One-handed pluck from Hamza Niaz.
Brilliant fielding.
Yeah, it comes across.
He's a smooth operator, old Hamza Niaz. Just flies under the radar, just does his job every game.
Big appeal from the wicketkeeper, but didn't get any support from anybody else, so pretty soon cut it short. Yeah, that's the place to be at the moment in the fan zone, and of course the fan zone is starting to fill up again, as so will Cockney Corner, I'm sure, getting ready for Hornchurch to take on CYMS. The Irish take on the English. And that one's an inside out. It's going to be 4 runs. Thank you very much. So Abdul will have to pick it up on the fence. For the fence, Jamie King gets the boundary.
Yeah, that edge absolutely flew, and they've got third man very fine. Almost a back of the bat job for 1 bounce 4, or 2 bounce 4. You can't do much about that. Handy runs though for Forfeiture, who still have a very, very faint pulse in this one.
Boundaries, boundaries, boundaries. And that is going to be a boundary. It's going to be 6. So, yeah, you're right. King came in yesterday, and he certainly hit a few away. And I wonder if they're checking on the, they're checking just on the boundary here. I think that is 6. You see the fielder from the boundary line also signalling 6. There's no doubt for me that's 6. So I suppose Nimrod Singh probably can't see it behind his back. Well, you see all sorts of stretching being done there by CYMS. And getting ready for the next match. That's also the end of the over. So with that 6 to go on the board, it's 133 for 5 at the end of 8.
Just with that 6 off the last ball, there's still a little bit of a pulse there. I mean, how often do we see 20 run overs, Rico? It happens. It happens very often. So I think I wouldn't call this just done yet. If they can get another 20 off this over, get it to 153. I watched a player hit 32 off the last over the other day. It's opened my mind to everything. It's been a mighty effort from Forfeiture, but this will be their last chance saloon. Can they make one last push at this total?
Abdul. Played away. So Sim seems to be pretty strong when he was going on the back foot and playing over on the offside, sort of in that backward point area. He hasn't been able to show the same strength on the onside, but he does give the strike back to King. Well, that's some of the injuries that you will pick up along the way. And it's a nice looking shot. That's going to be 4 runs. So, well, King, he hasn't given up yet. He's a guy that can play some lovely shots. He took a bit of a walloping of his own bowling. I think he went for 40 plus of his 2 overs. And not than that, his 9th over went for 30. 1 for 30 in his 9th. So he certainly wants to get a few runs here. And, well, that's going to be the end of him. He has a big swing and sees the stumps knocked back. That one's hitting the middle and almost knocks him out the ground. So Wahid Abdul gets another. That's well bowled. 2 for 18 now. And King, well, he was fighting. He didn't want to go down without a fight, but he's going to have to go here. Just good bowling. Just that slightly slower, changes the length, hits the top of middle of the leg, and gets the breakthrough. Just to watch this one again here. Just watch the way it comes out of the hand. So, yeah, nicely bowled.
Yeah, well bowled and through it, just doing enough to stay ahead in this one. Goes for a quick 5-15 or 5, and it's been an important game for both teams, but it does look like the French champions, the reigning kings of last year, are going to take more points than the Scots here. 3 points. At least the Scottish have had 3 losses. They've taken 3 points, Rico. 1-1-1. Then if you can go win-win, that could be very vital still.
It's very important, and they've had to work hard for those points, you know. It's a good delivery, full and straight, and Ross, who was, well, outstanding in the field, it has to be said. Took 2 very good catches. He misses the first one here. The shorter one, they get back onto it, they'll take the single, so Sim goes back on strike, and well, he would love to have one a little bit wide outside off so he can go for that shot again, which he played beautifully for 6 earlier.
Yeah, I tell you what, 4 for sure will look back at that start. If just one of those openers could have batted for another 10 minutes, even another 2 overs, they would have got very close here.
Yeah. Straight away. And I think also, I mean, I know when he goes in there, Scott Cameron, he wants to go for his shot straight away, but getting out first ball, you just think if you could have just stayed there and put a good contribution in for, you know, a 20, 25, that could have made the difference as well. And as it is, Wahid Abdul, 2 for 20, very well bowled for him, 2 for 26 for Cameron Ahmadzai, was on a hat-trick as well. And Tavish Bharti, and though his first over was expensive, went for 22, his second one only the 4 from it. So
I'll tell you what this win will do, also for through here. This is the table. Hornchurch 7, Old Victorian 6, and then we're going to have CRYMS, Gina Brescia, Pakai Care, and through all on 4 points, Rico. So it's going to be action-packed, and it looks like the man who has been struggling with the bat is going to have a bit of a bowl here. Nabi going to bowl the last.
6 sixes would be nice.
Wow. If Nabi gets hit for 6 sixes after the tournament he's had, that's it. Time to retire.
And he could get a wicket of his first ball. Well, there you go. Things are about to change for Nabi. He comes on to this is what, you know, this is the privilege of being the captain, isn't it? You know the game's in the bag. So, yeah, I'm the captain. I'm going to have a bowl. I'm going to change the way things are going for me. And his first ball rewards him with a wicket of James Sim, who'll go for 10 of 9 deliveries.
There's that fly sort of third man / long slip position. Goes there a lot in the air and along the ground. And, well, I'm a little bit happy for Nabi. I know he's had a tough time. Wicket might just give him some confidence. And he's got another game tonight, so you never know how it goes for him.
Yes, you are right. And, well, one thing we do know about Nabi, he does like to perform in the night, does Nabi. So he'll probably thinking, yeah, my eyes are tuned into the night time. All right, here he comes bowling to Robinson, who has a wild swing. They want the wicket. You can see that Amir Zahir just gets a little bit carried. A few times he's gone for a little cheeky appeal here, sometimes down the leg side. I think if he carries on with that, he might be a naughty boy, and I think the tournament referee Ian Rummage might just have a little chat with him about a bit of excessive appealing. And, well, I think he should concentrate a little bit more on his keeping than the appealing, as that one gets through him, so that's going to be some handy buys. Robinson gets to the other end, and Ross gets a chance to add to the one he scored already.
35 off 3 balls, so they've held their own through. They didn't panic, I guess, when the ball was flying everywhere. They're going to get a comfortable victory in the end.
And it's high in the air, and Nabi will want it himself. He'll take it himself. So Nabi, yeah, his confidence certainly is fine. And no runs off the bat so far in this over. He's got 2 wickets from it, 2 without conceding. It's Nabi, the man we know for his batting, not his bowling. Is he going to finish with unreal figures of, well, a double wicket or even maybe more wickets to come and a maiden?
He's got more wickets than runs in this tournament at the moment, Rico. Look, if Nabi, I mean, they've hit 175 without one of their kingpins making runs. They've added Hamza. You still think if the French team and he starts to click with the bat, they are a scary, scary unit. And this was a big game for them. They're going to take the points and, yeah, keep your eye on them. Tonight they're playing Pakai Care under lights. That is a seriously fun game of cricket to watch.
Yeah, that's going to be an amazing game. All right, Nabi, no runs off him so far. And this one gets clipped away. Fielder chasing. On the Iba. A bit of foot fielding there, which Corey, I know you love. But he does save it, and they'll get a couple. And I tell you, this day, back in 1958, a day that a lot of people will remember, Garfield Sobers completes a century in each innings for West Indies versus Pakistan. And, well, those of you that are a little bit younger than that, 1994, Lara scores 167 for the West Indies versus England in Georgetown. So I'm just waiting. I think there's possibly... They're just having a look at this to make sure it's a clean stop. It was a clean stop. So this is the last ball. And it's going to be a boundary. It's a nice little finish there for Elchin. He's going to get 4. And I suppose, look, it's normally in another sport, if you get 147, everybody's cheering and saying, well, that is top class. Well, this time around, it's a great effort from Forfeiture. But 147 when you're after 176 doesn't quite cut it. But a good effort from them. But you're right, Corey. If somebody in the top could have got just another 20-odd runs, or maybe if Cameron had got going, it could have been a different story. It's a brave fight. They will get a point once again, but it's another loss for the Scottish champions. So they have played 3, lost 3, but have still got points on the board. This match is going to be spicy. CRYMS looking to come back from defeat against Pakakare Badalona, and they're playing Hornchurch, who will play just the one match here today.
Yeah, big game coming up. Looking forward to that. And the Irish lost their first game in the competition not long ago. They'll want to come back and answer in a big response. But let's have a look at these highlights. And, well, Rico, Wallace was just on song early. He smacked it to all parts. And with Little Bow Wow, both made 38 off 10 and 40 off 13. And you and I were looking at each other going, we've got a huge game on our hands.
Yeah, it started supersonic, didn't it? With 33 coming off the first and 5 wides. Certainly didn't help Afridi Yassin. And then Barty was called upon, and he could have maybe had an LBW decision, but if you're standing in front of the umpire, it doesn't help you. And his first over went for 22. The 50 came up in the second over, 55 without loss. It was 68 for 1 after the power play when Abdul came in, and he did take the important wicket of Wallace. But Wallace was looking good, and well, this one was almost a chance, fingertips, as Callum Garden wanted to carry on and get things going. But then we saw this. This is a tremendous catch. And once again is our man, Cameron Ahmadzai, that takes the catch and takes a bit of a bang as well. And once again, the medic had to be on to make sure he was okay. Well, he was fine, because not only did he just take 1, he took 2 in 2. And he would bowl this the first great first over. And when he came on to bowl his second, it was the hat-trick ball. And this one would have been close. Nabi probably practicing his bowling there, and then decided, you know what, my aim's not that bad, I will have a bowl. And he did have a bowl. Picked up 2 wickets towards the end as well. So Nabi, well, maybe he'll say he's back in form. Well, this was unlucky as Hoggy plays onto his own stumps.
Yeah, and by this stage it was all over. Abdul came on, cleaned up a few at the back end, and Nabi said it's Nabi time with the ball. He picked up 2 cheeky wickets to end this game. It was a good game of cricket, Rico. But for that special innings from Nisa, he got player of the match, and overall they did enough to win this one over their old rivals Forfeiture.
Yeah, it's always nice when you see a match like this. Plenty of runs being scored, 175 to 147. That means we saw 322 runs scored in a match. It's entertaining, certainly for the neutral. It's a bit of heartache though for Forfeiture. first seen the big runs being scored on the board against you. Then after an amazing start like that, I think a lot of people were starting to believe that Drew, they just changed around the bowlers intelligently, picked up the wickets when they needed to. One thing that you see from Drew there, though, and when it went in the air, they took their chances. There was no drops there. You know, you drop somebody like Wallace when he's going well, or even Balewal or Scott Garden, then they can come back and hurt you and end up losing the match. But they didn't make any mistakes to win. A great fight, though, from Forfeiture, but once again, they don't pick up a point here. So they've got a huge day coming up tomorrow. Drew, well, we know that they can put their feet up for a while, but what a finish we're going to have to this match day 2 in Championship Week, when match number 7 features Drew taking on Pakake Barcelona, 2 previous champions going head-to-head. That is going to be very exciting. I know that Corey and Vinny are going to be excited to talk you through that one. Well, it's time for me to say my goodbyes for the day. I've had a thoroughly enjoyable day, and of course, just to remind you, it is Dia de Padre, Father's Day here in Spain. So once again, I want to say felicidades to all the fathers in Spain. In fact, to all the fathers around the world. That's what's coming up next in about 17 minutes' time. CYM&S are taking on Hornchurch. So it is the Irish champions up against the English champions. Vinny Sandhu and Corey Ruckers will be here to talk you through that. Esta mañana, mi familia.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back to the Cartama Oval on the Costa del Sol, the beautiful Andalusia region, the host of ECL 24. Coming up next, we have a battle as old as time, the Irish and the English doing battle. It's CIYMS versus Hornchurch. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. At the other end, Ian Ramage has the two skippers.
On you go. Go, boss.
Well done. Thanks, John. Thank you.
Okay, CY, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Hornchurch, the away team, you will call. There you go.
There you go. Dream 11.
It's been called Dream 11. It's come down Dream 11, so you've won the toss. Okay, toss won by Hornchurch, who're going to bowl first.
So it is Hornchurch that win the toss. Their captain, the flying bus, Mark Whitlock, has said, we'll bowl first, thanks. I don't mind that if I'm CIYMS. We know they like to bat first. They back their top order to do the job. Now, these guys, they do have some history. It was actually Hornchurch that knocked CIYMS out last year on finals day of ECL 23. Hornchurch, their only appearance here on day 2. They were pretty clinical, though, on day 1. They're very, very strong bowling and fielding, setting up 2 wins. I think their batting, again, hasn't really clicked. Hankins was good at the top of the order, and we saw bursts from Adil Malik, but I think there's a few other guys probably wanting to get some runs. CIYMS, they did fall to their first loss of the series earlier today. Pakaicair Badalona just edging them out in a last ball thriller. Haven't we had some of those today? But look, CIYMS, it's a real good test of where they're at this stage. Of course, they qualified from Group G straight into Championship Week. I like the spin of Matchett. I think he's batting well. I like that his leggies are coming along. He's another genuine slow bowling option. Let's get up to the commentary box now where Corey Ruckers is waiting for me. I know you're looking forward to this one. Who are you behind, Corey? Maybe you can let us know as we get ready for the start of match number 9 with Hornchurch sending in the Irish. CIYMS to bat first.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back, everyone around the world. Looking forward to this one as it's Hornchurch from England versus CIYMS from Ireland. And well, it should be a good game of cricket as Hornchurch have hit this championship week running out the blocks. They've been an impressive side in the field and with the ball. Batting still not at 100%, I'd say, but they've done enough to be 2-0. And for CI, they lost their first game of the tournament a couple of hours ago. They were DDC'd in the last 3 balls, but besides that, they've been pretty clinical. And this will be a pretty tough game to call. It's going to be up to that dangerous top 5 of CI, especially Van der Merwe, Carson, Doherty, Max Burton, John Matchett to do a lot of the heavy lifting with the runs. And for Hornchurch, they'll look obviously to Hankins. He's a seriously good player. Maybe Arthur George with the ball, Gavin Grivis. They've got a lot of pace. And also always excited to see Adil Malik, the all-rounder. As we have a look at the supercomputer, 47 to 53. Most of our games will be pretty close on this, you'd imagine, as these teams are pretty evenly matched in Championship Week. They're all here for a reason. Looks like we're going to have a really big contest to start. Big Irfan's going to have the ball in hand, bowling to Van der Merwe. There's the keeper, Paul Murray. He's ready to go. And a big warm welcome back to all our network partners around the world. I hope you're doing well wherever you're watching from, and everyone in the chat. Plenty of opinions and comments today. Feel free to jump in and have your say. As I welcome back nice and early and ready for this one, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, looking forward to this. A bit like oil and water. These are 2 substances that don't mix. As these 2 have history in the ECL. Remember, Hornchurch knocked CIYMS out of the running last year, and it's the big bird to get us going to the big man, Jason Van der Merwe. These are some of the contests we've got ahead of us. Let's get cracking in Championship Week, match 9. Nicely glanced away, and that probably runs away for 4. It does. Great start for the Irish.
Yeah, that was quite sharp, angling in. Van der Merwe just catches up with it. Little tickle around the corner. That went in a long way. You can see Irfan telling a few of his teammates, boy, that swung.
Yeah, sometimes you get balls that swing more than others. This Grizzly seems to be going early. Everyone gets this steepling bounce as well. How about that? Hornchurch 53-47. Just closing a touch after that first ball from Van der Merwe. Oh, this one goes in, then goes out. Tell me how you play this.
Yeah, just close your eyes and swing as hard as you can. Good work from the keeper as well, but yeah, that it angled in, it swerved away. It had a bit of everything, didn't it?
Yeah, swings a lot after the stumps. Have a look at this one. The way that Murray has to react.
He's a tricky customer, awkward to play.
Newfound's so tall that actually can't get him in the shot of that reverse camera. Anyway, Van der Merwe tries to muscle this over the offside and can't catch up with it. Ifran's been a pretty handy addition. I know they wanted him here for the group stage. He's a former Hornchurch player during the summer season. It's a couple of years ago now. Has been plying his trade for Western Suburbs in the New South Wales grade competition.
Yeah, he still goes down as the wild card for Hornchurch.
He still goes down as a wild card.
Yep.
He's the only one I think they're using.
Cross seam this time. Maybe this will be the bouncer.
It is. It does get up a bit on Van der Merwe. Well, after hitting the first one, hasn't really been able to do much since.
That's interesting. Maybe that's a little bit of a tell that players can say to each other. He held that one cross seam and he dug it in short.
Yeah. But I suppose even if you know it's going to be short, judging how much it's going to bounce is going to be pretty tough as well, because the cross seamers, they're designed so that if they do hit the seam, it might shoot through, it might bounce a bit more than expected.
He's got some pace about him, doesn't he?
He's fun to watch. Now slower ball, Van der Merwe goes on the hit. The English have been really good in the field. We'll say COIMS have been pretty good themselves. So two of the best fielding sides we've had in this competition going head-to-head here as well. Isn't it interesting how the bowlers have stepped up? I know that last game was reasonably high scoring, but for the most part, bowlers representing.
Yeah, it feels like at club level, the ECL is club, not the ECC. So maybe that 125, 130 plays a lot more. But overall, it has been impressive from all the bowling units, I'd have to say. Lots of depth with the bowling, lots of variety.
There you go. That's the Clover corner. This one's short. Doherty will just work it away to the leg side. Just 6 off the big man. First up, 6 without loss.
It's funny, he's bowled really well. He hasn't picked up a wicket in his bowling just yet.
You know what he is? He's the new Bulgarian Express, who bowled 17 overs before he ever got a wicket on ECN.
That is a lot.
Anyway, have a look at this. 35 clubs started this journey. Well, really thousands of clubs start the journey every season across Europe and including the British Isles as well. And 35 will make it here to Cartama. Only 7 make it to this point. Only 4 make it to finals day. 2 make it to the final. 1 champion.
Yeah, all those teams. It was mighty fun having them all here. And there's a lovely spot to sit and watch the cricket.
Yeah, some of the Irish contingent. At Brett Mulder in the foreground, former Western Australian first-class cricketer. A local legend. Doherty faces up Harry Hankins with the ball. First one's wild, and Murray will just palm it off to, I suppose that's a new version of the Chuckle Brothers with Murray and Whitlock side by side.
Yeah, those two definitely enjoy themselves, don't they? So those people on your screen.
Pretty rocking outfits here today. Corey, it's like Peacock Fridays come early.
Well, I can understand why. It's a good day to be at the cricket. It's perfect weather. A little bit of cloud cover, but not too hot.
Hankins, all business. There's a hat-trick in the competition. So far, the Irish bats aren't really singing early.
No, not singing early. They're waiting to try and get 1 or 2 out the screws. And Van der Merwe just playing, missing a couple. Nice start this from Hornchurch, who have been exceptional with the ball and in the field so far in this tournament. Van der Merwe, we know how destructive he can be. 5 off 6 at the moment, but still, if he faces 30 balls, he's on about 80.
Yeah, we got special players on both sides. That's what you like to see. A lot of quality both sides. They move the square leg more to a mid-wicket. This would normally mean this one will be pitched up a little bit. Let's see. Well, doesn't matter where the fielders are because Van der Merwe steps across and hammers it up and into the jungle. Maximo, first one of this contest.
Yeah, nice shot from Van der Merwe. He comes skipping down the wicket, doesn't he? Starts outside off and then gets a ball that he wants to work away and gets it in his zone. It went a long, long way. Van der Merwe, the reigning MVP of the ECL. Now he's ticking.
Yeah, just got through the early phase. At least he didn't get out, I suppose. There's a lot of quality in the English bowling, but Irfan is kind of next level beast, isn't he? This one's just swing away. This ball's really going. Hankins trying to make a case, but it's a pretty flimsy one.
Yeah, that one swung quite a lot as well. So another little run to the total.
So the thing is, if he does move like 1 or 2 stumps, but that missed the line by about 4 stumps.
Probably a wide on the wide line.
It probably is. I'll tell you what, get a good defence lawyer, they can argue anything. Have you ever needed a lawyer?
Multiple.
So noted. Hits this one up and over the top. 1 bounce 4. Nice shot by Jason van der Merwe. Hankins having a few issues early. After the first over went for 6. This one's gone for 13. We're only halfway through it.
Yeah, nice batting from van der Merwe. Sort of skipping down the crease a little bit, trying to, I don't know, not the most, I wouldn't say not technical, but different sort of approach. Not many people walk down to bowlers bowling this quick, but that's the way he wants to go about it.
It's like a walk and stop, so he's not like on the move.
Yep.
He's kind of reset his stance.
It does it to maybe throw them off their length a little bit, but he does it well.
But they get a good look at it. There's 2 types of charging, the surprise charge and the kind of, look at me, I'm standing here now approach. Anyway, Irfan goes back to control the boundary. Maybe sign a few autographs in front of Cockney Corner. Pitched up, this one goes to Irfan territory. Picks it up, easy as you like. Shows how strong he is as he pumps it over Murray's head.
It was a pretty good throw, wasn't it? I'm glad all the supporters are out here in their droves. This is a Irish versus the English. It's a big clash.
Yeah, if you want to go into the history, how long you got? But it's they've got ECL history. That's what I like about these two.
What was the result last year?
Well, pretty much what happened was that CRYMS finished top 2, but then went out in straight sets, and the team that knocked them out was Hornchurch. Shot straight to the field and no run. So I suppose the thing is with CRYMS, they never changed their order. Definitely never changed their openers, and they kind of kept that top 3, 4, and just said, look, just get in incredible form. We're not really planning for you to fail. We just want you to score a mountain of runs, and hopefully that can carry us through. But it did kind of go awry on finals day last year. It's been a bit of a mixed time for the openers this time around to this point. Comes down the leg side. Don't think it catches anything on the way through.
I think Doherty will be a little bit disappointed. Get any bat on that, get that away for 4. And 21 for none off 1.5. Pretty sedate start. You think Big Irfan's probably going to bowl the next and close this power play also.
They like him bowling 1 and 3. And they've just got a lot of options. Got Griffiths, he's been very good. Lesbon Edwards, I think, has bowled well. Arthur George has bowled well. So you've got Malik to float around at some point. Again, this is wild, and Murray's not getting this one. So Hankins having control issues. This Grizzly's really swinging around. That one is going to rattle the fence for 5 wides.
Yeah, bonus runs. Much needed bonus runs. This over's now gone magical. Angling it down the leg side. It also swung. Didn't give the keeper much hope.
Yeah, so CRYMS actually beat Hornchurch in the kind of group phase of Championship Week last year. Met 12, 109 to 99. But in the qualifier 2, CRYMS batting first held to 112, and Hornchurch won it with 12 balls to spare.
So CI have not hit a big score against them just yet.
50-50 this game at the second. This one leg stumpish as well, but just tucked away for a single as Harry Hankins has a bit of a tough time in the second. He goes for 21, and the score is 27 without loss after 2.
Despite a slow start in the first over, they've come back well. Look at the table here, Vinny. Starting to feel like a little bit of a logjam. If you're 4 for share, you're panicking a little bit, but it's going to be an interesting few days.
You could say that again. Gina Brescia and Old Victorians still stoking a bit of debate there. Just can't say too much about it, but I know that it's something that is still being looked into, and I just can't really say anything more than that. But anyway, here's Irfan. He's coming back, and a bit of respect there from Doherty. Doesn't want to risk nicking off. He lets go through to the keeper.
Yeah, it wasn't on my bingo card. That was, what were we playing, a T10?
I suppose he's worried if he just kind of flicks at this. They got the deep third in place.
Are we playing a T10?
It's just knowing
I
where
don't
you're
think there's ever a time and a place to actually leave one.
knowing when you're off, knowing where your off stump is. You can leave it if it's going to be a wide. That's probably it. He knows what he's doing, I think. Now, next one could be gone. Great catch. There you go. Well, this time he does off, and it looked like it was off the gloves. And, well, that's why this bus can fly. It's Whitlock that fights gravity, takes it two-handed, and Doherty goes for two. The big bird comes up with the first wicket of this one. It's 27 for 1.
Flying bus 1, gravity 0, as he defies the laws that we've been brought up with. He flew through the air about 1 inch off the ground and held on to it.
Yeah, and again, you can just see ball gets big on Doherty. Tries to work it round the corner. Well, that's a win. There's cricketers like this all over the world, and that's one for you guys. Been round the traps, Mark Whitlock. He's very proud to lead this side, and he comes up with an important catch to get Chris Doherty, 27 for 1.
Yeah, the first wicket for Big Irfan. He's got some serious wheels, and he made that quite awkward there for Doherty, just cramping him up on that sort of rib cage, and a big bit of glove, and it flew to that man on your screen, the flying bus.
Yeah, that'll be on repeat at the Whitlock household a fair bit, I think, over the summer months.
It'll be on repeat at bus stops around the UK, Vinny.
Yeah, buses, they're quite important, aren't they?
Very.
Yeah. Anyway, here's Carson McCulloch coming in at 3. Facing the big bird. Hey, he's got a wicket.
He's got a wicket.
Flying catch by Mark Whitlock. Was that on your bingo card? And down the leg side. Gives me shades of, run. Oh, like it. McCulloch, remember against Cammy, got given a bit of the, a little bit of the, how would you call it? A bit of a lesson in facing fast bowling that day when they played Pakaikai last year. I think he's pretty happy to get to the other end at this stage. Having said that, McCulloch's having a pretty good series with the bat.
Yeah, what a first ball to cop as well. Right on that back leg, but sliding down the leg side. So, well bowled from big man Irfan, 1 for 6 at the moment.
Get Van der Merwe out. It's game changing. And they have. He's nicked off. So 2 for the big bird. This time it's Murray that takes the catch. And it's a not so sweet 16 for Jason. COIMS 28 for 2.
Yeah, big bird just puts it at an awkward length again, and Van der Merwe can only get a feather through to the keeper. He would have loved any bit of bat on that. That is flying away for 6, but not enough. A feather and a nice, easy catch.
And he tried to do this a few times, didn't he? Back away and hit him over the offside. It's a very different shot for anyone to play. This is a really good shot of it. Just have a look at that kind of awkward action. No real front arm. Little feather. Murray has a good chance to have a look at it. Takes it perfectly. And so last year's MVP has to walk back, and 2 wickets in the power play for Hornchurch. COIMS 28 for 2.
Yep, CI falling behind early in this one. Matchett comes out number 4. He's been in good form with the bat. These two really need to put a partnership on, and maybe this is one of those moments you see Irfan off here and focus on everyone else.
Matchett has been in good form. Continues to get better and better. His leg spin's come a long way as well. Genuine spin option now. Irfan's got 2 more balls to make an impact. Not the kind of character you want to face first up. This one flies down the leg side.
Yeah, awkward, just awkward to play, isn't he? And 2 wickets, well-deserved wickets as well. Didn't have much luck yesterday in the wickets column, but he is this time.
There's a threat. COIMS listed for a 114. Similar to the 2 scores they've made so far against Hornchurch in ECL cricket. Just beats him for bounce, so still with the ball to go. Now what are you going here? Maybe try and get a bit close to the body, maybe get a top edge, or maybe try and get another wicket.
You'd be a bit frustrated, wouldn't you? You just can't catch up with these ones, because if you get any bit of bat, it's flying for 6, but he's so quick, it's a perfect height as a bowler, and he's a slippery customer.
Yeah, let's see. Irfan enjoying this ECL adventure. Matchett, the Irish skipper, gets the York. I thought he might try it, but well done to Matchett for keeping it out. And Irfan, brilliant spell of bowling. Well, remember that. 2 for 7 off his 2 in the power play, and the score 29 for 2.
Yeah, brilliant power play from him. Single-handedly actually keeping COIMS to a pretty low total at the moment. There's a long way to go in this game, however. 29 for 2. They can got time to turn it around, Vinny.
They do. They're going to go straight to Adil Malik, so change of pace coming in the 4th over. Pretty interesting because pace have been working pretty well, but Malik, he's one of the better leg spinners we've ever seen on the network. In fact, 2 very good wrist spinners in this game with Adil Malik for Hornchurch and Jacob Mulder for COIMS. Here we go. Start of a new over. McCulloch pushes, doesn't get a run. Our first time in the commentary box together today. How's your day been so far?
Yeah, good. It's good to see Thrug. They got their first win with their wildcard player Hunter. They're very happy indeed. But yeah, day's been good, Vinny.
Yeah, Hamza made the journey, didn't he? All right, goes after this and absolutely nails it. That's over the trees. That's actually a cactus ball. Maximo, spiky stuff from Carson.
Well, you don't want to collect that one. You can see the fans with the boogie woogie. They're pretty happy.
Have you ever injured yourself on a cactus?
No, don't think so.
It's not pleasant. Look at this one. Oh, yeah. Took the full impact. Liking the dancing today as well.
Is that sort of vibe today, people?
It's got a bit of a party vibe. There's been a bit of murder on the dance floor today. Sometimes that dance floor has been the middle of the Cartama Oval, but anyway, more about that later.
We've had some seriously good games of cricket today.
Yeah, 2 last
Been
ballers.
spoiled.
Anyway, Malik doesn't look particularly thrilled about being hit into the adjoining property. Yeah, he's okay.
He seems
now.
all right.
Yeah, just needed a moment. Love the way he goes about his cricket though, Adil Malik. I love watching players that are a bit different. He's got a skill that's different to anybody else. Pushes this one through a bit faster, a bit flatter. And McCulloch just takes the one.
These 2 have been in good form, so if they can put a partnership together with Burton in next, they've got Mark Best, Coulter with the bat. They have got through 2 very good players though already. Hornchurch will be happy with this start, but there's a long way to go.
Matchett's turn to face up. Again, that's that one that's pushed through, and Matchett goes back and punches it nicely off the back foot. Cut away between the 2 fielders, and 4 runs to the total. Good batting.
Yeah, what a lovely shot that is. Matchett just staying back, using the bounce of Malik, who does get a lot, cutting that beautifully through backward point for 4. So he gets himself underway. It's a good little contest on our hands here.
I like that length, so Matchett sweeps. A bad shot for one. There's Teddy Coney. Took one of the catches of this ECL and on finals day in Group B. Harry Potter lookalike.
Good films. Better books.
Didn't know you read so widely.
Never read them. Someone read them to me.
Yeah.
Last ball, the 4th.
Beats him, and that goes to the man they were affectionately calling Hannibal Lecter in the mask. They had the split screen up on the social media, I noticed. Paul Murray. Anyway, end of 4 and COIMS 41 for 2.
Yeah, 41 for 2. So just going at the 10s. They've seen off probably one of their better bowlers though to give away 2 wickets to him. Looks like Lesbourne Edwards is going to bowl the next, Vinny. He's quite slippery, isn't he? He gets it through also. Got
a few live wires, don't they? When you look at their kind of genuine pace they've got in their lineup. Put Lesbourne in there, Arthur George, obviously Irfan we've seen. You've still got Griffiths to come.
Yep.
Just doesn't let up this pressure. Nothing like coming second in a European Championship to spur you on and burn that hunger. Edwards using all his counting skills. And Matchett will be facing up. Matchett's had to get his team out of a tight spot a few times in this tournament. Normally he's delivered. Right, a loose shot. They think of a bye, but Bus anticipating that one. Make sure there's no run.
Yeah, Matchett has had a good tournament with the bats. Best I've seen him bat in his few trips to Cartama so far.
I haven't seen really any of Mark Whitlock with the ball, probably because they've got Irfan now.
Yeah, maybe against some teams you take pace off, but I think when you've got this many good fast bowlers, why would you?
All right, high in the air, not carrying. Griffiths takes the catch. He's been so solid. It's a little bit of an ice cream cone out there, almost got away, but Matchett's gone, and Lesbourne comes up with the goods in the 5th. It's 41 for 3.
Yeah, nice catch in the end. Came running inside the inner ring. It's sort of a little bit of a bobble in his hands. Lisbourne just cramping him for room. That ball, he looked to flick around backward of square. But in the end, just gets height on it. No distance at all. The matchup will have to go.
With about half a second to react when the ball leaves the bowler's hand to when it arrives at your end. It's an instinctive kind of shot. It's just a flick across the line. It's probably the right shot, but if you misjudge it even slightly, then it'll just hang up in the air. That's exactly what happens. The English have caught very well in Championship Week so far, and this is no exception as the CIYMS skipper goes for 5. It's 41 for 3. Max Burton comes to the crease. He hit his straps a little bit in the earlier game. I know they want a bit more out of him. Started batting at 3, finds himself at 5, but finds himself with 5+ overs to bat here.
Yeah, he's got a big responsibility, a big job to do. Not going to be easy, Burton. He's a good player. He's spent plenty of time out here at Cartama Oval.
Nice shot, beautifully timed, but straight to the fielder. Sharpesh Vijay, they're not running on him. What's all this about you being in a podcast with George Hankins?
Not true.
Fake news?
Fake news.
Is it a deep fake?
Hmm?
You heard of deep fakes?
No.
It's like when you basically use AI to make a video of someone that's not real, but looks like a real video.
Maybe.
I've been working on incriminating you for a while now.
Oh, the leave again. Too much respect for me, Beansham. 2 leaves. Why would you? Throw your hands.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying there. Yeah, if you get some bat on it. I suppose by opening yourself up to the universe a bit, you can get some unintentional runs. Just like if there's a hook, you're not quite there. If you go through with it, you might edge a 4 or a 6. I guess if you leave it alone, you ain't getting nothing. 2 benches watching on. Billy Gordon still out injured. Oh, there's your Hollywood shot.
Well, that's definitely not the option.
Yeah, doesn't really happen for Burton. That's the thing. You've got these guys getting this bounce, so to think you can get there and turn it, it's not a drivable length, even if you're standing still. So when you're on the move, it's even tougher.
What an over from Edwards, just always going about his business. Wicket maiden at the moment, 1 to come before the 5th ends.
Class jinx by Corey. This is definitely going for runs. Maybe not. So Lesbourne, the big M, maiden over, has a wicket in there as well as Hornchurch shut it down in the 5th. It's 41 for 3. What an over as we'll come into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Rutgers with me. We'd love for you to join the fight against world hunger by supporting the United Nations World Food Programme and the Share the Meal initiative. If you scan the QR code down there, you can, in just a few clicks, help somebody. You can donate 1 meal, 5, 10, as many as you like. It's around about 60 or 70 cents per meal. We'd love for you to join the fight. I know that we've donated a fair few meals every day. There's initiatives to do it around the ground. Just a nice thing we like to do for the world.
Yep, every penny helps, so if you can contribute a little bit, we would be very much appreciated.
So who was giving nothing then was Lesbourne Edwards, a maiden in the 5th. Pretty incredible stuff.
He's having a great tournament so far,
yeah,
really, especially with the ball.
Started by showing us with the bat. The runs have kind of dried up, but with the ball, it's become a real key component. And he's still available, obviously, to bat in their top 6. Here's Mullet coming back for a second over. His first one jams him. Hit into the foot of Carson McCulloch.
Yeah, 41 for 3, Vinny. The brakes have been applied and they're struggling here, CI. Need to find a way to be scoring. I think Carson's in a bit of trouble. He's chopped that one into his foot. That hurts. And you can just see, just needs a moment to gain his composure.
Perfect.
Ow.
Yeah. Oh, he's still... Yeah, he's hopping around. Are we going to get a non-concussion test medics visit? No,
Never.
He's ready to face up. What if he does it again? This one is hit, and it's hit pretty well. Maximo! It's actually a pretty brave shot. It's the turner from Malik. There has a bit of side spin on it, but he judges the bounce, just kind of flat bats it down the ground for 6.
Yeah, good batting. The old flat bat, bit of baseball style to that one. Hit the sight screen even though it's back of a length. Good batting.
Bowled him, and he backs away and misses out. So McCulloch goes for 13. Another one that gets a start and can't go on with it here as Malik strikes full straight, does the job. CIYMS 47 for 4.
Yeah, in complete control at the moment, Hornchurch. They're breaking through this top order. Carson wanted to give himself room, maybe pump it over the offside, but a slippery Yorker under the bat, and he has to go.
Again, probably not the odds to back away for a variety of reasons. Again, he just hit a 6. Doesn't get the ball he wants. If he's going to do that, it's be a really good shot of it. Just,
To be fair, it's a great delivery.
it is a good ball, but I mean, not giving yourself the best chance. I suppose backing away, it's outside your eye line. Feet aren't really moving once you've established that alternative position. It's a little bit of an uncomfortable walk for Carson for 13 up the stairs at 47 for 4. The quick question is, can this middle and lower order stand up against this English assault?
Yeah, someone has to stand up, otherwise they're going to be well under par. Here comes Coulter, the angry man, Big Red.
Big Red. Well, he's got a few scores to settle, that's for sure. Saw him bowling that last over against Pakai Care. Just got away from him towards the end. Facing Malik first up, so left-hander just changes things a little bit. He goes for it straight away and gets a bit lucky. Falls into a pocket of space. Harry Hankins does the fielding.
What's your best case scenario here, Vinny? You get to 110 and bowl extremely well?
Only 4 overs to go. Best case, yeah, 15 and over seems a long way off. Maybe that's your best case, 110-ish. But expected score 93, and if they lose a couple more wickets, even that might be a long way off. Oh, they like it. He's caught behind. I think there's a little edge on this. So Burton's going to go for a 5-ball duck, and things going from bad to worse. It's the man in the Hannibal Lecter mask that holds on to the catch, and it's 48 for 5.
Yeah, this one just a little bit of purchase on it, and Hornchurch are pulling away in this fixture. Little feather edge through to the keeper. And Burton goes, who's not had the greatest tournament with the bat, and they're through the top 5 now.
It's a perfect ball. Draws him forward into a mistake. Little edge. Actually, a bit more than little. And then maybe he would have been stumped as well. Just have a little peek. Could be the good old-fashioned double play.
Oh.
Yeah, have we got the double? He's like, hey, by the way, I want to stump you. So, no, I think it is caught behind, though. Murray does really well. Good hands to hold on to it, as Burton is going to have to go 5-ball duck. And 48 for 5. And South YMS being sorely tested here. Once again, a bit of a clinic from the English.
Well, it's definitely some points on the line here as well. If CLYMS get bowled out, they could easily lose all the points. And they had a tough loss earlier as well because of DDC in the last 3 balls. So going home with 0 points, all of a sudden, this tournament becomes a bit tougher.
Nolte, the new batter. Oh, he gets the ball that almost sneaks through as well. Great subtle variations, Malik. Just reminding us of his importance to the English attack as he only goes 2 for 19 in his 2 overs. It's 48 for 5 after 6.
Yeah, it's going to have to be up to this lower order now. That dangerous top 5 are all gone. Only Van der Merwe with 16 off 10, not his usual self. Also, he just looked very well rounded this year, Hornchurch. Not many weak links.
Yeah, you're right about that.
At the moment, from everything I've seen in the first 2 days of Championship Week, they are going in as favourites in this tournament at the moment.
And look who they've still got to bowl. So they go Lesbourne here, then they've got Griffiths for 8 and 10, and then 9. You can go back to Hankins, or you could, I think they'll probably go Arthur George. So just kind of swimming in good options, which is a good situation to be in if you're Mark Whitlock. Anyway, Coulter, he'll never back away from a challenge. He's facing up now. Saw him pull out a good 40 or so in an earlier game. Some big hits. See what he can do here. Not much.
Good run up though.
That's probably the best run up of the over so far. Reminder that you can always get in touch with us. Maybe throw a few random questions at us for the rest of the night. We are interactive.
Yeah, you got one for me, Vinny?
What's the longest you've ever gone without shaving?
Oh, good. Couple weeks. Nothing special.
Was there any?
I think I did the Movember a couple years ago.
That's an example of a random question. Oh, full toss and gets it slightly wrong here. Edwards searching for that kind of wide Yorker. But well done to Coulter to get some bat and it flies away. 4 carreras.
Yeah, just have to catch up with it, and that's exactly what he did. It flew away in the Cartama turf. Only 1 bounce ball.
I once got a bit carried away. I might have got a month to a month and a half. People started throwing loose change at me in the street.
Yeah, that's not good.
Over the wicket now. Oh, it's a pretty good bouncer. Yeah, really good bouncer. As Coulter forced to take evasive action. That's one that in theory, yeah, you want to be like playing a shot, maybe getting something on that, but also you need to try and keep your head on your shoulders.
Yep, it's got to be brave, don't you? It's not easy when the ball's flying through. Yeah, Hornchurch have been mighty impressive in all the games they've played so far in Championship Week.
I think Big Red's clocked that one. He'll remember. Now, watch the stumps. He's all right, but chopped into the body again. And Edwards, up to going for a boundary first ball. He's followed up with 2 dots.
Yeah, it's another one of those ones where pace is just beating the bat at the moment, isn't it? So, yeah, you have to say, Hornchurch, they've got all the tickets to the kingdom, Vinny. Pace, spin, they're looking good.
At the moment, you are absolutely right. Have a look at the strong action here of Lesbourne Edwards. Scrambled seam, chopped into the back toe. Halfway through this over 50's come up. And Coulter can't deal with this one that takes off as well.
Would you say Edwards is second behind Irfan for pace in this team?
It's tough. You've got Griffiths as well. Don't forget Griffiths. He's got a bit about him. The fact we're even having this debate is probably a good thing for Hornchurch. You don't get too carried away with their early success. There's still a long way to go in this tournament, but certainly have set the bar pretty high.
They've set the bar very high at the moment. This group stage, everyone's showing little glimpses, but Hornchurch have shown the most.
Pitched up, goes for it in 6. Well, that's why you have a crack, gets a ticket in the lottery, and it comes up lucky number 6, Maximo, for Big Red, who moves into double figures.
Yeah, it wasn't in the region he would have liked, but it doesn't matter. You swing and swing hard. This ball flies. The grizzly ball's made from Mercury, the planet itself, Vinny, and it goes.
And it goes past the forbidden fence. Another fence fail, but another 6 runs. Badly needed 6 runs. Edwards, 1 for 10 in his spell. Pretty good. Last ball of it's come here. Slower ball and Coulter pushes. He'll just get a single. So 7 overs in and COIMS being sent in, which we thought was a bit of a risk at the time. 59 for 5. Why don't we have a look at the Western Shield, which is coming up, of course, named after our founding father, Lord and Saviour Daniel Weston, and this will take place over the 6th and 7th of April. Best of 9. A few people, Corey, there's whispers. They just want you to avoid a night wash, maybe a 9-0 drubbing at the hands of British and Irish Knights. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, it could happen. You never know. Cricket's a funny game, but looking at the opposition, a little bit weak on the bowling lineup, if you ask me, Vinny.
A few people are asking Conrad, who was in the chat before, how he prepares for the Western Shield.
For how Conrad prepares?
Yeah.
No, Conrad, yeah, he's probably preparing by watching this, Vinny. He loves the ECN.
Seems a pretty good gig. Anyway, Gavin Griffiths.
He got lucky as manager, Conrad. Hope he's listening.
Conrad, you got to suit him up. You never know, a few injuries.
He should have. No, what, playing-wise, you don't get management to play, Vinny.
Suit him up.
No, never.
What if Nabi keeps failing? Here's over number 8.
True, Nabi's a bowler now. We've moved on from Nabi.
2 for 6. Nabi is a pretty good bowler. Hey, you might remember the last ball of ECL 23. You know what it was?
Wicket to Nabi.
Wicket to Nabi.
Yep.
Anyway, haven't really had any Nabi chat yet. We'll
Well,
leave it for another time.
Fast bowler, Vinny. Good wheels.
Hornchurch were a little bit worried they're saving him up when they meet him.
Nice shoes, Vin. 10 out of 10.
Yeah, he stole them from Ginna Brescia.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Big Red goes big and nicely lifted up and over the leg side. Maximo! Gonna keep fighting. He loves that Kookaburra bubble. It's a little bit retro, isn't it? Just like his mannerisms. There's 6 runs.
Yeah, if you use a bubble, the ball go 10% further. One of the best blades on the market. Nice shot.
Someone comes out with a GN single scoop and I'm done.
Yeah, good.
I think it's bring it back.
Bring back the Slazenger V100, the real old school.
I prefer the old V12. The V100 was a bit too much power. The V500 and 600 came out, maybe a 1200. All right, Coulter tries it again. This is kind of into the gap, but it'll just be a single.
Yeah, Coulter with a little cameo at the moment, 19 off 10, and Well, Nolte, 0 off 1. If he can just contribute a little bit, they've got a chance still to maybe get to 100. And a good little battle, though. Have to give Hornchurch a lot of credit. Their fast bowlers have been on song throughout this whole championship week. And there's Cockney Corner standing behind them. Obviously, the lefty-righty partnership helping as well, moving the field a lot. Hornchurch pretty switched on, though. So, Nolte on strike. Griffiths halfway through his first over. Hit hard down the ground. Hankins coming in. Just pulled the parachute just a little bit early. So one more to the total. Nolte gets himself off the mark. And, well, Vinny, with a little cameo here, still 100, 110 maybe.
Yeah, an awkward 110. Hopefully he can get some mistakes out of the English. And obviously, the Irish have some pretty good bowling options of their own. But that expected score's been kind of hanging around the low 90s, hasn't it? 93, 91 at the moment. But even that's no foregone conclusion, because if you could rip a couple of wickets out now, they might even struggle to get to 80, 85. Griffiths. Pitched up, hit down the ground. Fielder thinks about attacking it. Probably not there in the end, as Hankins loses his battle with gravity. Maybe needs some tips from Mark Whitlock about how to prowl around the ground. It'll just be a long single.
Yeah, another one where he pulled the parachute probably a little bit too early. Hankins not wanting to put the body on the line for the team there. Disappointing from him.
He's got his trusty towel in his back waistband. He takes it wherever he goes, I heard.
They're a good fielding team, aren't they? They're just smooth.
Solid.
Smooth.
I even think that was probably the right move. I didn't want to risk a boundary to try and take a catch. Probably won't matter that much. Now this one just blasts through. So Griffiths goes single digits here in the 8th. Just 9 runs coming off that one. And at the end of 8 overs, it's 68 for 5.
Yeah, Hornchurch in control at the moment. This looks like a score well under par. And tell you what, Vinny, if they go on and win within 7 overs, they can almost book a ticket to Friday already, Hornchurch.
Yeah, it's about as good a start as you could hope for. Now, Hornchurch tomorrow, they just played the first game of the day, and that's it. They'll get like a mini break for the rest of the day. Now, the first game tomorrow, I should mention this to everyone, it's 2 hours, it's actually an hour and a half earlier than we normally start, because tomorrow is a 6-match day, and I know you're very excited about it. That will start at 8:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe.
What time does that mean leaving the hotel?
We'll have to discuss it. But yeah, it's 2 o'clock p.m. in India. At the sunrise. I actually said we could get up at sunrise. We could welcome the sun, maybe do a bit of yoga. It could be very, very
I'm hearing
nice.
there's a sandstorm tomorrow. Have you heard this?
Yeah, I brought my sandbrella.
There's meant to be a sandstorm tomorrow for a 6-game day. Nice.
Yeah. Well, we can welcome the sandstorm at sunrise. See you there.
See you there, Vinny.
They go back to Hankins in the 9th. Thought they might have been tempted to go Arthur George here. But they go back to Hankins, who's having a pretty good series. Despite his first over going for 21. And our first one is an outside edge, and it's gone. Bat under the arm for Big Red. They do bring back Hankins, and it's a good call. Harry Hankins, that is, with his first wicket of the contest. Coulter goes for 20, and it's 68 for 6.
Yeah, cramped him for room. Coulter wanted to bomb one more over the leg side, Vinny, but look, this Hornchurch team at the moment, they look very different from last year to me. They've got pace, they've got good cricket education, just cramping him for room, and a little edge through to the keeper, and another one goes.
That's a proper wrist job from Murray, but it sticks, which is what you want. Yeah, James Bond filter as well, don't mind a bit of that. But, Coulter, he'll get the rider reply. Handy 20 from him, gets them to a place they might still be able to launch to a 100-plus score. But wickets and time fading away at 68 for 6. Well, what is different from Hornchurch this year? How much of it is the personnel, bring in someone like Irfan, or they didn't have him until now, and how much of it is like the approach or the experience or their kind of general attitude?
They've got a genuine 10 overs now, Vinny. Last year, Mark Whitlock was bowling 2 overs. They were bowling 4 overs of spin. Now you've got 8 overs of genuine quick bowling.
Well, in the air, not going to carry all the way to Hankins.
They had some holes last year and they couldn't plug them, and Drew caught them. They kept hitting 20-run overs here and there. So far, they've bowled out Gina Brescia for 80. They held Pakai Care to 110, I believe, and now they're going to hold CRYMS to 70. So it's their bowling. It's their bowling that's changed them this year, and at the moment, they're favourites in this comp.
Dance moves have just departed the Irish supporters for now. There's the Scots. We'll see them again tomorrow morning. Right now, again, that pace flies through. Nolte can't catch up with it.
Yeah, clever bowling. Not too many people face a lot of pace, and pace is different gravy.
Yeah, I just think I'm proud of the bowlers and the fielders in this tournament, because a lot of people saying, oh, it's just too batting friendly, it's impossible. It's not impossible, you just have to get better. And I think the bowling has been better and the fielding's been better and the scores have come down. All right, in the air. Now, who wants this? VJ probably can take this behind his back. 4 claps and a catch. Well, there you go. Time to cue the music as VJ. We enjoyed it. The 4 claps means get out of my way. All you Morse code fans will enjoy that, as it's the 7th wicket down now. It's 69 for 7.
Tell you what, it's going to be a funny day when he does it and drops one. I'd like to see him do it in the final, Vinny.
It's funny. I've actually done this, and normally it's actually a signal that you're calling, but you're also kind of just giving another cue. Watch this. Yeah, almost like, you know that the theme from Friends? Maybe he was singing that in his head when the ball was in the air, because it had the 4 quick claps. It also had the safe hands of Jalpesh Vijay around the Grizzly ball as Nolte departs for 1. It's 69 for 7.
Yeah, Nolte has to go. Never looked comfortable. One day he's going to drop it in a final when he does that, and I think that'll be the end.
I don't think he was taking the mick. I think what he actually was doing is saying, look, that's my ball. It's my ball. I've done that as well.
He's taking the mick, Vinny.
Nah, I'm with him.
He did it yesterday.
Yeah. Well said. Anyway, takes me to a random question. Name songs with clapping in them. And I'm going to start with the Friends theme by the Rembrandts. And I'm also going to throw in We Will Rock You.
Oh, yeah,
that
good.
starts with that. I would like to know what songs have claps kind of built into the song one way or another. These are the big
If you're
questions.
happy and you know it.
Yeah. One from hopefully childhood. Bowled him. Another one goes down. It's a demolition job. And remember, Harry Hankins went magical in his first over, but in this one, he's cleaned up. He's taken 3 for 2. Stumps akimbo at the end of the ninth. It's 70 for 8.
Yep, 70 for 8. And that's why you give one of your spearheads their second over, despite the first not going too well. Build some confidence. And well done to that man. Right now, CI, well, hate to say it, but they are getting pumped.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Bale takes off. And unfortunately, so does the batter.
But they have to, Vinny. They'll be talking surely about trying to do this within 7.
Oh, tell you what, the robot has come up with some good ones already in my ear. How about Happy by Pharrell Williams?
Oh, yeah, good song.
That's a very good one. Let's give me some more. Car wash. Working at the car wash. Sorry,
we're going to get copyright
yeah,
issues
my
soon.
singing is pretty accurate, so I'm told. Some good ones in there. There's more, sure. Right, this one is probably on the border, but how about Shake It Like a Polaroid Picture in Hey Ya? I feel like everyone claps in. You know the bit I'm talking about.
Is this what happens when we don't get boundaries, Vinny?
This is highbrow conversation. Just trying to distract from the fact that CRYMS could get rock and rolled in the 70s here as Heasley comes out facing the heat.
Surely at the innings break, Hornchurch is saying we're chasing this within 7. Surely. You know, what a great opportunity to get 4 points against a decent opponent.
Got stumps here and full. Tries. Oh, played by the youngster. Get 1. Makes it Mulder's problem.
Yeah, I haven't seen too much of Mulder with the bat in hand. Well, here's his opportunity. Can he get 1 or 2 boundaries and maybe get to 80, and then you need a miracle in the field. But you never know. Miracles do happen at this beautiful oval.
Mulder has a chance with the bat. Don't see him often with the bat.
I was going to say,
He
I
can handle himself.
haven't seen him too much with the blade in his hands.
Be aiming at the bowling fingers here of Mulder. Swings all the way around this one. Swing and a miss. Wow, it's really gone from bad to worse. So let's say they make, let's give them the 76 there that the computer's saying. That's just, what's that, 11 and over to get all 4 points.
Yeah, I think definitely Hornchurch, the think tank in the innings break, Vinny, will be saying 4 points here. almost start to lock up a top 2.
A little bit glum there. Back to earth with a thud for COIMS.
Well, they could go 2 losses today, and all of a sudden they're 1 and 2 in the competition.
Here's Griffiths. Yeah, Mulder tries something. Doesn't really work for him, unfortunately. It's another dot ball.
Plenty of dot balls. Clever bowling. CI just completely outclassed in this first 10 overs.
Very good stuff by New Paradigm, saying any flamenco song has clapping. You ever seen flamenco? I think you'd be pretty good at it, actually.
I appreciate that.
I saw it in Barcelona. This guy that was about as big as Irfan doing some crazy stuff. There's a lot of stamping in it. Anyway, that's the end of ECN Culture Chat for the day. Couple to come in the 10. Well bowled. Saunderland just kept these standards very, very high. And smothered this Irish batting lineup, haven't they?
Yeah, it's a bit of a pin drop around the ground. I think some people are in shock from what they've seen. This bowling unit's delivered again. 3 innings they've bowled and haven't conceded anything over 115. So credit to Hornchurch, who got here as the lucky loser after last year. The invitation back, and I guess they are making it count.
Yeah, they are. Lucky they made the final. You know why they made the final? They beat COIMS.
That's right.
In qualifier 2.
Last ball time, Vinny.
Swing and a miss, they'll run. Chance for Murray, he misses. And, well, probably says 1 or 2 things that hopefully the stump microphone doesn't pick up. That'll take us to the end of the 10 overs. And it'll be 73 for 8. What a demolition job that is by Hornchurch. They just do not give COIMS any ability to breathe in that innings. Top score's Coulter with 20. Just 2 more in double figures. And a lot of low scores there. 74 in 10 overs for the win, but 74 in 7, which is about 10.5 and over. Could get them all the points here in match 9.
Yeah, well done to Hornchurch and the bowling unit. They've done their job. We'll have a quick look at the highlights. And, well, CI, they went out there trying to take down Irfan, but not easy to do. This man bowling from 6'7" or 6'14" or whatever you want to call it. He's impossible to play. Van der Merwe tried his best, but that ball was flying around. We had 5 wides early. Actually, the second over went magical, 20 plus. But Irfan, he came back, picked up his first wicket. The flying bus. The man defies gravity, gets 1 inch off the ground and held on to a sharp catch. And don't doubt Mark Whitlock. Bus stops all around the UK love that one. And there was 2 in the over as Carson came out at number 3. It's been a good form, Carson, but obviously not easy. First ball, jams into Yorker. Look at this action, just awkward. Probably 130, 135. It is not something that you want to face very often. And Van der Merwe, he had to go a little feather through to the keeper. That's Paul Murray there. Just a little edge. And a nice safe catch. There's through it. They had a very good win before. They're enjoying all the action. There wasn't too many big sixes, but Carson did get the slog sleep away against Malik. And you can see the Irish jiggy jig. They were enjoying themselves. Not too many highlights for them. And then Lesbourne Edwards, he came into the attack. A wicket maiden for Lesbourne. Really well bowled from him. He's been a key player in Griffiths with a sensational catch running in from deep mid-wicket. Malik came back into the attack and does what Malik does. He picks up wickets for fun. A full Yorker on middle stump. Carson gave himself a little bit of room. Played all round that one. And at this stage, it was not good for Hornchurch. Sorry, my apologies. Not good for CI. They just struggled to get anything going. Another double wicket. They all caught and stumped. It was Coulter time, Big Red. He was pretty angry, and he got a feather through to the keeper as well, so he had to go. And it was just a procession, really. We don't have this too often in T10. If you're clappy and you're happy and you know it, clap your hands as VJ with the 4-clap salute. And it took us right down to the back end, stumps being uprooted everywhere. And for CI, who lost the previous game with 3 sixes off the last ball thanks to DDC, they might be swept here, and that's a pretty tricky day at the office. As they've only got 1 win in the tournament so far for Championship Week. Let's have a look at the scorecards. And, well, pretty ugly reading if you're a CI supporter. 20 off 12 for Coulter. 12 extras in that 73 as well. No one really getting going. And, yeah, they'll have to go back to the drawing board as this is going to be an extremely hard score to defend. 73 is probably one of the lowest scores we've seen for quite some time. In the end, credit to all the Hornchurch bowlers. Let's have a look at the bowling scorecard now, and credit to where credit's due. 2 for 7, 3 for 23, 2 for 19, 1 for 11, none for 11 An exceptional display from Hornchurch, who were invited back, and they are making it count. So do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the exciting run chase. Thank you.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. We're at the Cartama Oval in the beautiful Andalucía region. This is the Champions League of European Cricket, the European Cricket League. Nothing quite like it in the cricket world or any of the sporting world, actually. Right now, we're watching Hornchurch coming out to bat after really putting the screws on in the first half of this game. COYMS, their Irish opponents, restricted to 73 for 8 of their 10 overs, so 74 is the victory target. And of course, we know that the bonus point could come into play here, because if Hornchurch can chase this down in 7 overs or less, they would take all 4 points. So the Irish, it'll be a tough one to defend. If they can at least push Hornchurch to an 8th over, they'll at least take something out of this. It's pretty unlikely that the Irish could take all 4. I suppose in theory, if they could keep the English to 51 or less, then they would sweep the points. Let's get ready for the first ball. Hankins to face up. Big red, Alan Coulter steaming in. 74 to win. Starts with a ball that's cut down and knocked down. In fact, off a chance for a run out there, but it'll be a top ball to get us started. Hello to everyone in the comment section as well. Hopefully you're enjoying the action so far. Hello to Aussie, big Hornchurch man in the comment section. Hello to Dave B and everyone else. Thanks for the ongoing discussions. Short, and he catches up with it and he sends it miles over the boundary. Maximo! Well, that one's caught up in the net. Coulter probably just gets a bit too close to the hip of Hankins. I don't mind the idea, but the line probably not the right there. Hankins has been in very, very good form. Remember, he had a bit of a tough time at the start of the group stage, but form is like the winds. It comes and goes, but you know when it's around. Coulter with a reply. When he tries it again, he's going to get hit again. Maximo! It's getting a bit too straight. Well, Coulter, I hate to be that guy, but 5 of his last 6 balls that he's bowled have disappeared out of the ground. Remember, last 3 of last game were hit by Daniel Dorkaya. It's a straddling supersonic over, but Big Red has got a heart as big as a mansion. He'll fight back. There you go, he does. Gets one under the bat of Hankins. See the bonus point equation there. Already down below 10 and over. Just keeps down a bit. It's better length, I think, just trying to draw Hankins forward and into a mistake. Now, fraction short, he hits it. And it's just in front of square, 1 bounce 4. So it's a brilliant start. Hornchurch look in a hurry at the moment. I think you've got to go to something slow in the second over, either McCulloch or Mulder. I'd probably be going straight to Mulder. I just think he's the one probably the most awkward to play. Probably trade 16 for Hankins. 16 it is in the first over. So 16 without loss. A bit like a world title fight. This one was really built up at the moment. Looks like we might be in for an early finish. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, letting you know that there's 52 matches since there's been a golden ball. We had to raise the bat earlier today for 50 matches, of course, previous Golden Ball was in Group D. Qualifier 1 between the two French sides right now. Next to me, the Golden Tonsils of the European Cricket Network commentary box, Corey Runkers.
Yeah, good to be back, Vinny. Hankins just doing what Hankins does. 58 of 36 for a bonus point. And tell you what, Hornchurch, if they get to 11 points, they're breaking away in this group.
They do go to Mulder in the second, as predicted. Flipper first up to VJ. Gets off the mark. Even someone like VJ, remember he didn't play the group stage last year, came in for the championship week. Took a while to get going, probably didn't show what he can do with the bat until finals day when he came up with a good knock against the YMS actually. But he's been outstanding throughout the whole tournament. Hankins walks and then checks his shot, happy to take the one.
Yeah, just another single there. I wonder if Mulder will, maybe to players like this, actually bowl a leggy a little bit more, go back to a bit more because other teams might struggle against it. Hornchurch might have some plans just to pat him away for 6 singles. Nope, that's 6.
That'll do. And VJ gets his first maximal. It's Hornchurch. Well, never mind 7 overs. It could be even quicker than that at this rate.
Yeah, definitely could be. 24 for none. And yeah, they've just dominated this game from start to finish, Vinny, and an impressive first 2 days in the championship week competition for them.
Now, another one knocked down the ground. Probably the one thing with Hornchurch, yes, they've set the standard very high with the ball in the field, but with the exception of Hankins, maybe Dil Malik a little bit, haven't really fired with the bat in championship week so far.
Yep.
And maybe here they won't really have to, the way things are looking. Just happy to take another one here. But of course, you know, when it gets to the big dance on finals day, sure all teams are going to be put in uncomfortable situations, so they'll be hoping a few more batters can start hitting their straps.
48 of 31. They're in the box seat for this 4-point clean sweep. They'll take them to 11 already in championship week, and that is racing away. Mulder again.
I'm just happy to see it out. So Mulder goes for 10. I think Hornchurch pretty happy with that, given the circumstances. Still got their openers at the crease. It's 26 without loss after 2.
Yeah, nice start. Nice positive start from the openers after the bowlers did their job. They'd love to just get out there and make it an easy win. This is the table, and you see a bit of a log jam, but 2 teams starting to go opposite ends of the spectrum, Fortfordshire and Hornchurch. And yeah, it's a long way back for Fortfordshire and Hornchurch. They're breaking away.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, Fortfordshire, okay, they do have points out of their first 3 games. That's important, but yeah, they need a win sooner or later. Going to stay in the mix. They just have 1 game tomorrow, Forths, and that's against Hornchurch. So that's a huge match.
Yeah,
Hornchurch and Fortfordshire, the 2 teams just playing first up.
I think if Fortfordshire lose that, it might be playing your Thursday night and have some fun.
Always having fun here, I'm sure. As McCulloch's going to bowl over number 3, so sticking with spin. Hello to Leroy, watching from Jamaica.
Oh, beautiful part of the world.
Fraction short, well fielded. Sort of keep your standards high. Burton does well to his left.
Yeah, they scamper through for a quick single. So Carson, what can he do? Just try to stem the woes. They'd love a point somehow, CI out of this as well.
Yeah. It goes up, and there's no mid-off. Nothing would have mattered because it goes all the way. Maximo leans on that classic shot. He's happy just to get it over the infield because he knows there's no one back there. And he gets it so early, gets it over the rope as well.
Yeah.
Says Carreras.
Yeah, nice shot. Just chipped it. Just chipped it. Calm, easy batting. And this just feels like a matter of time for Hornchurch, doesn't it?
Interesting that Mulder's off the field now. Maybe picked up a slight knock or something in that last over. So Robertson, the substitute fielder, is on.
Good start this for Hornchurch. Both batsmen are a couple of boundaries away early. If there was any nerves, they're not showing it.
Now swept away, just slightly off in line there. McCulloch goes the journey. Maximo! DJ overtakes Hankins now. It's a bit of a race between the openers and a race to the finish for Hornchurch.
Yeah, down the leg side. Just had to catch up with it. Most players, if they get it pitching outside leg, it's a free sweep, free hit at a sweep, and just had to catch up with it. Does his job, gets into the 20s.
Now cuts, but cuts straight at the fielder.
I'll tell you what you do have to be careful with. You just, I know they might get it, but that net run rate,
Yeah.
don't let that get blown apart also.
Robertson's got an ACL hat trick. We haven't seen much of him in the team, have we? Now goes back, finds the same fielder. So McCulloch, not the worst over ever. That probably doesn't help him too much at this stage. 13 come off that one, and it's 39 without loss after 3.
I think cricket a funny game, Vinny. Last night, CI have been playing non-stop, brilliant cricket. Go to bed with 3 easy points against Forfeiture. Could have easily had 4. They rock up today. They have a match that's almost stolen from them. It would have felt like it was stolen, and then you get slaughtered. And then they go home tonight, and it's going to be 1 win, 2 losses, and it's just a completely different tournament.
It is. Having said that, they cruised through the, I suppose, the preliminary stages of Championship Week last year. Then ran into issues on finals day, going out in straight sets, firstly to Dreux and then to Hornchurch. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. Still could make the 4 in the first place. 35 off 24 for all the points here. Nolte comes on for the 4th. He gets hit hard away from the fielder. Does pretty well to make the stop. They think of a second. They think against it. Good work down there from McCulloch.
Yeah, brilliant fielding. Saves a couple. They're not going to win this game, but desperate to try and save a point, save some face out of it, and that's important.
Well done to Carson. Made good ground to his left. Maybe a second, but happy to settle for 1. DJ just works this away. Maybe no bat in that. Leg by signalled. Wow, Hornchurch. Just the 1 game today, just the 1 game tomorrow morning. Then, I think we know they're in the 4, probably the top 2. And they can really get down to business Thursday, a couple of games, 1 against Dreux, 1 against Old Victorians in the night, and then business time.
I think they'll want some practice under lights. I think they'll enjoy that game under lights against Old Victorians.
Oh,
He got that through.
yeah, really got some wheels on that one.
Every now and then, a few of these bowlers in this championship week can really spice it up. That flew through.
Yeah, right on the top.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, well, pretty high. But also, I enjoyed it. Hankins wasn't taking a back seat. Now full toss, over pitched, and well done by Matchett to make the stop. They don't take a run there.
Still fighting for that point, 33 off 20. Should do that with 10 wickets in hand, but you never know.
This is where you've got to make sure your next 3 overs are bowled by whoever you think are your best bowling options.
Fortunately, one of their best bowling options is off the field injured.
That's true. Hasn't reappeared yet. Leg side, just misses Markey and Ulti.
What are you tipping tonight, Vinny? 2 firebrand sort of teams up against each other under lights.
Well, they say things come in 3s. We've had 2 last ball finishes today.
Was one of them a finish?
Oh, someone was finished. And then we go on to lights, maybe another one. 1 run separated Drew and Pakakea last year.
I reckon if you went to the tribunal in the AFL for that bump.
Yeah, oh, well, that one's probably going to go as well. Can he keep it inside the field? He can't. 7 up time. And writing's on the wall in a font big enough for everyone to read. Maximo plus the 1 at Siete Carreras.
Yeah, no ball 6 and a free hit. That 4-point victory and a big net run rate boost looks like it's going to happen. But yeah, if that was taken to the AFL tribunal panel,
Negligent,
you're getting
high contact.
I reckon you're getting 3 weeks or something like that.
Probably. Still discussions ongoing. That's all I've heard. Takes a bit of time though. Slow-mo not doing him too many favours.
Free hit.
Free miss. There's Nolte, not the worst over ever. Despite the 7 up, he's only gone for 9.
I guess this is the one worry about CI. When you look at that batting lineup they have, Van der Merwe, Doherty, Carson, Matchett, and with Burton a little bit out of touch. It's a bit thin.
And Coulter is handy. But
Handy, but he's not a bat.
Is he a 6?
Probably not. Probably want him coming at 8.
Good 8.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Another one that's gotten away. I think this is it's worth a look, but yeah, we'll have to look at the height and also it's a 4 or 6.
Oh, I reckon they're going to look at that height. Seemed high, comes down the crease again. Oh, that's super fast.
Yeah, I think that's probably dropping for me because he's at step out. Where is it just before he hits it here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is.
Just like we've had a lot of full tosses today.
Just attempted York has gone wrong. So anyway, will be a boundary to finish the over. And 4 runs scored off it. Their score after 4 overs, 53 without loss. The 50 partnership comes up. Match it come on with, I suppose, some leg spin.
Does that give him 4? I thought it was 6.
Let's have a look. Just
Oh.
get a bit of the rope.
Yeah, the rope moves, but was it on the full?
Yeah, it's close.
Yeah, it's changing. There it
Probably,
is, 6.
yeah, it is 6.
I think that's the right
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, if he hits the rope on the full, even a bit of the rope on the full. There we go. So scratch that. We'll make it 55 without loss after 4.
Oh, the Sheriff's got some new sunnies.
Yeah, they belong to Match It.
No, they don't. The Sheriff went to the shops.
When the Sheriff takes something, he's under no obligation to give it back.
Tell you what, they get 20 runs off this over, 19, win this game inside 5, and CI's net run rate takes a pretty big hit. I reckon there's going to be something in this group where 2 teams end up on the same points and the net run rate will
Well,
come
it's pretty
into play.
congested at the moment, isn't it?
Well, very.
Anyway, well done by our crew, getting that shot of the boundary. 19 off 18 for all the points, and make that 15 off 17. It's a walk in the park at the moment for Team Hornchurch.
Yeah, good batting. Just pushing that one to the left of backward point. I always think you don't want to get beaten on the left. Does happen a lot, though.
Yeah, true. But also kind of plays for it a bit, plays it late. Wasn't really an edge from VJ, was it? It's just a later cut. Now, runs at it, and he's going to get slightly lucky. Loops over the infielder. Just be happy with a single.
Would you say Hornchurch a couple more points in this group and they wrap up top 2?
Yeah, it's hard to... Well, all the other teams scrapping for points under them, taking points off each other.
Yeah.
It's kind of helping them out a bit, isn't it? Now the sweep comes out from Hankins. It's going to be 4 more as Matchett gets a little bit too close to the opener. Puts him away behind square.
He's one of those players, Hankins. He seems to be able to get it behind square in this region off pace or spin very easily. Something for other teams to think about. 10 to go in this one. Been a shellacking, really. Absolutely crunched straight. Bit of work to do. Great work there from Carson just to keep it to 1. And we haven't had a sort of thumping like this in a while, Vinny, but this is a thumping.
It is. Yeah, it can happen, though. It happens to all teams.
Yeah, it does.
YMS will be disappointed. Remember, they beat Hornchurch last year in one of the 2 clashes. Hit to the leg side for a single.
It just keeps, CI, meaning they have to do a lot of work in the next few days. They're going to go into the Sheds tonight with a 1 win and 2 losses in this competition. Forfeiture have got 3 losses, through a 1-on-1, Pakakera 1-on-1.
Now this one is going to be hit down the ground for a single. And that's the end of the over, 67 without loss. Gives us a chance to welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have your company. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Corey Ruckers with me. And what's the time? Time for cricket. It's always time for cricket, actually. And it's also a great time if you'd like to get involved to support our official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme. They literally have helped millions and millions of people around the world. It's a great cause. We'd love for you to get behind it. If you scan the QR code and click a couple of times, then you can join the fight against hunger too. Coming back to the action, we'll come back to that in a second when the game is still alive, which it is. As tonight we'll get to see Drew and Pakakere Badalona, the last 2 European champions fighting under lights. Drew won it last year, Pakakere won it the year before. And Drew winning the toss, selecting to bat. So it's Nabi o'clock. Let's see if they fix the watches. Nisa having some sort of series as well. Daniel Dorkaya was the hero today. Well, this is in the air, just going to loop over the fielder. And that runs away for 4. So Hankins moves into the 40s. And really, 4 points, as good as done at the moment.
Yeah, once again, gets it over 45. Very, very good batter at getting it into this pocket of space through backward square leg. And well, over fine leg sometimes. So something for the captains in other teams, if they're watching and paying attention, maybe you got to have him back.
He's whipped away for a single, and I think that one will take them within 2 of victory.
Yep, 2 to go. VJ, will he try see it off in style, or maybe just nudge a 1?
Get either.
Oh, wasn't expecting that. Just a little bit more time taken out of this game. And the celebration's already started. As you can understand, pretty clinical, Hornchurch.
All right, this will be it. And they'll finish it with a boundary. VJ moves to 30. And it's just business for Hornchurch. You come and do a number on CIYMS, taking all 4 points in this one. Just a clinical job from beginning to end. And Hornchurch make the runs in 5.5 overs, so 25 balls to spare in this one. A bit of a drubbing.
Yeah, it is a drubbing. Not just a little bit. Well done. It was the bowling unit from Hornchurch that should get the accolades. They all bowled extremely well. Restricted CI took early wickets when they wanted, and they take a 4-point victory. This next game under lights. 2 heavyweights of T10 coming up against each other.
Yeah, I love it. Like 2 prize fighters coming out
Yeah,
after dark. We'll have to get the right music choices for when they come on.
A battle in a battle. Hamza Salim Dar up against a couple of friends there.
Yeah, it's good. And we saw him, of course, earlier in this one. And that game is coming on a little bit of an extended break because of the early finish here. About 35 minutes before we will rejoin you for that one. Let's look at the highlight. It'll be a pretty quick package because just 5.5 overs required to put this one to bed.
Yep, so that one whacked away to the leg side. And Hornchurch, pretty comprehensive, wasn't it? You have to be impressed with Hankins. Once again, he's such a good player. And he seems to have an age, well supported by VJ, who played some nice shots. Yeah, Hankins just has an age to play some of these shots, and while he's in form, Hornchurch are going to go very close to lifting this trophy. They tried a couple of tricks, CI, with some spin, a little bit of pace, but nothing was really working, and credit to those men on your screen, they did exactly what they needed to do.
That's right. Hope they have an early night, because they've got a big one in the morning against Forfisher. The early game, the only 9:30 game we've had the whole time. It's a bit of a worst case scenario, the old 7 up, that's about 10% of what they needed. And then, well, just pretty much business-like I said. That one I think ended up being in 6 to quarter piece of the rope on the way through. 5 4s and 7 6s in this one. And in the end, really not much that CIYMS could do. I mean, concern, I suppose, Mulder going off the field, that's not ideal, is it? Hopefully that's not too serious. But CIYMS, they'll just need to shake it off, I think. Had a bit of a shocker of a day. They'll play Drew tomorrow. They also play Old Victorians. So if they have another bad day tomorrow, they could be in the chopping block. It's just one of those ones. It happens in sport, doesn't it, Corey? You just have a day where it doesn't go your way. Still a very good team, CIYMS. But Hornchurch, far too good in match 9, sewing up the win in the 6th over. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Not too much to discuss as Hankins and VJ undefeated in their 2 knocks, both going a similar strike rate of 2 a ball. 43 not out for George Hankins, and Chalpesh VJ with 30 off 15. As far as the bowling went, well, Mulder's a big concern. He went off the field after bowling his over, but again, nothing really to discuss. No one able to stop the bleeding. No one really got hammered either, but the big issue, they only put 73 on the board in the first place. We'll take a break and we'll be back pretty shortly. Although it's a little bit longer than usual in this break because of the early finish. Back in around about 35 minutes to run into the last game of the day. The last 2 ECL champions to do battle after dark here on ECN. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckus. Hope you enjoy the break. But here's after it for more European Cricket League.
European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. Time to turn the lights on and get ready for the night game as the light fades here in the Cartama Oval atmosphere. It's time to bring out a couple of the big dogs for match 10 here in Championship Week. It's going to be the champions of France and Spain going head-to-head. Dreux versus Pac-I-Care Badalone. Of course, the French team Dreux. They're not only French champions, they're also European champions after they won the ECL last year. You know who won the year before? It was Pac-I-Care Badalone. So two ECL champions going head-to-head, and really looking forward to this one. Let's see what happens at the coin toss a little bit earlier. Ian Ramage was over there with the two captains.
Drew, you're the home team. You will toss the coin. Pac-I-Care, the away team, so you will call. There you go. It's been called Norcane. It's come down European cricket, so you won the toss. Okay, toss won by Drew, who will bat first.
So Dreux win the toss, and once again they've elected to bat Nabi. I know everyone keeps talking about Nabi. Will he fire? When will he fire? I expect to see him at the top of the order again. But let's talk about Mohamed Nisa. How good has this guy been? He's so consistent, he's so composed, and he makes run scoring look so easy. He's got to be in the MVP conversation at the moment. Dreux finally able to register a win in the earlier game, picking apart Forfarshire, their kind of traditional rivals, if you like, in the ECL. Pac-I-Care, though, they also opened their account earlier on. Dramatic finish with 3 Maximos in the last 3 balls to come up with the last ball victory. Daniel Dorkaya was sparkling in that one with 70 not out. Now, when these two teams met last year, it was super close. In fact, it was the same situation. Daniel Dorkaya needed 1 to tie, 2 to win off the last ball, but he missed it completely. On that occasion, it was Dreux that got the win by a run. What will it be tonight? It's anyone's guess as we go up to the commentary box. Coy Rucker's standing by Dreux, winning the toss and batting in match 10.
Thank you very much. Vinny Sandhu, welcome back everyone around the world. We've got a great game to finish off a very interesting sort of day of cricket. As Dreux, the French champions, the reigning kings, take on a team that have won the trophy already a couple of years ago. So two teams that have tasted a lot of success at Cartama Oval come up against each other. Last year it was a close encounter. Will it be again tonight? We'll have to wait and see. So many twists and tales just around the corner. Dreux winning the toss, electing to bat first, and with Hamza Salim Dar at 4 now, that top order looks mighty impressive. They're up against a very good top order on the other side as well, so maybe it's going to be the bowling groups who can win with the ball, might take the cake in this one. The French champions do go ahead slightly on the supercomputer. I think you'll see a lot of 50s to 40s sort of playing in this championship week. Very good players, very good teams, and really excited to bring you this one. The lights have come into effect. It's gotten a little bit cooler around the ground now. There's Mohamed Ihsan, Niaz out there, Nabi, pretty much household names on the T10 circuit. There's Suleiman, he'll be umpiring this one with Charles Croucher. Looking forward to this. Warm welcome back to everybody around the world, all our network partners, Fox Sports Australia, Sportsmax in the Caribbean, Code in India and the subcontinent. Welcome back everyone in the chat. There's Dreux. They're a pretty relaxed team. Enjoying, oh, what is that? Oh, a couple of sweets there. Might have to get those up to the commentary box. There's Mohamed Baba. He'll probably bowl 2 overs in the power play as per usual. Bowling to Niaz, who's been in red hot form, also with Nisa. And is it finally time for Nabi to get going? I'm sure a lot of Nabi fans would love to see it. We're all set to go as Mohamed Baba, ball number 1 in this T10. Down the leg side, clipped away beautifully. I reckon that's 6. It is 6. So we're going to start with the Maximo. And Niaz, he's just a sumptuous timer of the cricket ball. It's a half volley on leg stump, but look how nonchalant. Oh, beautiful. And what a time to welcome back Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, good to be back. Good options
Oh,
coming.
oh, no.
Oh, no.
That doesn't look good.
I hope that's a prank.
Oh, that really doesn't look good.
Get back to you on that.
Oh, Forfeiture. Oh, poor Forfeiture.
At least their necks are okay from turning around, watching the balls fly out of the ground before. Anyway, this one close, but it's just sliding down. Good comeback from Bubba.
I'm definitely sliding down. A 6 and a dot. Well, I know you love watching this dangerous batting lineup. How are you feeling for Nabi? Is it time? Like, law of averages says.
You'd have to be heartless.
How many runs has he got in the series? With like 30?
Stop looking. I think it's 31. Anyway, Niaz, let's not forget him. He's going to go 1 bounce 4 here. And he's very good at just kind of opening up those wrists, going slightly inside out, slicing away over the offside. He gets 4 runs there.
He's somebody you definitely have extra cover or maybe deep mid off to, because he chips it over the offside perfectly. He really does. It looks like deep mid wicket and deep mid on are the 2 boundary riders currently.
Look at that guy. Isn't he a superhuman
He
figure?
is a superhuman.
What's it, 750s out of the last 8 innings now?
Yeah, something like that.
Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Well, 5 in a row for sure.
Mm.
Yes, this time. Hit and run.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
no. Well, oh, hopefully he's all right there. Sebastian Bratt has dived in and he looks hurt. There's a possible run opportunity. Hopefully it's just a superficial injury. Action aplenty in the first over.
I think he just lost his footing and he's not happy about it because there was a run out on Nabi was about to be run out for a diamond duck. That would have been bad. I'm glad that he's okay because he took a fall, but
let's have a look. What's happened here? He just, it's his right foot slips there under him as he's trying to hustle in under the ball. I mean, he's got those rubber studs, but you can see them there. It's those hockey type shoes.
Here we go.
Here's Nabi, and he's going to hit the ball hard, and he's going to get 4. So he's away. We've seen him do this before. We've seen him get 1 boundary. He's a 1 boundary bandit so far.
I honestly think he's had about 6 innings where it's been 1 boundary and then out. Now, if Nabi can get 2 or 3 away, then he might be on the move.
Talk about your characters. You've got Big Bubba to Nabi.
Honestly, if Sebastian didn't slip then, that was a diamond duck. They're both at the same end.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nabi and Hamza Niaz have had the odd miscommunication. Belted. Oh, I thought he held that for a second 6. And it's actually got about 30 metres over the boundary. Maximo. Oh, wow. Well, that's a teaser. I don't want to call it luck, but, I mean, if this is 6 inches lower, there's the first one, disappears to the boundary. Next one just crept over the hands of the boundary rider. Maximo Nabi does get that second boundary away.
Well, maybe just a change of fortune. Could have been run out for 0, could have been caught for 4.
Magical first, 21 without loss. Get in touch with us on the social media at European Cricket, or you can message me at Mr. Maximo. You get Corey at @CRutgers_28. A reminder, tomorrow we have an early start, 90 minutes earlier than usual. Have to squeeze in an extra game to get the 21 matches in 4 days.
6 games in 1 day. How do you feel?
You'll only have to commentate 4, don't worry.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to commentate 4 over 5 games, and there's no bus after game 5.
You have to be a big engine to be here for all 6.
If you're not bringing empanadas to work tomorrow, I'm off you.
Fair enough.
Anyway.
Sue?
Hassan Ali, he's bowled well all tournament.
By the way, how hard was that last 6 hit? Niaz faces up. And again, push, run. This time they both agree on that. Another fumble from Pakakea.
This is where we've seen Harvey just lose his wicket. He has had a couple of innings where he's gone 4, or maybe a 6, but then he gets out on his 3rd or 4th ball. Maybe tonight's the night. Or will the real Nabi please stand up? You can't hit 67 sixes in an addition.
Well, he's equalled his top score in the series, which is 10 against Byron. Here's Hassan. Well, won't have to hit that one.
I mean, you can't fake what he did last year in the previous years. You've got to have ability to do it.
Just love the narrative, the unwritten narrative. Anyone that says this is staged or this is scripted couldn't make these scripts up. No one would believe that they could happen. You can't make this stuff up. Nabi, kind of from prince to pauper so quickly. But he's still there, and there's still matches to come, including this one. Nabi, oh, 1 bouncer, and doesn't get a run. That almost carried to the infielder.
Yeah, some tense moments out there. Pakokea Barcelona had a good win earlier today, and so did Dreux. So both teams go into this pretty confident, actually. Pakokea just got over the line thanks to 3 late sixes, and well, the French champions played a good game versus Forfarshire.
Well, that's high, and that's going to carry out of the ground. Maximo, still in the air. That's gone a long way, high and out of here. First time he's hit 3 boundaries in an innings.
Yeah, maybe.
Not ever, just this year.
Just this year. Well, maybe, just maybe, he's finding some flow. And
it's almost
law
like,
of averages. He's got to hit
a horror movie. You keep waiting for something to jump out and get you.
If he starts to get into form, you just never know with this French champions team.
Oh God, he's after this, and he's gone. He's nicked off a bounce, so Hassan tries him out upstairs, and this time it's going to be 3 and out for Nabi. 16 off 5.
Oh no.
Dreux lose their opener at 29 for 1.
He just can't buy a trick. When you're not having good luck or form, you just want that top edge over the keeper. He gets the littlest of touch.
On another day, you miss it. Having said that, he had a bit of luck earlier in his innings as well. Couple of teased fielders.
That's another 5 balls. I don't think he's faced more than 5 balls.
You said it, though. You don't mind. Okay, that's a productive innings from him, even though it's not what you want. But he's not wasting balls. That 7-ball duck yesterday was hard to watch. That was probably over his head, you know. It probably would have been a wide. Don't know if we can see the height on it.
It's actually hard to edge that. That was high.
On another day, you just miss this. Yeah, you just get on with it. But it's very short.
Oh.
Looks high to me. But remember, if you hit it, it ain't a wide. And Nabi knows he has to go. It's 29 for 1.
I'd like you at some stage to count how many balls he's faced in this championship, because it's not many.
It's about 30.
At least he's got a little bit of a smile. He'll come back, but here comes, arguably right now, MVP.
Yeah, agree.
Nisa has on a flyer this tournament. 7 50s out of 8 innings. Is that the correct numbers?
Yeah, I think so. He's got 5 in a row. Definitely has the 3 on finals day.
Oh, do some sleuthing for me, Vinny. Find out his 2024 stats. Anyway, he's facing Hassan Ali, who's probably been the pick of the bowlers from Pakokea Barcelona.
Pitches up. Not a bad start. They'll have to get through for a single, and they will.
So both teams pumped up out there.
He has 6 50s in the inning, plus probably the one today. So I think it's 7 50s in the last 8 innings.
Well, see that man right there, George Hankins. You owe me a drink from last night, George. I haven't forgotten, Mr. Hankins.
Where's that voice coming from? Been a good over from Hassan Ali. Now he tries out the short stuff again, but Hamza Niaz, well, he's in a bit better nick, and he just puts him into the jungle nonchalantly. Maximo to finish the second over, 36 for 1.
Serious shot from Niaz, really. He is such a crisp timer of the grizzly ball. This is a short ball, but doesn't get up, not the right height. And Niaz and Nisa, these two have put on some serious partnerships.
About Forfarshire, where are they at? 3 points in 3 matches. They could turn things around tomorrow against Hornchurch and kind of put themselves up in that pack.
Huge game for these two right now. A huge game. If you go 1 and 2, you have this bit of a weird sort of feeling.
They're actually pretty much identical on the ladder, even though they're 2 spots apart. There's only 0.18 of net run rate between them. Identical on points, identical in matches played. Some of the Hornchurch faithful.
Well, it's good a lot of the teams have hung around. This is a bit of a blockbuster to watch, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't think they were offered to go home early. They said no.
How often do you get 2 reigning champions to get to play each other in championship week? It's only happened once.
Very rarely. All right, in the air. This should be out, you know. Got it. So, fairly simple catch. And Nisa, well, the golden run is over. He'll go for just a single. Mohammed Mocham takes the catch, and Baba comes back and strikes. And Dreux now 36 for 2.
Well, massive moment. Nisa's 50s, 5 consecutive, comes to an end. Mohammed Baba every now and then just gets this ball to nibble a little bit, and he gets it to do just enough, maybe. It didn't look like an amazing delivery, but he has to go.
So I was just going to go to your point there, Corey. I actually think this is the first time we've ever seen 2 champions going head-to-head in an ECL match. Because when VOC won it, there were
Didn't Drew play Pakokea last year?
But Drew went tramping to that stage.
Ah.
Right. So VOC won it, as we see Nisa departing for 1.
Well, you might want to turn the effects mic on, because I reckon there'll be some words coming to Hamza Salim Dar. Did you ever play your friends very often? Because it must be a weird feeling.
Here's the thing with Hamza, though. He's quite used to playing Pakokea in Barcelona. We've seen him take the ECS off them playing for Catalonia Jaguar. So I don't think it's that unusual to play Paco Camp, but certainly unusual to play it for a French club in as a wild card.
Yeah, he's in. Came in overnight.
So how do you feel? You like a proud father or a nervous father? Because you've got Big Baba bowling to his Spanish national teammate.
I think this wild card thing and all the teams have used it has been very interesting, and it just adds a bit of fire. And this is an interesting matchup. Here we go.
Also, he's right in the middle of the pitch. He doesn't give the umpire a look at it, but I agree. Just heading down. And yeah, some people asking, what's Hamza Salim Dar doing in the Drur squad? But each side is allowed to nominate 2 wildcard players. What's a wildcard player? It's a player that hasn't played for your club in the last 12 months.
Oh, well, that's skidded on a bit there from Mohamed Baba.
So that's for various reasons, just to keep it an even playing field.
Interesting, they've got deep mid off deep cover. They're saying go across the line, Hamza. Be brave.
Runs at him and he misses. Very fascinating stuff at the moment.
Oh, interesting.
So it's no different to Sebastian Brutt and Daniel Dorkaya playing for Pac Ike.
Well, it's at Big Earthhounds at Hornchurch. Samoera is at Old Victorians. They're all wild cards.
And I wonder, maybe Harm's a bit miffed that Pac Ike didn't want to choose him to be a wild card. Said, could have had me, didn't want me. Now, hits this a little bit later than he thought. Just get a single. I feel like I'm watching a Spanish national team training session, if there's such a thing at the moment.
It does feel like it feels video gamey.
Out to Daniel Dorkaya, that's the fielding.
Yeah, it feels like a video game, all these players. I like that the European Cricket Network feels like it's created these bridges between players playing for different clubs, and it's a bit more harmonious.
It's community. He has. Let's not forget he's motoring. 19 off 6. He checks his shot here. Wasn't confident he could go through with the drive. Well bowled by Baba. Now, Baba's not quick. What makes him so dangerous and so effective?
Is that he usually, if he gets his length right, he can get a little bit of wobble. And watch when he bowls, he jumps very close to the stump line. I'm not going to say he's like Glenn McGrath, but similar in the way that he jumps late very straight.
Steve Waugh look-alike was pretty close on.
Have a look. Have a look. He comes straighter to the stumps. And he's a very stump-to-stump bowler. So if you make any mistakes, he usually can pick up a wicket. 3 overs gone, 38 for 2.
Interesting that they're going at 12.7, but they're still expected to get 151. That's very Drur. The computer knows things.
That does seem excessive, actually.
Obviously, they fed that 193 not out that Hamza Salim Dar scored in Barcelona.
A good comeback from Pac Ike after the first over. Was a bit of Niaz and Nabi time. 38 for 2.
Is there any positives in Nabi's innings?
Well,
wasn't run out for a diamond.
There's a couple of runs there. He'll hopefully build on some confidence soon enough. He'll know maybe a big score's around the corner. Looks like this is interesting. So they're going to bowl out Hassan Ali early. Usually they've gone to Mohamed Atif now, or they're going to bowl Ali out early.
Interesting.
That is interesting.
Yeah, because normally they would. But obviously they're happy with Hassan Ali's output, and they feel that maybe he can get Niaz kind of up. He's ticking. Always bowl Atif 2 later. Probably doesn't hurt you that much. Pitches up, solid drive. Bit of an awkward bounce, but well handled out there. Just a single.
A nice shot. That's actually quite a good field, having that deep cover back. And, well, this is our highest ever scores on the network. Hamza Salim Dar.
I reckon the 193's gone into the computer, and they've said, all right, we think Drur is going to make 150. Look, it's quite a few Spanish names on there, isn't there? Big Lala's in there, 140 for Gozo Zalmi. Of course, Scotty Edwards made 137 not out in the first ever ECL final. But yeah, who could believe? And get 193 in a T10 match right now. He's 192 less than that. They have a pop at him. They think about overthrow. It's not quite there. That's the other thing when you're coming and playing with guys, batting with guys not used to batting with. Running can be a bit of an issue as well, just that understanding and that communication.
I think always when you join a new team, there's definitely a few things you have to take into consideration. The way they go about warm-ups and their communication, but I'm sure after a day or two we'll start to click. It could click in this innings as well. Niaz for me is the key. He's a good player and he's had a good tournament.
And Niaz is great to watch. Hits the ball in interesting places. Won't be able to hit this one though. His son's kept pretty well, I think. He's been pretty mobile back. His lateral movement's been good. Been following the ball into the gloves. It's something I know he's been working on. Doesn't always keep for Spain. In fact, probably rarely keeps for Spain, doesn't he? But a good player in that position, I think.
Yeah, it's been good. He needs some runs as well, though. I think Ishan's been a little bit down on form in this ACL.
Beats him outside the off stump. Hamza's pretty good at that shot. Sure, he's got two Hamzas batting together. Hamza Niaz and Hamza Salim Dar.
Yep.
Well bowled by Hassan Ali. I quite like the idea to bring him back. How often do you see a guy bowl a good second over, come back in the ninth, just get pogoed? So yeah, why not give him a crack? And Atif's the guy who can bowl this two any time with.
Yeah, and you've got Rabani still up your sleeve as well.
100%. Goes after this. It's a thick kind of outside half of the bat's going to fly over the fence. Maximo! He missed once or twice, but the next one looks nice off the bat of Hamza Niaz, who gets 6 runs.
Such a typical Niaz sort of shot. A little bit of width. He throws his hands so hard on the offside. It's like a jerk motion almost. Like it, and it just goes.
Probably, yeah, I know they've got the fine third. It's easy to say, but I feel like he's more likely to hit more on that line.
You could bring square leg up and have another one back there if you wanted.
That's what they're going to do. They can bring the square leg up anyway.
Especially with Hassan Ali, who likes to go across, but every now and then he will go the short ball.
It's more a traditional deep point that's out there. Dead square of the wicket. All right, in the air. Now, is this one travelling? It is. He gets plenty of it in the end. Hamza Niaz, Maximo. But that's the thing about Niaz. I know he likes to go offside, but he's also very strong over the legs. That one had legs. And it's 6 more to draw.
That's a serious shot. I thought it got big on him. When the first hit point of contact, I thought Hassan's bowled a good ball here. It's got big on him, but he's muscled it straight over sort of mid-wicket region. So what a shot. Niaz keeping up his very impressive tournament. 50's up now. Last ball, the 4th.
All right, in the air, leaned on, but this should be gone. Yassine takes the catch. So a big moment there because Niaz looked on. Living pretty dangerously, eventually loses the battle. Hassan Ali gets brought back. He has both openers in his pocket now, and Dreux have lost their top 3. It's 53 for 3.
I guess the gamble paid off. They took the risk. They said, we want to bowl your 2 overs out early, and that's exactly what happens. He gets both openers. I think you take that trade off at 2 for 30 for Hassan. Well bowled to him. Yassine with the catch, and yeah, we've got a good game of cricket on our hands.
Yeah, well held by Yassine. Pretty good field. Look, Niaz just ruining his choices. Works every time, but once. Slight miss hit, and Yassine gobbles it. 53 for 3.
Good to see that Niaz has, once again, a quick 5-32 of 13. Should be happy with that. It's got his team into a good position. Maybe disappointed not to have a big score, but it's up to that middle order now. He's got them off to a flyer. There's Yassine, who took the catch. Maybe Niaz just lacking one big score in this one so far in this tournament. Mohamed Atif's been given the ball, bowling to his compatriot Hamza Salim Dar. Tasty matchup this.
All right, here we go. Hamza Salim Dar and Rafa. So it feels like a warm-up for Team Europe, really.
It's a video game.
Yeah, I'm loving it. Rafa coming out at number 5. Strategically inserted before. Latif, to his Spanish national teammate, Hamza Salim Dar wins the first battle, swing and a miss.
Yeah, just hasn't got his flow just yet, Salim Dar. I know obviously in the ECC 6 months ago, everything he touched turned to gold, but cricket's a good leveler. You've got to come back and work hard to get that form back.
Question from the FIFA gamer, speaking of games. So how good are European teams? Do you think any can make it pro in England?
There's a fair few that can play over in England for sure.
So a smattering. I suppose different conditions, different pitch. I see a big one. Now the swing and a miss. Hamza having trouble getting going. It's been a long day from him. This day would have started in Barcelona, catching the early flight to join the squad.
Apparently flown in 6 a.m, picked up from Granada Airport.
A couple of hours away.
Yep, and he worked the whole night shift and then just came straight to the ground. So no excuses though, he's out in the middle now. He has to try find a way to get on with it.
If this was a video game, would you be able to buy him some energy points or something to try and just boost him? Anyway.
Atif now. Salim. Be a wide.
Even it leaves it alone in the end.
I think with cricket's such an interesting sport. Obviously, a few months ago, Hamza was batting at such an incredible level. And it's a few months later, you always have to work to get back to that level. It never just comes straight away. He'll know he's in a big contest, and he'll know that Pakai Care will celebrate his wicket massively.
Wants to get going and does off the hip for 6. Maximo. Slight change in line there from Mohamed Atif. Good timing as Alistair Priddle.
It is a training camp.
Yeah, it does feel like that, except Alistair hasn't worn that one in the face. A very good shot, just timed it, backed his power. There was a fielder there, had to watch it go straight over his head. There we go, look at that. Off the road, and Alistair Priddle, Mr. Baywatch, as he's been christened by our audience.
Mr. Baywatch?
Yeah.
First I've heard of that. I think that ball's been hit out of shape as well. They might change it.
Well, I mean, Alistair's so strong that if you gripped it too hard, it probably has put it out of shape. But anyway.
Well, you question about players going over and playing thing. I'll give you just a couple of bowlers just straight away. I think Hassan Ali, the way he bowled before, imagine him bowling on turf wickets and a bit of grass.
Yeah, definitely. Great platform for clubs to have a look. I know Hamza Saleem Dar, the plan was for him to maybe play some cricket in England.
Yeah, he was signed until there's unfortunately a bit of a visa issue. So, yeah.
Paperwork.
Paperwork.
Pain of our lives. All right, this one's up-ish, flying down to deep third and dropped over the line. Maximo. That's Rabani down there. I mean, it's never easy as the artificial lights are taking over. Never seemed to get his feet set for that one. Was kind of on the move, burst through, ended up over the ropes.
Oh, it's a big moment because when Hamza's on and gets in, he's dangerous. And I'm not too sure if his feet were already touching the rope. In the end, it's 6. It doesn't matter. But yeah, that's a big opportunity.
Yeah, it's got to take your point. He may have actually already stepped out.
I think so.
Time for one more look here. There are other feet here.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Even if he caught it, that would have been 6.
Yeah, as soon as he touched it, would have been 6. Oh, it's absolutely smashed. Well, who knows what that is? Charles Crouch is looking straight at it, has no idea.
I think it's 6. It was a flat bullet.
This is almost, he almost hit down for 6. It was hit so hard. Let's have a look. Let's see how good the camera work is. Oh, pretty good.
Oh, wow. I think
okay,
that's
rock
6.
and roll that for us. We got...
That is amazing camera work.
It's 4.
Honestly, whoever's running that camera
Who's on that camera? They got like 40-40 vision, I think. Yeah.
That is unbelievable work.
and they're only in their 11th hour. That work. Great work, whoever that was. Someone will tell me in a minute.
Good battle. Oh, that is massive. Well, Hamza Saleem Dar took him a bit to wake up, and he's going against some of his compatriots. What a shot.
Yeah, well, he missed out a couple of times, but he had the last word, didn't he? As Atif goes magical in the 5th, 23 come off it, and it's 76 for 3 after 5 overs. That one is jungle bound. Let's welcome you up here into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers, with Edwards on the camera. He just laser beam.
Seriously impressive.
Honestly, if you knew where we started at ECN, the fact we can bring this kind of coverage to you in just a few short years, it is quite incredible, and a big slice of that credit has to go to our friends at Spring Media.
Yeah, they do a fantastic job. When you actually weren't joking. 11 hours, a ball gets hit like a tracer bullet, and he nailed it. The camera work, 10 out of 10.
Yeah, they do such a wonderful job, and thanks for being part of our ECN adventure. If you are enjoying what you're seeing, don't forget we go all around Europe, and this is the start of week 10. You'll like this, because I know you like working. It's week 10 of 49, so we're only just getting going. Yeah, check your watch. If you'd like to continue on the European Cricket Adventure, whatever you like, we're on 7 days a week. And all you have to do is go to our European Cricket Network YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Subscribe for free. We do keep it free. We keep it available in as many places as possible outside these marquee tournaments. You know, we'll be going around Portugal's next, France, then Italy, and so on, 2 weeks at a time generally. And you can be part of the tour.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? If you love cricket, you've come to the right place. 5 games a day usually, and sometimes we have some night series at the same time.
Yeah, night series. We have maybe some T20 internationals we'll be showing as well. So yeah, come on the tour. I remember the old, this is for our Fox Sports viewers. I know it's pretty early in the morning in Australia, but Stuart McGill and all them, they were all in the locker rooms, and there was some random guy. This was an ad
for Fox Sports when they first started doing the cricket.
Yep.
And they said, who's this guy? It's just like a random spectator. They said, no. He's like, I've got Fox Sports. He's like, yeah, he's on the tour. So you can be on the tour with us, okay? You can sleep in Corey's room.
Looks like Rabani has been given the ball, Vinny. Out of a lot of the young players we see coming through, he's been mighty impressive with this sort of slower ball that I think a lot of players just aren't picking.
Rabani with a very slow ball, so slow it never comes out. But yeah, do you think it's harder to pick him under lights?
I think people, well, there's Hamza having a little bit of a word to him saying, don't do that to me. But I think that it's just such a different slower ball. Under lights, yeah, probably a little bit more difficult. But he bowls it often. It's sort of, yeah, it's 3 out of 6 at least. But there you go. Hamza's obviously got some knowledge here saying to Rafa, just be wary of it. I'll go straight away. Let's play a little game, Vinny. Slower ball or pace on first one? Go.
Pace on, you like to establish.
Establish pace?
Yeah. There you go. First up, Rafa kicks it out, runs when he shouldn't have, and almost a run out.
Yeah, brilliant fielding there.
Yeah, in baseball terminology, they talk about you establish the fast ball first, which is, here's my normal pace. And then that's when you throw in the variation. Now, I do get that you could just go slow ball first, maybe establish that.
Would have been close too. Okay, next one. Welcome to the carnival. Pace on or
This is
slow?
a 50-50 for me.
Well, it's always a 50-50.
Yeah, I'm going to go fast again. I think it's too fast and slow. There you go. Change the striker. Well, if he hits, it'll be close.
Ooh.
Oh, that would have been gone, I think.
Good fielding.
Oh.
Okay.
So now, change of batter, what happens now?
Well, I think to Hamza, I think you've got to go the slower ball because pace on, he sort of check driving and punching it over the offside like you saw with the last ball or the tips over. So I think Rabani, if this was anyone else, it'd be slower ball, but because these teams know each other, there's a different layer to this now.
It's like the World Rock, Paper, Scissors Championships. You've got to try and get in your opponent's head.
I reckon
Rabani's still debating it himself, but he keeps that same grip. He's such a good exponent of that back of the hand slower ball. Goes pace on first up, and Hamza's ready for it. He launches, he pounces, he gets 6 runs. Maximo!
Well, he hasn't used it yet. He's gone 3 pace on, and Hamza was ready for it. A nice shot from him. And well, Pakar Ballona, when they went to bed last night, I don't think they were thinking their teammate, well, national teammate, would be rocking up and all of a sudden pumping them for 6.
Yeah, it's true. And Rafa just saying, hi, I'm Rafa. As they go off punch. Goes fast again. And this one's probably a better length, although Hamza kind of comes down a bit, Yorks himself.
Yeah, so that's 4 pace on, and I just think Rabani, I know it's good over so far, 7-4, but your slow ball's so effective.
Like a magician kind of building up suspense.
Well, it's built.
For the trick. I feel like the dam's ready to burst. 100% slow ball.
If this isn't a slow ball, I'm not going to work tomorrow.
I'm staking your career on it. Here comes the back of the hander.
Surely.
But that's what Rafa's expecting. There you go. And he does adjust and he gets away with it.
Shit, do you reckon he adjusted?
Well, he did it at the end. He had like 2 swings. He had his first swing and he had his second swing.
Oh.
All right, now what?
I think,
Slow ball?
right, he bowled 1 pace on that got pumped for 6 against Salim.
Another pace on that got driven.
It should be slow. It should be slow ball because even if Hamza picks it, it's hard to play.
I'm parlaying my winnings. I've turned like $5 into a
Double
1,000.
down.
Slow
I'll
ball.
put everything on slow ball. My house, my mortgage, everything.
Really lost your house. No. Well, we lose, but this is going to be pace on, and that's bad news for Rabani because it's been edged for 6. Maximo! I've got to say, he had 3 cracks at Hamza, never bowls his kind of go-to delivery once. So I've got to say that's one that he might have gotten wrong. Hindsight's 20/20, as they say in the classics. After 6 overs, True. 91 for 3. Rabani goes for 14 in the over.
I reckon that's just a bit of youngness from Rabani. Just not as cricket-minded, maybe as an older player. They're 5 pace on when that's not your...
And it's one thing to try and trick. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about tricking. But also, even if you say, hey, I'm going to bowl you my slower ball, it's still a very difficult ball to hit because he locates it so well. It has that kind of big overspin on it.
Yeah.
I just think it would have been a better strategy, even if he just told Hamza what he was going to
I'll
bowl.
tell you what Hamza does for this Drew lineup, as he's 37 or 30. He gives them balance with a left-handed batter at 4 because Rafa suits 5. Ahmed's eye suits 6.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
when they were all up 1, it felt like they were coming in too early.
Yeah, getting what you're saying there. Full toss from Sebastian Bruck first up. Worked to the leg side for a single. We saw Daniel Dorkaya bowling a few medium paces in the warm-up.
Might have picked up a click. He reckons he's got this new action and he can...
Sorry. Sorry, Daniel. I know you're watching this back.
Yeah, so Sebastian Bruck, this is a little bit of a reminder of ECC.
Let's not forget how effective Pavel Florin was at the first ECL. You never know. Anyway, Sebastian always looks annoyed on the field, but off the field, always seems in a good mood.
He's another bowler.
Look at
He's got an array of slower balls. I wonder what he'll go to.
Great to see the Cartama Oval under lights.
It's a beautiful time to play. It really is.
Pleasant temperature, still 20 degrees.
It's nice now, but wait for the sandstorm tomorrow.
Mask, you still got any left? This one, I think, gets some of the leg of Hamza Dar. Maybe a bit of the pad, wait for the signal.
No.
I think he's going to give it a run. So 4 to the total. Sebastian Bruck puts pace on. Hamza kind of gets inside the line of this. That's how he can turn it around the corner.
Well, I guess just Bruck trying to tie him up for room, but Salim Dar was up to it, just clipped it nicely for 4.
This is a rematch of Netherlands 11 versus
Yeah.
Spain, qualifier 2 last year.
I know, Hamza didn't bat. Oh no, he did, didn't he?
Made a quick 50. Took a hat-trick. Just cost his team the game. Maybe high.
Or was it off the glove?
I don't know.
That's a funny one. I don't know. It definitely went across. I'm just trying to see if did that hit glove or did that hit pad?
Yeah, I don't know. I always felt like it was climbing this one, but let's have a look at it on the replay. Oh, nah. Pretty good.
It's a fair shout. Let's have a closer look. I
Yeah.
can't tell.
You know what? That's pretty close. Maybe take some touch on the way through. An element of doubt there at least. Oh, this one does get a bit of pad. Runs hard. What's 2
Definitely
here?
no 2s
Never
here.
really on. You want to lose one to a silly one at right now. Where do you think Pakake's fielding is at compared to some of the other teams like Hornchurch, COIMS?
Behind. Admittedly behind. There's a few you're carrying out there, whereas Hornchurch and COIMS are pretty clean most of the time. But then again, I think that Pakake probably have some very high-level X-factor players that if they come off, you just win.
Pace on, Rafa throws the hands in and gets 6. Fast wrist there from Mohamed Rafa. Maximal 6 runs.
Yeah, ridiculous shot. That's tape ball cricket shot, isn't it? Outside off. I don't know how he gets that over cover 70 metres. I really don't.
Still left-hand webbing issue that's been repairing slowly but surely, but no footwork at all. It's just bat speed generated.
Maybe it is time for DDC to get the ball. Maybe it's time to take that risk.
DDC's not showing any signs of warming up. He's backed away very quickly. No, look, it's a good shot. Still trying to find that ball out the back. Yeah, maybe time for a slower ball, I think, to Rafa. If you're Brat here, full teapot going on.
If there wasn't glove on that one from Hamza, that looked out. If there was no glove, it was one of the funny ones.
One of the things is because it missed the pad, it gives the illusion that it's high, I think, but he had the leg bent.
Yep.
So initially, if I've got to be honest, there's Andy O'Connor.
Hey.
He's actually had his dinner interrupted by the
He's
ball,
not happy.
The grizzly ball.
Why is the grizzly ball interrupting his dinner?
Anyway, that wasn't Alan Coulter's father. I know a few people making the natural connection there.
Oh, Vinny Sandu. Anyway, right now, they'll be happy with this. They've got 2 informed players at the crease, 103 for 3.
The LBW, for example, we looked at several replays and we're kind of arguing the toss. In real time, there's enough doubt, I think, to not give it out. It's just a funny one. Okay, last ball of the 7th. It's a slower ball, but he gets it again, and he breaks the wrist at just the right time. Maximal! Rafa's back as he finishes the over with back-to-back 6s and after 7 draw. 109 for 3.
Yeah, well, if you want the ball, you put your hand up now because there's a big contest going on. That was an amazing shot. And Rafa has this ability. There's 2 men enjoying their victorious ovations after a long day. Oh, look at Gaffer. He's thinking, where's mine?
Why not?
I tell you what, that does look good.
Hey, credit to the supercomputer, by the way. We'll come back to that in a second.
Oh.
Guess what?
No, don't do it.
Set the alarm, because tomorrow we are starting 90 minutes earlier, so we get 6 games in, I suppose, in quantity. It's the biggest day of the ECL, because we'll start earlier, 8:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe. It's 2 p.m. in India. We'll start the day with Hornchurch versus Forfisher, and essentially we'll finish at the same time. We won't have that extended break.
I hope everything's okay. Sorry to interrupt you, Vinny, but it looks like, I think that's Rafa.
Well,
Rafa's
had issues. He's got several issues. One's his shoulder, so one's his elbow and his right arm, and then he's also got his left hand, which he did his webbing in the group stage.
Well, do you reckon that after that shot something's happened?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously.
Oh no, has the webbing split under the glove or something? Or what's
well, let's have a look. It was his left hand that he injured. Right now he's getting gloves off, but they're taking his blood pressure. You know what this is? Well, it's Ramadan at the moment, right?
Yeah,
so these guys, they don't eat anything or drink anything during the day. And he's just come out there and he's spent a lot of energy really quickly, and he might have fainted or gone close to fainting. That's no good.
Yeah, look, if for people that don't understand or don't know too much about Ramadan, these players currently of Muslim descent, not descent, but from Muslim background, they are not drinking water or eating till 7 p.m. Is it?
Till sundown.
So
that's why, almost like Drew won the toss and elected to eat in this one.
This is why we've just got to be careful, because I know. He might have to go.
And the thing is, it looks like
Oh, that's not good to see. That's
Rafa's
scary.
a really, really inspirational young player with a great story about how he came to Europe, and obviously he loves his cricket. You just hate to see what you're seeing at the moment.
Well, this is why there has to be some way. I think we always try to find, but take an extra. Now we have the strategic timeout. Add another 2 minutes, and let everyone have a good bit of water and eat
have
something.
The strategic timeout here, but I suppose it's one thing. You know, if you haven't eaten all day, even if you do eat something, these guys would have had a bit of a chance to do that. You know, with the sun going down.
Honestly, it's amazing to be able to play at that ability, and after such a long time of fasting. It's a bit scary. I hope he's okay, but I think he's going to be walked off the field here.
Yeah, I think it's just for his own good. And the thing is, they've still got hitters to come. I mean, obviously he's going well, but you've got like Cameron Ahmadzai, for example, to come in next. You've still got like Shazad Hussain to Bishbati as well. So yeah.
I mean, those last 2 shots he played as well were incredible, but the safe thing is here, hopefully he goes and gets some rest. He can be retired, not out.
Yeah,
and then maybe come back.
He can, you know, potentially come back because he's retiring. Not strategically retiring. He's retiring due to the physical situation that he's got right now.
Yeah, I think a few people are coming on the ground to maybe help take him off.
And like I said, he's a young player. He's a really exciting player. I know he's had some issues with his elbow. He's had the issue with his hand, and obviously right now, you know, you just got to think about not being able to eat or drink all day, and then the amount of energy he's consumed, the amount of adrenaline also going through his body. So, yeah, honestly, I know him personally. He's a lovely guy. Some of these guys have got incredible stories and incredible backgrounds, how they even come to Europe in the first place. And obviously, with it being Ramadan, that's a complicating issue, and it's something that it's in the belief system that they adhere to, that I think, obviously deserves a lot of respect as well. But these guys also love the cricket. Rafa looks like he is going to retire, not out, and I think that's the right call at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, player safety is paramount, and I can't imagine what it must feel like to not have any fuel in your body and try and play a high level of cricket. So I hope he's okay. Hope they can get him hydrated, because he's a key part of their tournament, and it does mean that Ahmadzai will come out now.
It's a shame. Like, he was really...
Well, those last 2
straps.
balls were ridiculous, those shots, and then obviously it's just been a little bit too much, so I'm glad he's with the medics.
What you would say, though, is, okay, that's obviously a temporary issue if he's fainted or something like that. At least it's not like a pulled muscle or something that might rule him out for the week. And hopefully he can get up there, can get hydrated, he can get some energy into his body.
Rabbani comes back, Vin.
Yeah, Rabbani does come back. It was the end of the over, so this is Hamza Saleem Dar on strike. Now he bowls the slower ball. It's the one we've all been waiting for. Hamza Saleem Dar can't hit it.
That's the best ball Rabbani can bowl, and then use the quick ball as a sort of a surprise.
I'm guessing Rafa probably didn't want to retire either.
I think he started to come back to sort of the consciousness a bit, and then he wanted to stay out there, and that's why some of the players came on and said, no, you have to come, because it must be a bit of delirious.
Maybe he caught the replay of his last 2 shots on the big screen, and it all came back to him and said, yeah, I'm down. Anyway, Slower bouncer, and he has time to see it, and he's got time to say adios pelota, because that one's out of here. Maximo 6 to Hamza Salim Dar as he gets the hello, I'm coming Ahmedzai fist bump from his new batting partner.
Have you ever made a big score against your mates? Because it must be one of the more alpha feelings if you just bomb your friends around.
The closest I've come, I mean, I played at one club all my life, but the closest I've come is when I played like a suburban game after I'd retired 6 years against a whole bunch of kids that I used to coach.
Yeah, nice.
They remembered who was boss that day.
I remember hitting 100 for VOC versus Harvey S, and it was satisfying.
Enjoyed it. 48 for Hamza. And this is Sky, it really should be out. Bowler's called, Isan's called, Isan takes the catch. So it won't be a 50 for Hamza Salim Dar. I mean, this innings is still a bit of a crossroads. The computers predicted like 150 all along. So I have to see how that pans out, but that's a big piece of the puzzle complete for Pakai Care as they see the back of Hamza Salim Dar for 48, and it's 115 for 4.
A big wicket by Rabani as well. That was pace on. So even though the slow ball got hit for 6, this is why you have to keep changing it up, young man. This one hurries him completely. It'll be the end of a good innings, but he'll be disappointed. That's a big wicket, because if he bats for another 2 overs, well, he could have made a big, big score.
Yeah, well, 6 big Maximos are there for Hamza Salim Dar.
Not a bad wild card to call up on a Monday night.
Yeah, soon he'll be able to come in his private plane the way things are going. But anyway, still a quarter of this innings remaining as Tapish Bhatti comes to the crease. I like this from Danush in the comment section, saying wishes that he looks as good as you in just a formal shirt.
Well, thank you. Nice to get a compliment.
Button done tonight, I noticed.
Much appreciated. It's quite warm.
Slower ball, and it's so effective against new batters. I think that's what we saw when he took that 3 for 1. And you come out there, you've got a natural sense of adrenaline as well. You don't want to be late on the ball. I think Rabani exploits that pretty well.
Well, look, they've been a little bit lucky that Rafa's gone off because of the, well, unfortunate episode. Hamza's out. You have 2 new batters. For Pakai Care, they'll be thinking under 135 now. Let's have a good finish.
Let's come down to 140s. Now there's pace on. Just sliding down the leg side, but we'll get through for a leg by.
So Rabani this over's gone the opposite to the first over. It's just slower, fast, slower, fast, slower, fast. So I think because of that, it's such a skill hit. 3 and 3 is the right option.
Yeah, if I was him, I might even go 4 and 2. I'd actually
4 slow.
I'd bowl backwards, I'd say. So,
Yeah.
so your slower ball is actually your stop ball, and then you're surprising them. Just keep in the back of your mind, you might bowl one quicker.
Let's just say we might get to see a little bit more of him in May.
Last ball for Rabani. It's a slower ball, but he's ready. Pounces on it, does Cameron Ahmedzai. What a shot, because it did kind of break into him off the pitch. He opens the shoulders and puts it up into the jungle. Maximo to finish the Rabani spell. He finishes 1 for 26, and after 8, it's 122 for 4.
Yeah, what a nice shot that is. He picked it, he stayed deep in the crease, and he pumped it for 6. What a shot from Ahmedzai.
Anyway, very well said by Paul. Saying maybe my comparison with bullying the kids I used to coach is the fair about Hamza against the Spanish national team bowlers. But let me just say,
I'm the coach.
They were adults. They were adults. No, I was talking about when I scored those runs. But they were adults by the time I smashed them.
Okay, good to hear.
Anyway.
Good game we've
Well
got on
said.
our hands.
Really good game.
Yep.
Really good game.
What did Pakai Care chase against CI this morning?
I can tell you exactly.
Please do.
They chased 125, and they did it off the very last ball.
See, I just think, I don't know, with such a longer middle to lower order, I think 140 pushes them pretty far.
Forces their top order to do better.
They need a big finish.
I like this from Terry. Did you
Yeah,
see that?
that's good.
That's also good. Announced it after this. Atif comes back. No Hamza to deal with now. It does get lifted up, and he's out of the ground anyway. What a shot there from Bhatti to get off the mark. Maximo! Atif maybe going block hole there, but just a fraction short. Lifted up and out of the ground.
Got to take it across him. It's in the slot. Nice shot for 6. Geez, the French champions today, their batting has clicked. The power hitting is back.
How good's the computer, though? We were like, that's way too many. But the computer knows all. Terry, making me laugh. Okay, pulls it back a bit. Starbatis works it away for a single. Yeah, Terry said, played a friendly game once when we had 12 and they only had 10. So one of our bowlers played for the opposition. He got 50 against us, the only one he ever scored in his life.
That is good.
It's funny, isn't it? There's two types of, when you play an old teammate. There's the angry one and the matesy approach.
Yeah.
And I've seen both. Depends on what terms left the club, I suppose. Partly. Ahmedzai gives us both barrels. Can't hit it.
Well, that's better for Matty. That's where he needs to be. Ahmedzai's a bit of a brute. He tries to wallop it. And when he does, it goes like this morning against against Forfeiture. 18 off 3.
Yeah. It's a pretty good strike rate.
600.
It's even better than your strike rate in ECN cricket.
But it wasn't over 7 balls, so it doesn't count.
7 ball minimum in the stats. Corey's mind. Okay, tries it again. This is miles in the air, and I think it's going to travel out of the ground. Watch out, jungle. Here comes the Grizzly. Maximo. This is just the tailor-made situation for Cameron Ahmedzai, isn't it, Corey?
It is, it is. He comes in at the back end, and this is what he does. He's just a good timer of the ball. Look, it wasn't out the meat, but he's got so much power. He takes it over the cages for 6.
Right out of the vegetable of the bat, as Tony Gregg said once upon a time via Billy Birmingham. 8 balls left in this innings. Now he hits us pretty hard on the offside. There's no one back here. So that's going to go for 4. 150 still looking on at this stage.
Yep, 150 is looking on. And well, credit to this very dangerous team from France, the reigning Kings. They're going up against the Kings from a few years ago, and the French are winning this at the moment.
Yeah, we noted the first time that 2 ECL champions have ever met.
Yeah, pretty cool.
As ECL champions.
Yeah, very cool.
Did play last year before Drew won the trophy, and Drew won that game by a single run. Again, sorry, Daniel, if you're listening back. Last ball of the 9th. And now just kind of daintily just chips this one over deep fine leg for 6. Maximo. And Teef doesn't really have a good one here because both overs go magical. With 23 off that one. He'll finish none for 46, and after 9 overs, drew 145 for 4.
Yeah, Tiff's getting found out a little bit lately, and it's probably the first time in his career he's getting collected quite often, so he has to adjust his game. And unfortunately, if you're a Pack I Care Badalona fan, you're a bit worried at this stage. This is a big score.
Have you ever fielded for the other team? So when they've been a player short? I did that in juniors and under 13s. Called out my captain.
Nice.
Instinctively. Probably not the right choice. Does it get the tram line or not? I reckon he's a bit lucky. Oh no, it's a good call. I think it was a wide. I was going to say he's lucky to get away with it, but I think partially this is on the line, and the eye roll emoji is used, but look at that. Yeah, it's a correct call. Charles was just waiting for the ball to die before he signalled.
160 on the cards here.
That's hit pretty well. Kind of slot length from Sebastian, and it disappears into the night. Maximo! And the 150 does come up. Computers up the prediction as well into the 160s.
Well, we're in for an interesting night because Pack I Care are going to need that top order to fly, because this is what the French champions can do. Some seriously nice striking from everyone involved.
Sebastian Brunt, comeback ball. Digs that one in. Oh, it's a tight one.
Oh, that one is tight. The first one, yeah, this one, super tight.
Yeah, something about fast bowlers getting steamed up in the 10th. Oh, it's really tight. I mean, is there any space between the inside of the tram line and the ball? Maybe one stitch was on the blue line. Sebastian, well, anything that makes him get emotional, I'm for it. Yeah.
Oh, that's...
I don't know about that one. Well, at least he's consistent.
Red mist. Red mist.
We could have a Coulter situation. Well, this one I think was, for me, I'm going to call it as a C. I think that's in.
Oh, yeah, that's in.
By a lot. Never mind. Bowl it again. Whoop. Yeah, look at
There's the
yeah, I love this from Sebastian Bratt. Look at the charge there. He's loving this one.
Oh, that is good.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy,
And
boy.
Yeah, and look, here comes the stare down. Well, this is live now. And now, Sebastian get a bite, conceded a bite.
Well, let's hope these two run into each other a little bit later.
Sometimes you see the security come on the field a little bit early at the change of innings. This might be one of those times.
Ah.
And it's good television. Anyway, Sebastian Bratt, actually, 6 of those 3 wides in the over so far. This one is pretty much where he wants it. Fielder will cover this. I think 2, they won't get it. So 156 with a ball to go. 2 balls to go, I should say.
2 balls remaining. It's going to be a big chase under lights. It's not going to be easy. Imagine DDC, Baba, Nissan, maybe Yassine have to really click in that top order.
Here's Barty. Big swing and a miss. I think he's just run out here.
Yeah, he's been given out on field. So Ishan hits the stumps and a bonus wicket at the end.
And it's nice to see keepers hitting the stumps for once, actually. We've seen a few missed, haven't we?
Is it something you practice?
I was saying this before, that when I started playing kind of some first grade cricket, 50-over cricket, we set up the stumps and I made the bowlers go off their full run so I could practice it. So he's out by a step there. After I hit the first 4, we picked up the stumps and walked off because this is easy. So it always makes me laugh when I see keepers missing. It helps if you get 1 or 2 steps to kind of 10-pin bowling style, but what a good impact innings that was by Cameron Ahmedzai. Gets run out trying to pitch the strike back, and it's 156 for 5. Last ball to come, Shazad Hussain gets a ball and he'll put out to deep cover. They'll just jog 1, maybe not realising it was the last ball. So that will do it. 157 for 5 off the 10. I guess eyes on Rafa, there he is in the background there, so I guess he's up, he's lucid. Guess we'll have to see, he'll be fielding in the second half. But yeah, Drew, funny, they get in that 150s, and even with those wickets that fell reasonably early in the key batters that went, including Mohammad Nisar, who's been the in-form batter, the computer believed they'd get 150s, and that's exactly what they get in the end.
Yeah, they might have lost a few big fish early, but it was wild card time. Hamza Salim Dar mixed with Rafa, who played a beautiful innings before he had to go off, and then mixed with Ahmedzai, which has helped them get up to a massive total. There's Dennis having a good time. Mohamed Baba, he started with his 2 overs in the power play. I thought he bowled pretty well. And Niaz, he was in some good form.
Yeah, the old left arm inside the cast there. Some concerns, and it was Worm that tripped up Sebastian Bratt. Nabi might have been run out for a diamond. I don't know if this is better or worse, though, because he does get an opportunity. 3 boundaries and gone. I suppose the thing, though, this is what you said to me. You said to me in the car last night, he's got to open, though, because generally he won't use up balls. I know there's that 7-ball duck. That was a bit of an anomaly. So 16 off 5, it's fine, and it keeps the order moving. In the end, they go at over 15 and over as a team in the 10.
Yeah, absolutely. There was Hamza having a bit of fun with DDC out there. It was a bit topsy-turvy in the first 5 overs. Salim Dar came out and started to find his form. The MVP of the ECC, the national event, hit some lovely shots for 6. Got a little bit luck. Oh, there's Andy O'Connor, who underarmed the ball backwards. There we go. That's what happened. That's quite funny, that. As Rabani continued, he ended up dismissing Salim Dar after this one was pulled for 6. He went pace on and got him with a short ball. But a lot of damage was sort of done as the Drua batting lineup really did click. Another score over 150s today. Mohamed Atif wasn't his best night. He ran into a red-hot Ahmedzai, who was smashing it to all parts. He had a really good day with the bat, Ahmedzai. He made 18 off 3 balls earlier today, and 23 off 6 tonight. There's the fan zone. Well, there's Kiss Cam. They're enjoying themselves, or at least he was. As it got to the back end where there was a little bit of argy-bargy, Vinny.
One of the all-time great stare downs. Charles just trying to find a defence. Replay probably won't be doing any favours on that 3rd one. But look, in the end, it was a pretty good last over. Just 12 came off it. And it does make a huge difference in the end to the final score. 157 for 5 off the 10 overs. As you get those aerial shots of the Cartama Oval. Paco Care, they don't mind a big chase under light, some of these guys. We've seen them do it before. As we look at the scorecard, 32 for Hamza Niaz, batted really well, but I was really impressed with Hamza Salim Dar once again after a slightly slow start, recovered to 48 off 19. Nabi, 3 boundaries and out, 16 off 5 for him, 23 for Cameron Ahmadzai. Rafa was promising before he had to retire, feeling a little bit dizzy after hitting a couple of sixes out of the ground. Barty with 13 not out at the end, 157 for 5. And gives us a chance to look at the bowling figures as well. Look, a tough one for a team. Apart from that, they all keep it kind of in the zone of reasonability, don't they? With 2 over spells between 23 and 30. 2 wickets to Hassan Ali. I thought he was pretty good early, getting both openers. Baba, 1 for 23 and 1 for 26 for Rabani. Maybe not his most effective outing, but still, it was pretty exciting to watch. We'll take a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. 158 for Paco Care, the 22 champions to beat the 23 champions under lights. Drew, hoping to make it 2 out of 2 in the day. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. We'll be back in just a few minutes for more European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company here on a Tuesday night on the Costa del Sol. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you for the European Cricket Network and all of our international broadcast partners to bring you the last innings of day 2 here in Championship Week. Right now, we're watching Pakai Care. They've got a bit of a monster chase on the hands. We have seen these kinds of totals chased more and more often on the network. 158 for the win. Of course, they get to 110. So above that 109, they can guarantee themselves a point. They have a real hitter. Maybe they can chase in 7 overs with these two. Suppose you never know, but Drew seem to do the best work under lights, you know. There's Amazah here, his famous hat. There's the headband warrior and shoe phone wearing Wahid Abdul to get us going. Battle of characters. Not opening with a free to your scene. Baba faces up, 2 hands on the bat. Starts with a big outswinger. Huge. Just landing on the pitch for a wide. Wow. Really going. It's got to be a little bit concerning as an opening batter when you see the ball going that much, even though it was misdirected. Now, off the end of the bat. It's away from the fielder, though, and it gets to the boundary. 1 bounce 4. They Baba away. And Wahid Abdul, basically because you swing it from the hand, you can start to predict the trajectory a bit more. There's other bowlers, maybe like Bill Khan, for example, from Jinnah, that a bit more unpredictable the first half. You're still not quite sure what the ball's going to do. Ching also decided to go straight to Wahid Abdul. Comeback ball with a big opener. Just kind of checks himself there, Baba. Had a couple of shots in mind. Kind of died on the way through to the keeper. Baba is box office, and so is Wahid Abdul. Clash of the Titans here, first up. And this one is picked up again, big outie, and it's going to be 1 bounce and 4 runs. So, Baba, again, kind of gets across. He kind of guards against the outswing this time. Just chips it away over long on. Maybe not quite out of the middle of Big Baba's bat. And decent start this, 15.8 and over. It's quite the asking rate. But they've got 2 players there opening up that are very, very good. Yassine gets the opening spot. DDC probably to come in at 3. Draws the length back a bit. Just kind of bunted away for 1. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me once again is Corey Ruckers.
Well, good to be back, Vinny. Nice to see this battle. Abdul, good swing bowler. Headband warrior gets it to go. Baba hasn't really got one out the middle just yet. Good contest.
There's adios. That one ain't coming back anytime tonight. Maximo, Big Daddy 6 from Baba.
Yeah, okay, well that one's out the middle. The other 2 were sort of toe-ended, but he reads the length, pumps that over mid-wicket, and that's already 15 now off the first. The back of a length, I think he was sweating on that. He felt like it would be short, and that is a Big Daddy 6.
Fraction short. Takes the swing out of the equation when you dig it in that short.
So 14 for Baba, 15 on the board. Last ball this interesting first over.
And leans on this again. It's going to curve away from the field, and that's going to go all the way. Maximo, as Baba goes large. He puts his own magical touch on this first over. It'll be 21 without loss.
Well, there's a couple of batters in this sort of order that if they get in, they'll fancy trying to chase down 150. I don't think that was even fully out the middle, but inside out over the offside and over the rope for 6. So it's a magical first. But yeah, this is definitely an interesting matchup in this game. 53 matches since the golden ball.
How about now?
Yeah, why not?
Be a high one. 150s.
This has got a good contest. It looks like they've thrown the ball to guess who? Hamza Salim Dar.
Yeah,
He's
right.
already had a good innings with the bat against his teammates.
That'll make it worth his trip.
If they're going to get close in this chase, there's 3 men that stick out. It's Mohamed Baba, Daniel Doi Haye, and Mohamed Isam. But don't forget about Yassine. Yassine opened during these, and he's sort of an under-the-radar batsman.
That's the question in the comment section. Why is DDC opening here? I mean, Yassine, he's a kind of born opener, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
First class cricket experience in Pakistan.
He batted well this morning against CI before being dismissed as well.
Yeah, I can see what they're thinking here.
Hamza will swing this ball under lights, that's for sure.
Teammates collide again here. And it's a bit of a false shot, and it's going to be gone. It's going to be a golden duck for Mohamed Yassine. So he opens, but he doesn't open for long. Just a false shot that flies away to that kind of 20-24 slip position, doesn't it? And it's 21 for 1.
Isn't Hamza having a game against his compatriots? Just the way it is. He swings it, it's a loose shot, and it flies to third. Good, safe catch.
Yeah, going for leg side there.
Ooh.
It almost popped out of the old trap door, didn't it, of the fielder. Have a look at that.
It almost went through, didn't it?
All's well that ends well. That's what they'll say. Shazad Hussain cleans up. As you've seen, has to walk off. Got Golden Derek for company.
It's a big Derek, that.
Yeah. Well, I suppose they get the regular openers to the crease now from earlier in the tournament. You've seen departs at 21 for 1.
Well, if you ever wanted to go to a different universe and say, look, I'm going to watch Hamza Salim bowl to DDC, you've got your wish. Here we go.
I'm trying to think of when these two would have never played against each other.
Of course not. When?
Yeah, exactly. Well, the others would have, because I mean, you see Hamza playing against Pakakera a lot domestically in Barcelona, but DDC doesn't play domestically in Barcelona. So we get ourselves a good old-fashioned
Spanish
scrap
battle for
Yeah.
France versus Spain. What a game. Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Battles within a battle. He's had a good game, Salim. He made a 48. He's got 1 for none. He's got to try and get DDC now.
Almost does. DDC tries to put it back over his head.
Oh, this is my...
I feel like, you
love
know,
this.
when people, you know, the marionettes, you know, the puppets? I
Yeah.
feel like you're the puppet master. It's like, okay, boys, go out there and dance against each
It's
other.
just like popcorn. I've seen these guys sort of play a training game against each other, but this is heated the battle where both really... I love it. This is
Pride.
popcorn.
Titles on the line.
No bias, just good luck, boys. Let's see some fun.
Oh, it misses out. Was that the slow bounce? Oh, it gets away from Amaza here. And it's going to be 4 byes. An unhit 4. I don't know how to score that one.
Not bias.
Probably win,
Oh,
to,
you mean-
win to the bowler.
That's a win to the bowler. At the
to the
moment,
bowler.
he's bowled 3 balls, no runs. Was it a slower bounce?
Yeah, I think it is.
Clever bowling.
Wouldn't have been expecting it. Good thinker.
Oh.
Yeah. A lot
Oh,
of
they were
deep thinking going on in the crowd right now.
They couldn't believe it was buys also.
Yeah. It's like a moral victory that costs you 4 as a team.
It's these two. One of these two need to go really deep, and then maybe Ishan Click if they're going to stay in this game. Hamza again.
Now he's on the pace, and that one's drilled. Well, advantage DDC this time. 3rd time lucky. Maximo says Carreras.
Yeah, nice shot. Back of a length, and DDC, I think, was hanging back just a tad for it. Gets that one away. So a 6 to open his account. Nice shot. He batted beautifully before against CI, didn't he?
He did. Well, don't forget, he hit his last 3 balls for 6. And that's what got Pakakera over the line. The last ball. Now, miss-hit. Gets lucky.
Oh.
Doesn't carry. That could have easily floated to Nisa.
He started walking off. He hit it, and he thought, that's it, my night's over. Hamza's got hands on the heads, because I think through a no, if you remove him, you're well on your way. He was... Ooh.
Well, these boots were made for walking, but don't walk just yet. Love the battle. He's still on strike. They don't get a run there.
Loving
Salim
this
Dar
battle.
1 for 6.
What an over. What an over from Hamza.
They'll still be attacking him. And he misses out. He's a class performer, isn't he? So he's been working all night, been travelling all day, playing cricket all day, probably not eating all day, and then coming out and getting 1 for 6 after putting 48 on the board in the first half. He's some player. Hamza Salim Dar right now, 31 for 1 after 2.
Do you want to know a good little inside story as we have a look at the table, and it's super close? Imran from Pakai Care.
Yeah.
begged Humza to be the wild card for months. And Humza's had a lot of work on. And then he said, look, I can't. And then something's happened with Humza's work. And Drew have timed their run perfectly.
It's back on the market. No, that is interesting.
Ooh, this would be good. Barty, good bowler.
Yep. Ain't no party like a Tabish party.
Yeah, I rate Barty.
We get on. Again, he's got a different skill set of tricks, doesn't he, Tabish Barty? He's going to take on Mohamed Babar.
Well, they're going at the 15s and over they'd like, but they're probably disappointed with wicket. We know there's a long lower order. It's up to the top 6. The top 6 really have to do a lot of the lifting, if not all the lifting. And then it goes to the juniors from number 7 to 11. How does Babar play this?
Aggressively. Starts with a pretty orthodox drive that kind of blasts through. That might have actually put his phone out of surface because I'm pretty sure that was straight off the shoe of Wahid Abdul, but it'll just be a single.
That's a single you don't want to give away because I actually like the matchup from Barty to Babar. I think Barty's a very clever bowler. There's Nabi. He's got a bowl to DDC.
All right, lifts it up over the offside. There's no outfielder back here. So it's going to just carry the boundary. Maximo. Again, that's just knowing your field and knowing where your gaps are in the outfield. You're still in the power play.
And that's why that single conceded was big. I think Barty to Babar is a good matchup for Barty, but to DDC, who likes to go over the offside, yeah, it might favour him in this battle. Good contest between these two very good teams.
There he goes again. Gets the width to work with this time. One bounce 4. This game is very much alive at the moment.
We're going to have a closer look.
Yeah, check this one out in the replay. Just bounces inside.
Nice shot.
Yeah, just curves away nicely. Again, where's these outfielders? They've gone deep mid wicket, deep long on, but now they go long on, long off. But having said that, if it gives him width, it can still carve away sideways to the left of screen.
Well, interesting. Look at the setup here.
Looking leg side now. Smart batting, but he picks out the fielder. Rougher. Good to see him back out there, by the way.
So when he does this sort of setup, he did this Clayton Floyd at the EC. If it's outside of his island now, he might just pull out a slog sweep because he knows he can't sort of get LBW.
Well, the thing is, they took the fielder away from the right of screen, so that's why he was kind of trying to open up that area. Still is. And he will, and he'll get 4. Sometimes you can see the future Dorkaya getting going, and you can see they lose Yassine early, but they don't lose really any ball except the one he got out on, and it's still a very healthy power play at the moment, keeping them pretty much at the rate.
I think this is a way players can play spin more, really open, and they've got no one back on the leg side, just trust your hand-eye to get it over.
Got to judge the speed correctly, that's the thing. So Barty's got a few subtle variations, still very open here, looking that leg side, and just smartly working away for 1. Baba, it'll be a while since he's run a quick single, but he has to run 1 there, and at the end of 3, it's 47 for 1.
What a good battle we've got on our hands. Say Barty going for 16, I think Pakai will be happy with that. They've gone at 15, 15, 15, gone to 47. And, well, they need to keep that up if they're going to get close. A couple of expensive overs at the back end really hurt them.
Just that 1 over of 2 came off Baba. That pretty healthy scoring all the way through.
Yeah, so now the power play obviously ends. See a couple of fielding changes. Yeah, you've still got these two, Ishan, Sikandar Ali, Sebastian Brutt. Game on still.
Oh, 100% game on. 45-55. I suppose the issue with these 150 plus chases, if you have some dead spots that last too long, then you got issues.
This is interesting. This is almost what Pakai Care did with Hassan Ali. They bowled their spearhead out early.
Get him while he's hot.
Yeah, very
still
interesting.
10 off that first over. The first over he bowled, 6 off the Maximo and 4 byes. Yeah, I kind of like it.
I like it as well.
They've got other options that they can bowl in the middle and towards the end.
Well, he can swing the ball, so while it's new, why not?
Field goes back for over number 4. And this one's a fraction short, and it's smashed away behind square. Maximo! DDC gets the first blow in this 4th over.
Yeah, points going to DDC at the moment. Humza digging that one in at the body. And he picked it, didn't he? Just swivel pull shot, 6 runs.
They like it. Why wouldn't they? Humza gets the right of reply, though. Daniel Dorkaya is his captain in ECC 23. Oh, this one Maybe not quite as short as Dave Dorkay thought. And there's the regular Spanish captain, Christian Munoz Mills. And how's he feeling right now?
I might have to pull out the national chat right now because I'm sure there's a few other...
No one in it. They're all on the field.
I'm sure there's a few of the boys enjoying this contest. Hamza, he can be slippery. Oh, yeah, just over the top of middle.
I've been like that in chats where, you know, guys play for different franchises and you're all in the same club chat and banter flows pretty freely.
Yeah, of course.
50-50 at the moment. Cracking shot. Probably just get one for it. Or field it out there.
Shot for one.
Yeah.
And so Bubba hasn't had the strike just for a little bit. 50-50 on the win predictor. Still think with the runs on the board, they're slightly ahead. Only slightly. There you go, 52-48. But it's set up for a good game under lights.
Yeah, but get through that top order. Big difference, I think. Oh, it almost takes Hamza's head off, and that's going to be four. Well, that was a bit of friendly fire, but not so friendly for Baba, who cracks that ball straight over the bowler's head.
Yeah, nice shot from Mohamed Baba. It was a full-ish delivery, not a bad length. Maybe a tad full, but he popped it straight 4 more to the total. Those two are sort of ticket. That's the thing, I guess if you do open with Yassine, if it doesn't come off and he gets out early, it's no real difference. Where he can bat in the open at 3, probably doesn't suit Yassine as much.
Yeah. Just one of those things. Whistles past the outside edge of Baba's bat. It's a great contest at the moment.
Yeah, a couple of wry smiles. I think Hamza, though, Salim Dar, if you told him you'd make 48 and 1 for 17 off 1.5, he'd take those points.
How good's his French?
Je m'appelle Hamza.
That's good. Anyway.
Good battle.
Yeah, love connecting communities. The wildcards.
Wildcards are great.
It's not really the way we envisioned at the beginning, but I think it's turned out to be a net positive. Last ball, the 4th. Because some of the regulars, they can't travel for one reason or another, or there's injuries, or there's personal issues, work issues. So you want to be able to top up with pretty handy cricketers, and he's one of them. In the end, he's going to walk away with figures of 1 for 18 of his 2 overs, and after 4, Paco Care, 59 for 1.
You leave 6 overs to basically make 100. Sounds crazy, but in this day and age on the ECN network and at Cartama Oval especially, you can make that happen. Bowler coming in now though, Ahmed Zai. Ahmed Zai just has this beautiful knack of picking up wickets for Drew when they really need it.
Isn't it strange how Drew, they just seem to do their best work under lights as well. They just come alive under lights. Saw them pick apart the Scots last year under lights, the group final, and also the night before they beat them. Same with England, Hornchurch the night before the final last year, and then the final. Obviously taking care of the Scots during the day today, but here's Cameron.
He bowls, I reckon, 20 Ks quicker under lights as well. He bowls a heavy ball.
Yeah, lights, camera, action for Cameron Ahmedzai. All right. Papa and Dorkaya could easily be opening.
Well, they basically did.
Yeah. Isanta comes, Kandarali, Sebastian Brat. Lifted away, it's a bit too straight to Baba, that's out of here. Maximo says Carreras. Shows with Baba, it's not all just kind of brute strength as well. He's a great timer of the ball. That's a glance that goes all the way.
Yeah, just a little pick-me-up sort of shot. He got the length he wanted to work with, and 52 metres is all it takes. So we'll start with the 6 off this over. Ahmedzai now looks like he wants to put fine leg back and bring deep cover in.
I think that's the first time Paco Care have been favourites in this chase. They got 50-50.
Long way to go.
Long way to go.
Great game.
Just 1 run separated these 2 teams last time. Anyway, this is in the air. It's a catching opportunity as Niaz.
Oh, he's dropped it.
Drops it. Let's get very low on him, and Bubba gets dropped on 32.
Oh, I'm in shock because he covered the ball well. He got there early. And I don't know if he let himself get too low, but that's a bit of a sitter, Vinny, for that type of player.
Made a choice to kind of let it get low on him.
Oh, wow.
I think in the end,
oh, he knows.
The lower you get, the more the lights kind of come into play as well. And if you drop it this low, you just got no second bite at the cherry.
That was genuine catching practice, and Bubba knew. Bubba thought it 5 times over. Way too low. Big moment, huge moment.
Remember that one? Now, false shot, but nobody in the circle at mid-wicket, so it'll just be a single.
Ahmedzai got hit for a 6 first ball, but good comeback the last 2. Could have been, well, should have had a wicket. Still a lot of work to do here in this back half. I love cricket under lights, Vinny.
I know you love it, especially when it's not so cold.
No.
How different is week 4 to week 1? Hand warmer's been in the bag for a while now. All right, Sky.
Oh.
Well, this is potentially a catching opportunity. Got to find it.
Dropped.
And he can't. And that one's probably a bit more excusable. Real steepler, Rafa, with at least one good hand, but had to locate it, couldn't quite. And in the end, it's just a high single.
Well, he was dizzy before. And he came back onto the field. That wouldn't have helped. That went miles up. Miles. He did get there. And disappointment. Ahmedzai could have had Babar twice.
False shot, tries to go leg side. Huge leading edge. You see, last moment, Rafa makes the adjustment. Can't quite get the middle of the hands around the ball. Now picked up over the leg side. That's 6. Maximo. Baba ticking. Daniel Dorkaya ticking. Ahmedzai, he's gone for 15 in his over.
I think DDC's ticking a little bit more than Babar at the moment. Just seems to be hitting it more flush. But Babar could have been out 2 balls in a row. Ahmedzai gets a little bit straight this time, and that's what DDC why it's difficult to bowl to. You give him width, and it goes over the offside for 6. So you think, oh, bowl stump to stump, goes leg side. Great game.
One of those players, almost you have to wait for him to make a mistake. Time to party.
Can you hear that?
I think that Clark Norris might be having a bit of a fiesta over the fence.
Here comes the ball,
There's
thrown
Blue.
back on. Anyway, last ball this 5th over. 74 for 1. Under lights, 50-50 on the supercomputer.
There's Nabi. Give him no.
Oh, he bowled all right before.
He's a good bowler.
You never know.
Anyway, now he's captain. He can bowl himself whenever he wants as well. Last ball of the 5th. Ahmedzai. Got something going his way. As this is in the end, it won't carry again. That was out of control. Nabi does the fielding, and we've got a game on here after 5 overs. Pakai Care 75 for 1. Look, they still need 83 to win in the second half. Why don't we welcome you then up into the commentary box as the players will take their strategic timeout in the night match. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And Rico Vaught has gone home. We've got Corey Ruckus here with me tonight. And Corey, if you didn't realise, he's the Spanish national team coach. And quite a few of the Paco Care guys you see representing the Spanish club, they are in the national team. Hamza Salim Dar has been wild-carded in for the French team here. So it's a pretty interesting game for you, I'm sure.
It's just fun to watch the matchups. I think the wild cards just have offered every team a little bit of zest. Like, we wouldn't get to see the great Big Irfan, Big Bird, if we didn't have the wild card system. So I think it just makes the level go up for ECL. And if the teams use it wisely, it can win you a trophy.
And not just that. I mean, normally the wildcard has some kind of connection with the club. So, for example, with Irfan, he did play for the club before, just not the 12-month window, so he's here. Obviously, Hamza, Salim Dar, there's some kind of social connections with the Trur club.
Yeah, they watched him on social media.
That they've made. So there's a few of those there. Sebastian Bratt through Daniel Dorkaya, and that was due to national team play. So, I mean, connecting communities, connecting cricketers, really, ECN has fostered that on a continent level. I think something we can be really proud of.
Yeah, and I think it's nice that sometimes, like for the old Victorians have come in and they've got some team players from rival teams, but not anymore. They come together. So I just think it's creating a nice bridge. And I just think if you use your wild cards wisely, it's a big advantage.
Some people might say, well, why do we have the wild cards, etc. But the thing is, you might have taken a team, you've won the domestic trophy, but then it's not necessarily possible for all those people to travel here because of family commitments, work commitments, injuries, personal stuff. So that's why, you know, in the end, we used to go on a in the beginning, we used to go on a case-by-case basis, but now it's kind of been agreed that each team gets 2 wild cards that they can use and apply for more in extraordinary circumstances.
I don't know if you saw that. That was Nisar grabbing Mohammed Babar's bat. I think he was saying, oh, I wouldn't mind using this one.
Yeah, it's a good camaraderie, I think, between most of the players.
Anyway, huge over. They're going to go back to Barty. Now, Barty is a seriously talented bowler. This would be a good contest up against DDC. There's been a bit of a break.
Chasing 16.6 and over here in the next 5 overs. So look, if you have one over that doesn't go that well, say a single digit over here, suddenly you're talking 3 a ball.
Or if you have the over that goes for 25.
True. Look who's bowling. Barty.
Good bowler.
Rarely gets taken for runs. This one's hit fairly firmly. Diaz got the yips, but it does make the stop, just a single.
Well, one thing, they've dropped Baba twice. And there's a little few fumbles. They'll want to tidy that up, the French champions. Good game. Still in third, slightly ahead. Baba on strike.
All right, high, and no one's catching this, not on the field anyway. Maximo, that one's got some legs on it. Beware the Baba. Don't give him a chance or two, because he can make you pay.
Is it the time for the one-handed shot?
It might be pretty alpha.
Oh, not now. Don't say it, Vinny.
I'm going to give the signal.
No.
Oh, Barty. Coughed it a bit this game. Oh, yeah, just got changed his mind. Thought about going jungle. In the end, he just kind of checks his shot, just keeps it out.
Good comeback from Barty. A bit quicker. Slid it on. Almost went through the gate. 76 off 27.
Prefer the reverse batting left-handed than one-handed.
Oh, just got down on that.
Back to live action here. Oh, this one hit hard back towards the bowler, but too hard for Barty to react.
Almost
a single.
Almost took Barty apart. That's the one. I mean, this over's okay. What's that, 8 off it?
Yeah, so far, 1606.
So there's pressure here to find a boundary.
So you start breaking it down. If they need, what was it, 17 and over, let's say, start of the over. So you've got
This
8
might-
off this,
Might be a slog sweep here.
2 to come. Goes after it, gets it. It's a really good shot. Very good shot. It's up in the stars. Maximo. DDC goes big.
Well, he actually opened the stance up, but still went straight. He's having a beautiful day with the bat, DDC. Oh, okay, if you're through, who do you want out more, Baba or DDC?
I feel probably DDC because I feel he'll give you less chances.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Baba's obviously very destructive, but probably more prone to skying one.
What a game. What a game.
But I really want them both out if I was true. Goes back and punches it straight to the field. End of the over. And
Can't miss.
14 in the end. So not quite when they need off that over, but still 14 off Barty's pretty good. At the end of 6, the score is 89 for 1.
Maybe tying those shoelaces together. What a game. I mean, look, Ishan, we don't think is in the best of form, but we know he can be disruptive. Secunda Ali and Special, I guess the one thing with this, Vinny, unless they have a quick collapse, you're probably not going to get into that lower ordered thing. Maybe not. Maybe for a ball or two. So,
who's coming next? Ishan next. That's no-brainer. After that, do you bat Brat above Secunda Ali based on current form?
oh, 2 days ago, Secunda Ali was in the best form ever, so it's hard to tell. Looks like they're going to go now to Afridi Yassin.
Kroom in the comment section saying, with all that's gone on today, a one-handed shot surely will be on. But then he gets tackled by one of the fingers.
Well,
running through for a
If
single.
it happens tonight, I'm flipping a table.
Okay.
Yassin, they're using him a bit later this time.
Interesting. Yeah, normally bowls the first. Here he's bowling the 7th. Some pace, and that's got some pace as well, as it's timed beautifully off the pads by Baba Maximo. And welcome to the crease, Afridi Yassin.
That's the shot Baba loves the most, this pick-me-up sort of clip. It's different. He loves it. Low bat left and then a quick bottom hand. They start the over well. Paco Care, they would love a bigger over. They've done a lot of, what's the over been going, like 15, 13, 4? Give it to me, Vinny.
Yeah, the 21 magical start, but then 10, 16, 12, 16, 14.
So they'd love that sort of 20 again.
Like a game breaker.
63 off 23. Baba 47, TDC 43. What can Yassin do?
Short, kind of crabs him. Quick to head off for a single. Rafa, I don't know if he'll bowl. Maybe he's got his arm injury anyway. Obviously had to retire not out because he was feeling very dizzy.
I've still got one from the Headband King, shoe phone. Still got one from Ahmed Zai. Still got options. Yassin, they would like to bowl too, but
Not running into any Gumby options, are you?
No.
If you're you've got bowlers, but
Where's,
also they've got batters, don't they, Paco Cat?
Usman Khan back in the hand slow ball merchant.
Unfortunately, with the squad at the moment, but I'd love to have him back for the end of the week. And slides in, edged onto the pad. Or the leg of DDC.
62 off 21.
To still be ahead, it just shows you what the computer thinks of these two, because pretty much need 3 a ball from here. I think they're good enough to do it.
Yeah, it's quite incredible, isn't it?
Now they don't, because after that ball, they fall behind. They go from 53% to 47. Real nail biter on our hands here.
Well, they're definitely going to save at least 1 point. Can they get them all?
And a miss, or is it a ledge on here?
I don't think it carried.
Yeah. Sold it as an edge anyway.
Top comeback from Yassine.
Yeah.
The first ball went for 6, and he's fought back brilliantly.
Ball by ball. That's all you got to, the way you got to play it. Try and win the next little battle.
People in the seems pretty split in the chat who people think are going to win this one.
Pretty well bowled, but cracking shot. That's going to be 4. And that's the difference a real batter can make. I mean, that's pretty much where Yassine wants it. Maybe 6 inches short of the block hole, but he just drills it traditional cricket style and gets 4.
Oh, that is not a bad ball. Yassine's basically nailed that.
Yeah,
Just
pretty much. Yeah, you said DDC's been in the gym. It's starting to pay off, even though you can't see the results. That was pretty useful. Now gives him some length, and he's almost waiting for it. He lifts it up and over the fence. Maximal, and 50 for Daniel Dorokaya. Come in at 3 early on. He won the game for Pakokea earlier. He's trying to do it again. We get to the end of the 7th over. 52 required off the last 3. And the score is 106 for 1. Coming up tomorrow, 6 matches. So don't say we didn't warn you. We'll be here 90 minutes earlier. So it's 8:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe and 2 p.m. in India, starting with a cracking battle between the English and the Scottish. It's Hornchurch versus Forfarshire. Pakokea play twice tomorrow. Drur, they also play twice tomorrow.
I love that we've put the English and the Scottish on the early bus. Good luck, gentlemen.
No sleep option. Yeah, they'll be fine. They'll both want to put in a good performance for different reasons. Hornchurch trying to lock up the top spot, and Forfarshire just desperately needing a win to change the narrative of their week.
DC not being dismissed today. He's having a day out batting at number 3. There was a lot of talk about if they were going to put him at 3. They did, and he's still scoring runs. Baba 48.
I suppose the debate with this is, okay, batted at 3, but he's effectively open. Do you put him back to the top? Just seems a shame to leave him on the bench at all.
How many 50s now at Cartama Oval for this man?
Give you a number.
Anyway, Baba on strike. Ahmedzai.
Inside created a couple of opportunities last over. Oh, kind of beats him with the bouncer here.
Ow.
Hits the big man. Doesn't shake him.
Was that a bit of body or was it a bit of glove? Well, it's been given leg buys.
I thought it might have been kind of trailing arm. Let's have a look.
I thought that got him pretty flush. Oh, yeah,
yeah.
straight off the chest. That's a perfect ball.
Baba loves that. You know what you say? Come on. Find me out. He has 13 50s on ECN now, all here at the Cartama Oval. Top score of 86 not out, Daniel Dorokaya. He just hits this sideways, and some hesitation. Probably went so quickly to the fielder, they both realised it wasn't a run.
Still a lot to do here, 51 off 16. Oh. It's funny how it swings pretty quickly, like just 2 balls, a 1 and a dot, and then you feel like it's got a lot to do, but can swing so violently.
All right, this one is cut away, an uppercut, and that's 6 more. Maximo. Daniel Dorokaya, that's where he hit the winning runs before, don't forget. Such a great in for Pakokea. I mean, this guy's made such a difference since he's been on the scene of cricket in Spain, hasn't he, Corey?
Just since he's turned up with a Spanish passport and some serious fast hands, he's been a bit of an enigma. I know he's a bit of a crowd favourite. People like watching him bat. And at the moment, it's a seriously good innings, but can he get them home? Can Baba get them home? Will Drew hold their nerve? 45 off 15.
Leg side. Fake appeal to try and stop the wide. It doesn't work. It's not caught anyway.
Jeez, that hurried him up. There's no fine leg or backward square. So it's a high risk ball, surprise ball. That did hurry him up though. What a game, Vinny. I swear under lights we get a lot of close ones as well.
That's out of here. And 6 to the total. Staying alive are Paco Care Badalona. Maximo Dorkaya backing up his 70 earlier in the day with an unbeaten 65.
Ridiculous hands from Daniel Doyle-Kaye. Really not the worst ball you'll ever see. A decent heavy length and just the hands through the ball and the bat speed to get it over the trees on the leg side. They're starting to believe this is going right down to the wire. Every time through a pull away a little bit, it's a 6. What a game.
Be able to come up with these boundaries when the game's floating away. Shows a lot of skill, a lot of composure. And that's all right. Up for 29. He's probably bowled better than that. 2 to come. Pitches up. It's hit back, but there's a fairly straight long off there. Just a single. And right now, let's not forget, still 16 and over they need. Every time it's just a single. It's a big win for the fielding side.
Thoroughly enjoyable game. Either team could win this. You say either team deserves it in a way.
They played a 1-run thriller last time. Daniel Dorkaya needed 1 to tie, 2 to win off the last ball, and he missed it. And on that occasion, Paco Care lost by a single run. But here we are with the rematch. First time these two teams have met since that day in March 2023. Baba gets slightly rushed on the pull. Doesn't really time it. DDC could make 2. Baba couldn't. And so that'll be the end of the over. Baba retains the strike, and with 2 overs remaining, 36 is still required.
There's still a lot to do.
The score is 122 for 1.
What a good game of cricket. I just think Baba's, I mean, he's 49 off 20, but just in his last 4 or 5 balls lost his timing a bit, whereas DDC seems to be timing it better. If I'm Paco Care, I'd want him facing. What a game.
They're 3 pretty close together lines. If you look at the last few overs. I'm sitting on my seat, but I'm only using the edge of it. This whole game has been pretty tense.
2 teams that have won the trophy before, 2 teams that are 1-1 in this competition, 2 teams that do not want to go into the sheds tonight, 1-2. You've got 36 off 12. What a good game. Abdul with the ball. He went for 21 off his first, but that was in the power play. He's got more fielders on the rope now.
Yeah, I mean, 18 and 18. Who they got to bowl here? They got 1 for Wahid Abdul. Freddie Yassine can come back. He went for 17 last time. All right, they need 3 a ball. There's 2 overs left. Baba on 49, faces up, and he gets littered. First ball.
Yeah, they're going to have to do a concussion test.
That'll break up the momentum. Again, just on the pull a couple of times, he's misjudged the pace, hasn't he? Got that one in the chest. That one, you can see it actually pushes his grill up, and it's actually good that he's wearing the helmet there, Mohamed Baba.
Oh, what a ball as well. We got it in that awkward sort of height once again. Look at it, it's high. Yeah, it's definitely clipped a little bit of helmet, so there'll probably be a concussion test.
Again, makes a huge difference. This will probably give us a good look. Just through it.
Oh, it just clips that sort of...
Yeah, actually it's always one of those ones that almost might have gone under his grill if it had just been a fraction away. So I'm super glad that the helmet takes the brunt of it. Baba has aced all the concussion tests so far in this series.
More importantly, it was a dot ball. I don't think they want DDC on strike at the moment. He's sort of ticking.
Yeah, you're right. Couldn't get a run there at all. So Baba remains on 49. Just had a tough time in the high 40s, hasn't he? Headband Warrior. Pitches up this time. Baba, unflustered, puts it over the fence. Maximo, his half century coming off 22 balls, and it's game on under lights at the Cartama Oval. Another ECN classic is loading.
What a day of cricket. 50 to Baba, and he gets that one away. 55 off 22, still a very good innings. Maybe hasn't been in full flight the last 5 balls, but he's given his team a chance. And every single time I feel like through 1 or 2 balls away from breaking away, Paco Care somehow manages 6.
Misses out on
He
one
missed
here.
out big time.
No fine leg on the boundary at least.
Oh, he missed out big time. That's one of his favoured shots as well. He just had to get some bat on that, Vinny. 29 off 9.
Super interesting. Yeah, just couldn't catch up with this one, could he? And the pace was there to work with. And Dorkaya comes in and just gets that bat down in time. I know he's a bit scared of the slide because of the famous Cartama Oval bat plug.
Big 3 balls in the context of the game. Any wicket here, and I think through do pull away, but haven't been able to take it. 29 off 9.
Who's to come? You got genuine ready-made 6 hitters to come in, Isan and Sebastian Bratt as well, though, in this situation. 29 off 9. Wahid Abdul to Daniel Dorkaya. What a contest. Missed hit. Yeah, the game can get away from you really quickly at the moment.
Well, they'll take at least 1-6 out of the next 2 balls and try and make it 20 off the last. They haven't been able to have the magical over for a good while. One credit to Drew. There's been a few overs where they might have conceded a 6 early, but they've been able just to make sure it hasn't gone for 20 or 25.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, any wicket here. And they've got plenty to defend in the last.
It's true. We've still got one of them there. That's the thing. Either one of these two is a threat. Bubba, can he get his mojo back? Hits it really hard, but picks out the fielder. Ooh, just a single.
Well,
even with a 6 here, 21 off the last, you're going to need a magical finish.
Yep, you will need it. They're just defending with their lives here.
Black Seal referencing the one-hander. We've bring it out at this point, but anyway.
It's time.
Oh, look. Daniel okay. Again, you've got to go at it. There are only 7 balls left in the whole game.
Oh,
You can't just eat a 1 here. You've got to go.
Well, they need a 6 now, don't they?
And he'll get a 6. Pitched up. And I don't think Abdul gets it right. Last ball. Maximo. Meet you at the wire, because that's where this game's going. And at the end of 9 overs, it's 137 for 1.
Thoroughly enjoyable game, how these two teams are just throwing punch after punch. Every time Drew pull away, Pakokare come back. I think Drew's defensive display here under pressure has actually been very, very good, considering 2 players of good stature at the crease. And who are they going to go to for the last?
Good question. I mean, I don't think you can risk a Rafa or something like that. The plan would be a free to Yassine. I've got to say, 157 to 137 at the moment. If we get 20 off this over, and we will get to golden ball, 56.
What was the, that's gone, Vinny. But what did they need against CI this morning when they chased off the last 14?
Yeah, this morning. Yeah, it was the last over finish. And in the end, they got 19. They needed 4 less. They needed 15 to win off the last over.
What a day. We've had some seriously crazy finishes.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Hunting in packs. It was almost like in the NFL. You never knew where the ball was. Then all 4 of them came in, they broke. But it will be a free to Yassine to bowl the last over. Used to bowling the first. Sometimes bowls the last. All right. 20 for a golden ball, 21 to win.
Have they bowled many extras? Feels like they've been very good.
Just 2 wides, no balls in the innings.
Here we go, Vin.
4 buys and 2 leg buys in there as well.
Here we go.
3 boundaries to make this a game, I think. Minimum. Bubba on strike. First ball 6. Just too short. Yassine gets the treatment and ain't a confidence builder for the Frenchman there as he goes into the jungle. Maximo. Pakokare now need 15 off 5.
What a shot from Big Bubba, back of the length, and he munched on this. He was waiting for it. Crunch. 15 off 5. Pakokare, are they timing their run again?
It wasn't that zippy. It wasn't even that short. Didn't get up high. Probably watched Bubba get bounced and lose the contest a few times. Saw him get his bell rung, but Yassine just couldn't quite get the run. There's all sorts of emotions flying around. Big game for both of these teams.
Well, they're both 1-1. Yeah. They're both one championship each.
Almost identical on net run rate as well. Just I think 0.18 between them at the start of the game.
Tell you what, that 6 from DDC, the last ball of the previous over, and this 6 here. Look at Hamza Salim Dar. He wants to win no matter what they're through. Oh, you got to love this. There is a lot of emotion, a lot of energy, and they're just trying to G that man up. Yassine, give us your best ball.
Yeah, don't let that happen again. Plenty of advice floating around. I think you got to get back to basics. Try and nail a Yorker. I think that's your emergency plan. I know if you missed, it could be trouble, but that half tracker never had a chance.
Oh.
15 off 5. I said they need 3 boundaries.
Any wicket
There's
makes
one of
it
them.
hard as well. Like, they just haven't been able to
Sky
find
ball
one.
that you catch new batter, but look who the new batter would be. An Isan or a Brat. But again, having to adjust straight away.
Here we go,
Not
Vinny.
easy. 15 off 5 now. Can the big man do it again? Gets it more or less right. That's 4.
What a
Just
shot.
a fraction short of the Yorker length he was going for, and he timed the absolute trousers off that one. 6 and 4 to start the over. Pakokare in charge of this last over.
Poor old Yassine, that's not a bad delivery. It was full, angled in. He just gets this bottom hand from nowhere and jars it out for a 1-2 bounce 4. Pakokare are getting close through. They're still very much in this game.
Yeah, what a shot. Something out of nothing. Now goes straight, and that one is out of here. 3 in a row and 5 off 3. Pakai Care 1 hit away. Yassine's gone 2 or over the boundary, 3 balls in a row, and it's all unravelling for Drew.
Well, a 6, a 4, a 6. Big Mohammed Baba, last time he played under Knights, he wouldn't go with one hand, would he, Vinny?
I made the one-hand gesture.
If he goes with one hand, I'm leaving.
I'll throw you out of the box. 5 to win now, back to live.
Oh, top ball.
Oh, there you go. I mean, this is still a very, very tight contest. He's got the double teapot. Is he unsettled by that? He wants the wide, thinks it's over their head. Umpires don't think so.
No, that's good. Well bowled.
That was ear high.
Well bowled. Game on still. Oh.
Miles Croucher, wasn't he in the action earlier in the,
Humdinger
game
under
as well.
lights.
5 off 2.
Oh, no.
Loses his run. Just a genuine loser the run.
Oh.
All right, you're the bowler. I know you're not a bowler, but tell me, what are you telling your scene here?
Yorker. Just got to go to
Hit
Yorker.
your spot.
Yeah.
Hit your spot. He almost hit his spot, still went for 4. Made me think of that shot that when the spot was almost hit and Daniel Dorkaya cover drove it for 4. That was a pretty incredible shot as well. Rubbing the hands. Well, it's a life shortener, I'll tell you that much. Baba to 72. 5 to win. 2 balls remaining. And that is in the air, and it's game over. They've done it with a ball to spare. Pakai Care with 2 nail-biting chases, but they're successful in both. And, well, carrying the team, carrying Daniel Dorkaya by the end as well, very literally. And, well, that man, he certainly gets a lot of headlines on ECM, but he delivers with a magical 10th, and Pakai Care do it in 9.5.
Look, a bit of redemption for Mohammed Baba. Last time he played under lights, he made some poor choices. He apologised to the team after that happened. He's back under lights, and this time he wins it off the final over. What a great game of cricket. Honestly, I think Drew were defending so well, but a massive partnership. What was the partnership in the end, Vinny?
Yeah, well, they came together at 21 for 1. Remember that first over went magical. In the end, they put on 138 in the innings of 52 balls. They do it, and
what a day
you can feel for Yassine. He just couldn't hit his spots when the game was on the line, but you still got to hit him. And Baba just lost his mojo, got hit in the chest, got hit in the head, didn't care. He aced the concussion test. I don't know whether he had the cheat notes on the handle or whatever, but he came good with 4 of the last 5 balls of this game. In fact, 5 of the last 6 go to the boundary or over, and Pakai Care chase 158 under lights against the 2023 European champions.
What a day of cricket. We've had 3 games go basically to the last ball out of 5 today. There's only 1 real blowout. Even Forfeiture, they were on for the chase against Drew earlier. One of the best days of ECL cricket we've ever had. And Pakai Care steal, and I mean steal, 2 wins.
Yeah, it's probably a good way to put it. And, well, emotions running high all day. It's been a crazy day, really. And remember, Pakai Care, a few kind of 50-50 calls maybe went against them in the end of the first innings. Hey, if you like this, good news. We are coming back with even more tomorrow. As far as matches played, tomorrow is the biggest day on the ECL calendar because we have 6 matches because of the format. We need 21 matches in the first 4 days. So 8:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe. It's 2 p.m. in India. It's 90 minutes earlier, an hour and a half earlier than regular to join us. I know that you'll be here with me bright and early. I'll be knocking on your hotel room door around about 7:30. Anyway, let's have a look at this chase. Don't forget Yassine. He was an early casualty, but I suppose what it did, it brought these 2 back together. They formed quite the partnership for Pakai Care and Spain.
These 2 really bat well together. They're the openers for the Spanish national team in T10 cricket. They have a good sort of mojo, sort of, how do you describe, just a flow together. Massive moment. This drop catch, Vinny, this was the simpler one. And if you look back at that, that can win you a game.
Yeah, then this one, I think was the next ball, or at least a couple of balls later, Rafa couldn't quite find it in the night sky. So, yeah, dropped on 32. A couple of chances, in fact, around that region. But, yeah, some of these balls that we hit, they weren't bad balls. They were very, very close to what the bowler was looking for, but they still disappeared. And it takes a lot of skill and it takes a lot of courage to be able to kind of chase that 18 and over while still making good choices. And I think they did make the right shot selections in the last 2 or 3 overs, probably aided by the bowlers getting it slightly wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. They got maybe a tad wrong, but they weren't awful. It just, sometimes you run into players in good form. It sort of felt when DDC was ticking along, Bubba was falling behind, but then Bubba caught up right at the end. There was a lot of tense blows out. That was a massive 6. At this stage, they needed 29 off 7, and that ball was 27 off 7. That ball went for 6, and then the first ball of the last over went for 6.
Yeah.
And then you sort of felt maybe they are starting to get ahead.
Yeah, and Bubba, he certainly is always in the spotlight, isn't he? Everyone had a different kind of approach, how they're trying to deal with it. They needed 21 off the last over. In the end, it doesn't even go the distance. Bubba, that was the one that was quite impressive because really didn't miss the block hole by too much. I think both Teds felt like their lives were certainly energized at that point as that one went out of the ground, and then just needing the 5 to win. They said one more's all we need. As Imran, you can see there, it's a stressful business, but then that last one gets just enough. Big Bubba wins the game for Pakai Care. And Daniel Dorkaya, a little bit of the old piggyback style as these two put on 138 to win the game.
Yeah, what a day from Pakai Care. They came back late in 2 games to get a crucial 6 points for their day. Those 2 men on your screen, they are a dangerous opening, well, not an opening pair for this one, but just a dangerous pairing when they bat together.
As good as opening pair, really, weren't they? You're seeing just using the one ball. He nicked off down to deep third. As well, Hamza Saleem Dar, once again, a fantastic individual contribution in a game that his team do not win, as Pakai Care end up doing it, chasing the 158 in 9.5 overs. But Hamza was great, wasn't he? Hamza Saleem Dar, 1 for 18 off his 2 overs. Other bowlers just didn't really have the answers, did they? They all went at 15s or worse. Obviously, someone like Bhatti is someone they relied on for a couple of tight overs, but they got after him as well. Just some very, very good batters that got in, stayed in. Bubba did offer a couple of chances, they weren't taken, and ultimately Pakai Care get the points in this one. Of course, Drew, they will take the single point out of the game. So, look, in the end, pretty entertaining stuff as we'll welcome you back up into the box. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with Corey Ruckers. What a ride that was. We said about this time last night, we're really looking forward to the day, and particularly the back end. I know we had that kind of one-sided game in the second last game, but that last one, that was box office.
Yeah, that was a box office sort of clash, and we had 3 of them today. 3 games go down right to the wire, and that's why Championship Week's so exciting, because it is very tense and it's very close between these teams.
Small margins, big consequences. That's the thing. We saw that earlier in the day as well. No, that was a bit of a talking point. Tomorrow we have 6 games, so how about that? 6 games, 8:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe, and 2 p.m. in India. Pakai Care play twice, so do Drur, so do COIMS, so do All Victorians as well. Even Ginebrescia play twice. Hornchurch and Forfarshire, the only teams to only play once tomorrow, and they play the opening fixture. So join us, and don't forget, it is 1.5 hours earlier. That goes for you too, all right? Come and knock it on your door nice and early. Thanks so much for joining us. I know it's been a big day, a lot of talking points, but really it's been great to share this experience with you. It's real, it's raw, it's European cricket. Thanks for being part of our community. If you'd like to like the video, if you're watching on YouTube, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel, tell your family, tell your friends about European cricket. Don't forget the social media as well at European Cricket and EuropeanCricket.com. That's the place you can go to get all of the information. Wow, time to take a breath, time to go home, time to get as many hours of sleep as we can get, because we'll be back. 12 hours of cricket action coming your way live tomorrow from the Costa del Sol. I'm Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maxim, on behalf of Rico Full, and this guy is probably out of words. Hope you have a great night. Stay happy, stay safe. We'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket League. For now, hasta mañana.